Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Marvel. Wanda leans against the wall. Black Widow claps in support. Part 1. The SHIELD exclusive prison was perhaps the most unsettling place in the department. No one locked up here was a pushover, releasing any one of them would be enough to give the world a headache for a while. The prison was dug 3 levels deep, and the further down you went, the bigger the trouble the inmates had caused. On the bottom level, those with a dozen lives on their hands didn't even make the cut, they weren't qualified to enter at all. At the deepest part of the third level, the corridor stretched out so far the end was nowhere in sight. In such a place, a single person was now locked away. He was fixed to a cold metal rack. His arms and legs were shackled by heavy locks that bit into his flesh, only his head could still barely turn. He hung his head, his hair long and messy, obscuring most of his face. But judging by the lines of his nose and chin, his features were almost excessively handsome, even carrying a hint of wickedness. Tap, tap. Footsteps approached. Hard-soled boots clicked against the metal floor, one by one, shattering the frozen silence. The shackled man moved slightly and slowly raised his head. His mouth twitched to one side into a smile, a lazy smile, one that seemed to be waiting for a show to begin. Yo, he spoke, his voice a bit raspy from long disuse, but his tone was light. My dear Natasha, whom I think of day and night, have you finally remembered me? Swoosh. A pillar of pale light sliced down from above, cutting sharply into the deep darkness. The light was intense and blinding, yet he didn't even blink. He just squinted, facing the light, watching the visitor approach. First to appear in the light was a pair of long legs wrapped in matte black leather, every step highlighting sharp, clean lines. Then came a narrow waist and a breathtakingly full bust, the leather suit tight and curving sharply. Wine red hair spilled over her shoulders, making her face look pale and cold. Black Widow Natasha. Her face was expressionless, her eyes empty, looking at him as if he were a piece of furniture or a stone. Jansen Liang, she began, her voice flat and devoid of emotion. You love no one. You only have yourself in your heart. Zhang Sen shook his head to clear the hair from his eyes, his smile widening. Wrong, wrong. I love myself, that's true. But I also love looking at beauties. His gaze swept over her without concealment. All kinds of beauties are the most interesting scenery in this boring world, don't you think? Natasha's fingers, hanging at her side, curled imperceptibly. She didn't respond to that, her voice hardening. Your love is certainly casual enough. Casual. A low chuckle rumbled in Zhang Sen's throat, sounding a bit thick in the silence. But the only one I'm currently thinking about is you, my dear Natasha. What's the matter, feeling insecure? Afraid you can't compare to those fresh young girls outside? He paused, the mockery in his tone thick enough to drip. This doesn't seem like the kind of thought the famous Black Widow should have. Shut up. Natasha interrupted him. Her voice didn't rise, but the coldness became more solid. She took half a step forward, nearly stepping into the circle of light, shadows cutting across half her face. I'm not here to listen to this. Jansen Liang, your sentence has been decided. Oh. Zhang Sen raised an eyebrow, showing no sign of nervousness, only curiosity. And what is the verdict? Are they bringing back the abolished death penalty? Or sentencing me to tens of thousands of years, letting me stay here until the heat death of the universe? Seeing his enthusiastic demeanor, as if he were asking about someone else's gossip, a flame of anger inexplicably surged in Natasha's heart, only to be quickly suppressed by a sense of powerlessness. Did this guy really not know how to spell the word fear? 10,000 years. Natasha took a breath, enunciating every word clearly. You have to stay here for a full 10,000 years. After hearing this, Zhang Sen actually clicked his tongue and curled his lip in disdain. Only 10,000 years. It seems the old man who sentenced me doesn't know me well enough. Natasha stared at him without speaking. Under the light, her chest could be seen rising and falling slightly. Her eyes held a mix of things, anger, confusion, and a very faint trace of pity that perhaps she hadn't even realized herself. Don't be a fool, Zhang Senator. Her voice suddenly softened, a crack appearing in her business-like shell. At most, you'll only live to be 100. So. Zhang Sen tilted his head. His smile remained, but his eyes were suddenly like blades dipped in ice water, piercingly bright. My dear Natasha, what exactly are you trying to say? Confess, Zhang Senator. Natasha's voice grew even gentler, like she was advising a child who had gone astray. Explain everything you've done. Maybe. Maybe what? Zhang Sen interrupted her, his lips curved but his eyes devoid of mirth. Maybe you can pull some strings for me and settle the score a bit lighter. Natasha, don't be naive. He rattled his shackled wrists, the chains clinking softly. That egghead will never let you do that. 32 safe houses, 1 helicarrier, nearly 100 elite operatives lost, plus 2 armories wiped out. All in all, tens of billions of dollars down the drain. I carved out a huge chunk of that old bald man's life savings, how could he possibly let it go? Natasha fell silent, her lips pressed into a pale line. The silence spread like ink dropped into water, enveloping them both in this patch of light. After a long while, she spoke again, her voice a bit dry. Why? She looked at him, genuine confusion in her eyes. I've gone through all the files. There was no previous grudge between SHIELD and you. Jong Sen nodded, then shook his head. Shield has plenty of problems, and that egghead director indeed seems like he's in the late stages of paranoid personality disorder, he said calmly. But in all fairness, Shield never offended me. Then why did you do it? Natasha pressed. Natasha, Jong Sen sighed, his tone unreadable. Don't be so simple. When Egghead sends you to eliminate a target, do those people necessarily have to have offended you or him? He looked up, staring directly at her. Does a person need a reason to step on an ant? Egghead does it that way. And I am the same. He paused, then added one last thing. The difference is, when I was stepping on the ant, my foot slipped. I missed, and instead, I got bitten by the ant. It's as simple as that. Having said this much, there was no point in continuing. Natasha gave him a deep look, her expression too complex to read. Then she turned and walked away with decisive steps, the sound of her heels clicking against the floor once again as she headed into the darkness she had come from, without hesitation. Just as her figure was about to be swallowed by the darkness, Jong Sen's voice followed her, not loud but clear. Natasha. She didn't stop. Don't dig too deep. Jong Sen's voice echoed slightly in the empty corridor. These waters are deeper and murkier than you imagine. That egghead won't be able to protect you. Natasha's back seemed to stiffen for a moment, but she didn't look back, only throwing back a cold sentence. I am not the same kind of person as you. Fine, fine. Jong Sen's tone relaxed, returning to that lazy drawl. Then, if it's convenient next time, could you bring me some dried fish when you come? The food here is simply unfit for human consumption. Natasha didn't respond, and the sound of her footsteps faded completely. But not long after, a guard carrying several boxes of nicely packaged dried fish walked to the cage and placed them on the ground outside, separated by a specially made force field barrier. Jong Sen looked at the boxes of dried fish, and the corners of his mouth slowly curved up. Women, after all. Tough talk, soft heart. Especially someone like Natasha. Beneath that cold shell, her heart might be a bit softer than many people think. He smiled, and then the smile slowly faded, a sharp, bright light flashing in his eyes. With this, everything that needs to be prepared is ready. He had transmigrated to this mixed Marvel universe several years ago, and he had been laying the groundwork for this moment for a long time. The next second, a translucent screen that only he could see silently unfolded before his eyes. Name: Jansen Liang. Talent: Heaven's Trade, available. Abilities: Firearms Mastery, Combat Master, Mechanical Modification. Evaluation: Peak Mortal. Jong Sen was a transmigrator. He didn't have those common leveling systems, nor was he pulled into any multi-world chat groups. His only special trait was this, Heaven's Trade, talent that came with him. It allowed him to trade with beings from other parallel dimensions across worlds. This ability sounded godlike, but it had a fatal threshold. Activating it required extremely high purity energy. And in the Marvel universe, the first term that popped into Jong Sen's head when high purity energy was mentioned was the Infinity Stones. As for the stones on Earth, the Time Stone was in the hands of Ancient One and couldn't be touched. The Reality Stone was hidden in another dimension and was out of reach. The only one potentially obtainable was the Space Stone, which S.H.I.E.L.D. kept hidden away like a treasure. So, relying on vague memories of certain future fragments, he spent the last few years finding ways to cause trouble for S.H.I.E.L.D., finally annoying that Egghead Fury into sending waves of elites to hunt him down. Jong Sen had been waiting for this opportunity. Taking advantage of the fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters was left vulnerable due to the mobilization, he slipped in alone with a clear target. The Space Stone. In the end, he failed. He touched the stone, but who would have thought that Fury, that old fox in the late stages of paranoia, had actually arranged a Skrull's undercover agent at the treasure site. With just that one little accident, all his efforts were in vain, and he was captured alive. But no one knew that, in a way, he had also succeeded. What he wanted was never the stone itself, but the high-purity energy that would inevitably dissipate upon contact with the stone. Now, confirming that silence had returned to the surroundings, Jong Sen looked up, his gaze sweeping over several inconspicuous red dots in the shadows outside the cage. Those were surveillance cameras. He grinned and smiled soundlessly. The time has come. Activate Heaven's Trade. As the words fell, the light screen interface in front of him changed, becoming a window similar to a video call. The screen flickered a few times, filled with static noise, but soon stabilized. Appearing on the other end of the screen was a cat. A cat with deep blue fur all over its body. It had large, round eyes that held a clarity untainted by knowledge, looking quite dim-witted. But if you truly took it for an ordinary silly cat, you would be mistaken. Because this cat was named Tom Cat. It was that Tom Cat who had fought Jerry for countless years, being toyed with in endless ways yet always managing to resurrect on the spot. It was that Tom Cat whose level of versatility was enough to make many so-called geniuses feel ashamed. Tom Cat, Jansen Liang didn't waste words, the things I wanted, are they ready? Tom Cat immediately bared his two signature large front teeth and nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice, so hard his neck almost snapped. Jansen Liang's eyes lit up. Unlike a certain wolf next door who had maxed out his mechanical talent, Tom Cat's strength lay in a nearly absurd versatility. There was almost nothing he couldn't do, and inventions came to him with ease. Handcrafting a set of steel armor might be as simple as playing with building blocks for him. The talent of that self-important Tony Stark in this regard, placed before Tomcat, would probably be left several streets behind. In the next second, Tomcat vanished from the screen with a whoosh. In the blink of an eye, he flashed back, his two front paws holding a silver white metal box. The lid was open, and inside were 20 or 30 milky white reagent tubes neatly arranged. Seeing these tubes, even with Jansen Leong's temperament, a hint of heat couldn't help but flash through his eyes. This stuff was called rat poison by Tomcat in the original work. But in reality, it was a simple and crude enhancer. It could make Jerry's small body's strength explode hundreds of times over, allowing him to punch through an alloy safe. But Jansen Liang wasn't in a hurry to take it. He suppressed his emotions and asked, Tomcat, is this the version with the adjusted duration as I requested? Tomcat nodded incessantly, then raised his chin, proudly sticking up a claw in a thumbs-up gesture. Produced by Tomcat, reliable quality. How long can the effect last now? Jansen Liang asked. Tomcat vanished again with a shoo. A moment later, he returned holding an old-fashioned mantle clock. He reached a claw into the clock face and turned the minute hand. 1 rotation, 2 rotations, he turned it for 10 full rotations. 10 minutes. Jansen Liang was satisfied. The original effect lasted only a mere 10 seconds. These 10 minutes were enough to do many things. Great job, Tomcat. Jansen Liang praised. You are absolutely the best cat in the world. A good cat deserves a good reward. As soon as he finished speaking, the boxes of small dried fish outside the cage vanished into thin air. Immediately after, they appeared in the frame next to Tomcat. But to Jansen Liang's surprise, Tomcat didn't immediately pounce on the food. He just stared blankly at Jansen Liang, a purr sound coming from his throat, and large tears rolled down without warning. He cried like a wronged child, looking extremely aggrieved. Jansen Liang's gaze softened. He understood too well why Tomcat was crying. Tomcat was strong and ridiculous, but at his core, he was just a little cat longing to be seen and recognized. He was once a champion mouse catcher, yet he was abandoned by his old owner who no longer needed him. In his new home, he met his nemesis, Jerry. All his efforts and failures usually resulted in scolding, ridicule, and helplessness. Tomcat, in the end, was just a poor little thing wanting a bit of warmth and affirmation. Just then, at the edge of the transaction interface, a heart-shaped symbol lit up. The red progress bar suddenly surged forward a large chunk, hitting 95%. Jansen Liang's breathing quickened slightly. This heart symbol represented the favorability of the trading partner. Once it reached 100%, he could open a cross-dimensional channel and summon Tomcat himself. Tomcat's practical ability was heaven-defying, but even more so was Tomcat himself. Tomcat was an idealistic existence. His combat power depended entirely on his self-perception. When weak, he could be beaten down by a mouse, but when he truly believed he was strong, that form was enough to make one's scalp tingle just thinking about it. Alright, Tomcat, don't cry. Jansen Liang's voice was very gentle. Let's not talk about that for now. I need those reagents now, give them to me. Tomcat wiped his face haphazardly with his paws. Before his tears were even dry, he nodded obediently, but still looked a bit reluctant to part with them. Don't worry, Tomcat. Jansen Liang looked at him, his tone serious. In a few days, I will have a good discussion with your owner. Tomcat's eyes lit up instantly like two small light bulbs. But then, he troubledly tapped his head with his paw, looking conflicted. He liked Jansen Liang, but in his bones, he had a stubborn loyalty to his owner. This choice was too difficult for a small cat. Jansen Liang didn't bother with Tomcat's conflict anymore. His gaze turned toward the flickering red monitoring lights outside the cage, the smile lines at the corners of his mouth deepening. In the next second, that box of silver-white enhancer reagents appeared out of thin air by his hand. Shield. Headquarters, monitoring center. The air was tense. The one-eyed director Nick Fury stood like an iron tower before a massive circular screen. The screen was divided into over a dozen grids, staring intently at every move of the man in Cell 70 from different angles. Beside him stood Maria Hill, her posture upright, her short blonde hair neat and clean, but her brow was furrowed. Director, Hill spoke, her voice filled with doubt. Are you paying too much attention to this Jansen Liang? His combat assessment is high, but compared to those truly extraordinary beings, he's still a level below. Fury slowly shook his head, his one eye never leaving the screen. No, Hill, you don't understand. Those so-called extraordinary beings may have incredible power or speeds that break the sound barrier, but their strength is often specialized. They have weaknesses. Find the weakness, and you can deal with them. But people like Jansen Liang are different. Fury turned half his body, his one eye staring at Hill. He and Frank Castle are of the same kind, existences that can be defined as level 10 agents. They not only possess the theoretical physical limits of a human but also the tempered combat skills that perfectly match those limits. They have almost no shortcomings. Give them a gun, or even just a wrench, and they can instantly become the most efficient killing machines. Hill's expression became solemn. Then why? She didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was clear. Why not directly eliminate such an extremely dangerous existence? Fury shook his head again, an inscrutable light flashing in his one eye. I've been thinking, people like Jansen Liang and Frank, who are at the true pinnacle of mortals, are too rare, rarer even than superhumans. If, such a guy were to obtain some kind of extraordinary power. Hill's heart skipped a beat. The director's idea was too bold, but if it could truly be realized. I have a plan to form a special team. Fury's words came to an abrupt stop, his face changing suddenly. On the screen, the boxes of small dried fish outside the cell vanished into thin air. Immediately following that, a box of silver-white reagent tubes appeared by Jansen Liang's hand without any warning. Fury didn't know what it was, but his intuition, honed over decades of life and death situations, was screaming. That was definitely not something good. Quick! Fury's roar exploded in the monitoring room. All guards on the third level, get to cell 70 immediately. Maximum alert. Lethal force is authorized. Inside the prison cell, Zhang Sen tilted his head, accurately biting the soft stopper of a reagent tube with his teeth, and pulled it out with a flick of his head. Then he tilted his neck back, his throat moving as he swallowed every drop of the milky white liquid inside. Gulp. The sound of swallowing was exceptionally clear in the silence. Immediately after, bang, 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 a series of muffled explosions, like rolling thunder within his body, came from deep inside him. It was the sound of cells frantically tearing, reorganizing, and expanding. Power, unimaginable power, like a bursting flood or an erupting volcano, instantly filled every muscle fiber and every bone. 10 times, 20 times, 100 times, the surge continued. On the third floor of the Shield prison, there were over 50 permanent guards, all elites among elites, equipped with top-tier individual weaponry. The moment the order was given, heavy blast doors slid open one after another, and agents like a black tide surged toward the deepest corridor. They had just rushed to the final alloy gate leading to Area 70. Boom! A deafening roar. That half-meter-thick alloy door, as if struck head-on by a battering ram, twisted and deformed before tearing completely from its frame, turning into a massive metal projectile that smashed into the crowd at a terrifying speed. Coochie. Crack. The sounds of tearing flesh and breaking bones mingled together as the dozen people in the front were instantly flattened into a bloody pulp. A thick scent of blood suddenly exploded. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure stepped over shredded flesh and twisted metal and walked out. Snap! With a casual tug of his left hand, the heavy shackles locking him to the metal frame shattered and flew off like brittle crackers. He twisted his neck, making a series of tooth-grating cracks, and looked up at the remaining, terrified agents in the corridor ahead, grinning. The welcome ceremony is quite lively. Fire! A squad leader roared hoarsely. Tongues of fire spat out. Special armor-piercing rounds formed a metal storm, instantly enveloping Zhang Sen's position. This level of firepower was enough to turn an armored vehicle into a sieve. However, when the bullets hit Zhang Sen's exposed skin, they made a clinking sound and sparked, leaving only faint white marks. Zhang Sen stepped forward into the rain of bullets. He reached out and casually grabbed several bullets flying toward him, catching them in his palm. A gift for a gift. With a flick of his wrist, the bullets in his palm shot back at an even more terrifying speed. Puff, puff, puff. Several agents fell to the ground, blood blossoming from between their eyebrows. Concussion grenades. Throw them. Several agents suddenly hurled silver-white bombs. Without even looking, Zhang Sen reached out and snatched all the bombs from the air, feeling the intense vibration and heat in his palm. The fuses had already been triggered. He clasped his hands together. Boom! Blazing white light and a violent shockwave raged within the narrow space. The walls cracked, and the floor buckled. As the fire subsided, Zhang Sen's figure remained standing, his clothes tattered, revealing the streamlined yet terrifyingly explosive muscles underneath. He looked down at his charred palms, where dead skin was peeling away at a visible rate, restoring them to their original state. He took a deep breath, bent his knees slightly, and then slammed a fist down toward the ground. Thump! It wasn't an explosion, but a muffled sound like the heartbeat of the earth. Centered where his fist landed, the solid alloy floor shattered like glass hit by a sledgehammer, spiderweb cracks spreading frantically. The violent force penetrated the ground, forming visible waves of earth that spread outward in a circle. Ah! The remaining agents were like leaves in a gale, violently tossed aside, slamming into walls and ceilings, their bones broken and tendons snapped, instantly losing their combat effectiveness. With one punch, nearly all were wiped out. Zhang Sen didn't look at the remnants. He looked up toward the security door further down the corridor and threw another punch through the air. Rumble. The air was sharply compressed and detonated, forming a solid shockwave that, like an invisible cannonball, whistled through the corridor, shredding everything in its path before slamming hard into the even heavier security door. The door, along with a large section of the wall, turned into dust. The massive roar alerted the entire third floor. The supervillains imprisoned in other cells fell silent for a moment, then erupted in frantic howls, roars, and the sounds of slamming. Ha ha ha. Well done, kid. Let me out. We'll kill all these lackeys together. Baby. Save me. I'll give you all my money. All my treasures are yours. Kill, kill, kill. I want fresh flesh. Kid, I'll remember you. Let me out, and I'll make you my second in command. Ghostly wails and wolfish howls, desire and madness fermented in the enclosed space. Zhang Sen stopped and looked around at the hideous prisoners behind the transparent force fields. I have a question for you. His voice wasn't loud, yet it strangely drowned out all the noise. If I let you out, what's the first thing you'll do? After a brief silence, the response was even more fanatical. Revenge. I'll pay them back 100-fold for the suffering I've endured. Eat. I want to eat the freshest liver. Women. I want 100, no, 1,000 of the most beautiful women. Let me out. I'll do whatever you say. I'll be your most loyal dog. Zhang Sen listened, his face expressionless. Wrong answer. He lifted his foot and stepped down gently. Boom, 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 boom. The ground shook violently, and sharp stone spikes with cold metallic edges erupted from beneath the alloy floor without warning. They accurately pierced through every cell, skewering the screaming figures inside like candied haws on a stick. The howling stopped abruptly. Blood trickled down the stone spikes, making faint dripping sounds in the silence. I'm resentencing you to immediate execution, Zhang Sen said flatly, turning to walk toward the large hole he had blasted open. Fools who don't even understand the concept of bowing your head to save your life, or a menace as long as they live. He stepped out of the third floor of the prison and into a relatively open underground passage. It was already dark outside, but this place remained brightly lit. More hurried footsteps and alarms seemed to echo from the distance. Shield's response was accelerating. Zhang Sen looked up toward a certain direction on the passage ceiling, his eyes shifting slightly. Almost simultaneously, a faint but rapidly amplifying whistle of air came from high above. A black dot was falling vertically at an incredible speed. Boom! Like a cannonball hitting the ground. The solid earth was smashed into a shallow pit, spiderweb cracks spreading as dust flew. Zhang Sen waved away the dust as a cold, low voice reached him. You're late. Leaning against the edge of the pit was a black modified sports car with bulging muscle lines. Standing by the car was a man in a worn military jacket, burly with a face as rugged as if carved by an axe. His eyes were like an eagle's, carrying an indelible scent of gunpowder and blood. Standing there, he possessed a steady, anvil-like presence and pressure. Zhang Sen looked at him and smiled. Though their appearances and temperaments were vastly different, when their eyes met, there was a strange resonance, like two blades forged to perfection recognizing each other in the dark. Frank, is that all you care about? Zhang Sen gestured with his chin toward the chaos in the prison behind him. Frank Castle. The Punisher glanced at the mess following his gesture, his expression unchanged. Oh, you mean the commotion you just made? It's all right. Faced with such inhuman destructive power, his evaluation was merely, it's all right, as flat as if he were commenting on the strength of a cup of coffee. You haven't answered me yet. Frank looked back, his gaze sharp. It seems you've been sold out. Sold out? Zhang Sen sneered. Not really. Hydra and I have always just been using each other. Working together to cause trouble for S.H.I.E.L.D., working together to steal things. I failed, and they abandoned me, the loser. It's only natural. Without the secret support and intelligence from certain Hydra factions, it would have been impossible for him to turn S.H.I.E.L.D. upside down on his own. The Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D., like Alexander Pierce's faction, and the Hydra he worked with, like Baron Strucker's faction, were never on the same side to begin with. You seem. Frank paused, as if weighing his words, quite happy. Of course. Zhang Sen's smile became a bit dangerous, a bit excited. If they hadn't turned on me first, how could I have the heart to just go ahead and wipe out my partners, and take everything they own? After all, I'm no devil, right? Frank's eye, which had remained rippleless, flickered slightly. A similarly bloodthirsty and cold sense of excitement flashed across him. Count me in, he said succinctly. Obviously. Zhang Sen's smile widened. You're my best partner, Frank. Frank said no more, turning to pull open the car door with clean, efficient movements. He sat in the driver's seat and patted the passenger spot. Get in. Zhang Sen, however, didn't move. Frank frowned slightly. Think the two of us can't handle it? No, Zhang Sen shook his head. The two of us are enough to raid them. But Hydra has too many strongholds, and the people are too scattered. Just the two of us can't plug every hole. Especially those leaders, if even one escapes, it'll be a lingering problem. I hate trouble. So, either we don't move at all, or if we do, we make sure not a single one of them gets away. He paused and added, besides, there might be a few, special little ones hidden in their nest that might take some effort to deal with. The names, Wanda, and Quicksilver, flashed through his mind. In this chaotic world, the source of their powers and the timing of their awakening can't be based entirely on memories. So, we need some help. Zhang Sen looked at Frank. Where to now? First, find a place to rest and change our look. Zhang Sen tugged at his tattered prison uniform. Then, go see someone. Who? The corner of Zhang Sen's mouth curled into a mysterious arc. Hellfire Club. White Queen. In that windowless, dim room, Fury sat alone, a screen in front of him repeatedly playing a clip of edited surveillance footage. The dried fish vanished, a potion appeared, Zhang Sen consumed it, then punched through the alloy door, crushing the guards with ease. The door slid open silently, and Hill walked in, standing behind him to the side. Hill, Fury didn't turn around, his voice low. What do you see in this video? Hill stared at the screen, her voice steady. Spatial displacement technology, or someone with spatial abilities is assisting him. That white potion has extremely potent effects. We've observed super defense, super strength, mid-range energy release, and large-scale physical destruction, among other abilities. The rest are unknown. I suggest organizing a technical team immediately to analyze its composition and principles of operation to find countermeasures. Stop all related data collection and analysis, Fury said suddenly. Hill was stunned. Director. Why? This is the best chance to understand his abilities and find his weaknesses. Fury slowly turned around, his single eye looking exceptionally deep in the dim light. This is what I told you before, the most terrifying thing about people like Jongsen and Frank. They are perfect, killing machines. Strength, speed, skill, intellect, no shortcomings. Those superpowered individuals aren't scary because their strength is unbalanced. Strength types are clumsy, elemental manipulators have fragile bodies, mental controllers are their own weakness. Even S-class threats like Magneto and Professor X have fatal heals. But Jongsen doesn't. Fury pointed at the frozen frame where Jongsen was walking into a hail of bullets, his eyes terrifyingly calm. The strength you see is only what he wants you to see. His control over power is terrifyingly precise, as if that power were naturally a part of his body. If he makes you feel like you've found his weakness. Fury paused, his single eye staring intently at Hill. Remember, Hill, if one day you are certain you've found Jansen Leong's weakness, then give up immediately. 99% of the time, it's a trap he prepared for you. Hill's pupils constricted slightly. When she looked at the figure on the screen again, her gaze had completely changed. It was no longer an assessment of a powerful target, but an examination of a near-insoluble phenomenon. Deep in her eyes, a flicker of light, a mix of shock and some strange emotion, flashed for an instant. Beside her, Fury, catching this out of the corner of his eye, twitched his mouth imperceptibly before returning to normal. In the motel room, the lights were a dim yellow. Jongsen took a shower and changed into a simple set of black clothes, his wet hair casually combed back. He poured half a glass of cheap bourbon. He didn't drink it, just swirled it in his hand. That egghead is probably staring at the recording right now, studying it frame by frame. He spoke to the air, as if talking to himself, or perhaps to someone else. He was never worried about Fury finding any weakness. A person who has honed themselves into a weapon from the inside out simply doesn't have such things. As for the duration of the enhancement potion, if Fury isn't an idiot, he wouldn't count on stalling for time to deal with him. For Jongsen, completing the enhancement only takes an instant, under any condition. Will he still send Natasha? Jongsen thought for a moment and shook his head. No, he won't. The egghead knows Natasha is excellent, but her heart is empty, longing to be filled. Someone like that is too easy to exploit. He won't take that risk. But with Fury's extreme pragmatism, he would never give up an opportunity to make contact and test the waters. Hatred. In the face of enough value, that stuff is worthless to Fury. So, who will it be this time? Jongsen thought playfully. Barbara, Sharon, or that little girl from the science division. He surely wouldn't send Hill herself, would he? Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, perfectly timed. Jongsen set down the glass, the sound of the glass bottom hitting the wooden table crisp. They're here. A faint, expectant smile appeared on his face. He raised his hand and tapped lightly at the empty air in front of him. Open, Heavens Trade. The Heavens Trade interface lit up, the light screen rippling slightly like swaying water. Tomcat jumped out from the light, his blue and white body steadying in the air. Upon recognizing Jongsen, he immediately grinned, waving his paws wildly by his ears while his tail thrashed noisily behind him. You're in high spirits, Tom. Jongsen's voice sounded a bit distorted through the light screen, but the smile was still evident. Hearing this, Tomcat's grin widened, his eyes squinting as he spun in place, his short tail sweeping up a small patch of non-existent dust. He suddenly paused, as if struck by an idea, and vanished into the light screen with a flash. A few seconds later, he reappeared, huffing and puffing as he pushed a small tin cart with squeaky, ungreased wheels. Several cardboard boxes were stacked on the cart. The top one was open, revealing rows of familiar enhancement potion ampules with identical labels. Exactly what I need, thanks, Tom. Jongsen's lips curled into a smile. I brought something for you too. He tapped the edge of the light screen, and an exaggerated mountain of snacks immediately piled up in a corner of the screen. Golden, curled dried fish were stacked into a tower, with paper-wrapped dried meat strips and smoked sausages piled beside them. Colorful boxes of milk drinks were neatly arranged, with the pink strawberry-flavored boxes being particularly eye-catching. Tomcat's round eyes instantly went wide, glued to the items as if they couldn't be pulled away. Saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth without warning, hanging in a glistening line that grew longer and longer until it dripped onto the ground, unnoticed by him. And this. Just as Jongsen finished speaking, he tossed a hard, yellow object the size of a car wheel into the center of the light screen. It was a whole block of Parmesan cheese, its rind a deep ochre, while the cut section revealed a fine, warm creamy white. A thick, rich aroma seemed to permeate through the screen. Tomcat froze completely, mouth agape, making, gasping sounds. His tail stood upright like a stick, motionless. Then, a crudely drawn, giant wooden hammer appeared out of nowhere directly above Tom's head. With a dull thud, it slammed squarely onto his head. Tom's head visibly flattened, pressing against his shoulders like a piece of squashed dough. Jong Sen didn't even twitch an eyebrow. Tom Cat reached out with his paws, grabbed the edges of his flattened head, and began kneading it like Play-Doh. After a few tugs and pulls, he reshaped it back into its original spherical form within seconds. He shook his head and glanced to the side. Jerry was darting away with half a bag of freshly stolen dried fish in his mouth, his little legs moving like a blur as he vanished. Tom curled his lip and flicked his tail dismissively, not bothered to give chase. He was about to have a whole mountain of snacks, who cared about half a bag? That hammer blow seemed to have knocked some sense into him. He turned and disappeared into the light screen again, reappearing with a gun in each paw. One was a blue and white toy water gun with a strong plastic feel, while the other was an old-fashioned Colt Python revolver, its bronze body gleaming with the dull luster of aged metal. Tom pushed the two guns to the front of the light screen, his round eyes shining as he looked at Jong Sen, full of, look at this, anticipation. Jong Sen raised an eyebrow without asking questions. The heavens trade glow flashed, the snack mountain and the giant cheese disappeared, and the two guns appeared on the table in front of him. From the other side of the light screen came rustling sounds and satisfied whimpers. Tom had clearly dived headfirst into the pile of snacks. Jong Sen picked up the guns. He was all too familiar with firearms. A toy gun, it's actually a laser emitter. He rubbed the smooth plastic body, somewhat surprised. He had some memory of this thing. It was one of the few functional items among Tom's unreliable inventions. As for the revolver, he checked it over several times. There were no signs of modification. It was just an ordinary Colt Python. I'll have to test it to see what's special about it. He wasn't in a hurry to try it. Setting the guns aside, he looked at the light screen. Tom, have you thought about what I told you before? Come with me. You won't have to catch mice. You can just tinker with your gadgets. Inside the light screen, Tom Cat struggled to pull his head out of the snack pile, a conflicted expression on his face. His paw suddenly elongated, pulling out a small drawing board from behind him. He dipped the tip of his claw into some ink from somewhere and scribbled a line of crooked words. Owner went to work. Tom could actually talk, but most of the time he treated himself like a real cat. Cats shouldn't talk, but cats can write. Tom's logic was that simple. All right, when your owner gets back, let me know. I'll go talk to her. As Jong Sen spoke, he glanced at the bottom right corner of the light screen. The red heart icon representing favorability had already jumped to 99%. Tom slapped his forehead with a paw in distress, stopping the owner from going to work. This was no easy task. Just then, the transaction notification sounded again. Tom accepted it, looking puzzled. A heavy, glistening gold bar thudded onto his forehead before rolling to the ground. Tom stared at the gold bar on the floor, his cat eyes instantly fixing on it. He wasn't stupid, he knew exactly what it was. Give this to your owner, Jong Sen's voice came through. No matter what she's busy with, for the sake of this, she should be willing to chat for a bit. Closing the trade interface, Jong Sen picked up the two guns and headed toward the basement shooting range. This villa had been specially modified, with a small shooting range in the basement. Frank was crouching in front of a workbench, fiddling with a half-disassembled modified gun. He didn't even look up when he heard footsteps. Look at the good stuff I got, Jong Sen said. Only then did Frank sluggishly lift his eyelids and glance over. A Colt Python. Where did you scrounge up that antique? As for the toy gun, his gaze passed right over it. Jong Sen smiled without explaining. He picked up the revolver, the feel was familiar. Without even needing to aim carefully, he casually pulled the trigger at a distant target. Bang! The bullet hit the bullseye. Hearing the gunshot, Frank didn't stop his work. Seems well maintained. Then, the gunshots rang out rhythmically. Bang, bang, bang. At first, Frank didn't pay attention. But by the 7th shot, his movements slowed down. By the 10th, he stopped and looked up. The 20th shot, the 30th, the 50th. Jong Sen stopped, not because he was out of bullets, but because he didn't want to continue. Frank stood up abruptly, staring at the revolver as if seeing it for the first time. Where does a Colt Python get 50 rounds of ammunition? 50 rounds. Jong Sen raised an eyebrow and casually pulled the trigger again. Bang! Frank. He rushed to Jong Sen at top speed, snatched the revolver, and inspected it from every angle. The body was ordinary, with no abnormalities. He raised the gun and began firing continuously at a pile of scrap targets. The gunshots were so dense there was almost no gap. He fired off 100 rounds, and the muzzle was still smoking. He stood there holding the gun, looking a bit dazed. Infinite bullets. He turned to look at Jong Sen, his gaze like he was looking at a magician. Probably, Jong Sen shrugged. Frank gripped the revolver tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. His eyes held unshielded fervor. This thing, he lowered his voice, with a hint of a threat, is mine. If you dare say no, I'm not done with you. Jong Sen smiled indifferently. He picked up the ignored toy gun, aimed it at the reinforced alloy wall nearby, and pulled the trigger. Sizzle. A blazing red beam erupted from the muzzle, instantly melting through the thick alloy plate and leaving a small hole with glowing red, smoking edges. Droplets of molten metal slowly trickled down. Frank. The muscle car sped down the highway, its engine roaring lowly. Frank Castle held the steering wheel with one hand and tossed a folder onto the passenger seat. The Hellfire Club information you wanted. Jong Sen took it and flipped it open. After reading a few pages, his brow slowly furrowed. The timeline of this world was a mess, but some things had still happened. For instance, Black King Shah was long dead. He knew the Hellfire Club had declined as a result, but he hadn't expected it to be this thorough. The data showed that this organization, once a heavyweight in the mutant world, had now nearly vanished, leaving behind only a remnant of its former name. He closed the folder. According to his memory, after the Black King's death, there were a few possibilities for Hellfire. Either a new powerful leader would emerge, like Professor X or Magneto taking over temporarily, the White Queen would lean toward the X-Men, or the White Queen herself was in a precarious position. Now it seemed it was the latter, and the situation might be even worse than just precarious. Her clones had appeared in movies and shows, which usually meant the original had been captured and turned into an experimental subject. It's not all bad news. Jong Sen's brow smoothed out, and he even managed a small smile. If he were facing a powerful Hellfire, he would have to consider cooperation. But with this current mess, he had many more options. With his Heaven's Trade ability activated in an unconventional resource, like Tomcat, certain ideas began to stir in his mind. We're here. Frank stopped the car. Jong Sen looked out the window. It was a nightclub that looked quite old, half of the neon tubes on the sign were broken, and with its doors closed during the day, it appeared dilapidated and desolate. He pushed the door open and got out. Frank followed. The nightclub's main doors were tightly shut. Frank stepped forward and raised his foot. Boom. The thick wooden door, along with part of the frame, flew inward and slammed against the interior wall with a loud crash. Who's there? Two men rushed out. One was scrawny with an exceptionally large head and small, shifty eyes, the other was obese with huge ears and rolls of fat, the ground trembling slightly as he walked. Jong Sen's gaze swept over them, and he understood immediately. A rat mutant and a pig man, their abilities were low, both rated as surface third rate. They were equivalent to the elite human level of Hawkeye or Black Widow, which placed them at the bottom tier among mutants. The two mutants grew tense the moment they appeared. They exchanged a glance, and the fat one let out a low growl, his body seeming to swell another size as he charged forward with heavy thuds. The skinny one retreated, emitting a sharp, strange hissing sound from his mouth. Jong Sen didn't even look at the charging pig man, merely tilting his head toward Frank. He's yours. He walked straight inside. The pig man roared and reached out to grab his back, but Jong Sen didn't stop. He simply flicked his heel backward as if by accident, precisely kicking the pig man's ankle. The pig man cried out in pain and lost his balance, falling forward right into Frank's cracking knuckles. Kid, I'll play with you. Frank grinned. Jong Sen walked through the corridor and pushed open a mottled wooden door at the end. The room was very dark, with only a single red spark flickering in the depths. The air smelled of smoke and the musty scent of old carpet. Snap. Jong Sen snapped his fingers. The overhead lights flickered on, the brightness making one squint. The room was reasonably clean. A woman with a stunning figure was curled up on an old sofa in the corner, a thin blanket draped over her. She held a cigarette between her fingers, slowly exhaling a cloud of smoke. She showed no reaction to the sudden light or the man walking in, not even bothering to lift an eyelid. I've long heard that the White Queen is a peerless beauty, Jong Sen said as he sat on the opposite sofa, his gaze calmly scanning her. Seeing you today, the rumors are true. The woman continued to smoke as if he were thin air. Unfortunately, the you right now isn't the real person, Jong Sen said. The fingers holding the cigarette twitched almost imperceptibly, and ash fell. But she quickly regained her lazy, indifferent composure, though this time she spoke. Her voice was somewhat ethereal, carrying a strange echo. You aren't a mutant. So, Jong Sen smiled. Do you think only a mutant can help you? His gaze sharpened, as if he could pierce through that beautiful skin. White Queen, or should I say, the White Queen's psychic projection. The woman suddenly sat bolt upright, a brilliant, inhuman light erupting from her eyes. Jong Sen immediately felt a sharp, stabbing pain in his mind, like countless fine needles pricking at once, attempting to scramble his thoughts and tear his consciousness apart. Jong Sen's expression didn't change, and his eyes didn't even flicker. He continued to look at her calmly. Your psychic power is a bit weaker than I thought, he said steadily. To crush me, you'd need at least 10 seconds. I'm not lacking that much time. The woman's voice carried a hint of anger, and the stabbing pain in his mind suddenly intensified. Jong Sen slapped something onto the table. It was the Colt Python with infinite bullets. The woman's movements faltered, and then she laughed, her voice full of mockery. I have no physical form. How can you kill me? With this gun. And within 10 seconds. Your psychic power is strong, but it's not the strongest. Professor X is above you, Jong Sen said unhurriedly. Even for him, it's difficult for psychic power to exist independently of the body for a long time. Yet you, who are weaker than him, have managed it. Excluding the possibility that you've suddenly surpassed him, there's only one explanation. You're using an external force. What is that force? And where is it hidden? He raised the gun, the muzzle pointing steadily at the center of her brow. The woman's expression turned grim. She took a deep breath, and a highly seductive smile suddenly bloomed on her face as her voice softened. I was just joking. Bang! The gun fired. The bullet grazed her cheek and shattered the vase behind her. Shards of porcelain and water splashed everywhere. Her eyes widened in shock. Zhang Sen shrugged with a half smile. Sorry, I was joking too. The air in the room froze. The light in the woman's eyes flickered violently once more, her psychic impact like a tsunami before a storm, wave after wave. 1 second, 2 seconds. Suddenly, she smiled, a smile filled with exhaustion and a hint of helpless surrender. Fine, the testing ends here. You win. She looked at Zhang Sen with curiosity in her eyes. Who exactly are you? You're not a mutant, yet you're so confident, and you have the scent of gunpowder and rust. Military. Why must it be the military? The military, or big capital, the White Queen said with a bitter smile. Those are currently the only two forces, besides mutant factions, that could possibly fish me out of that place. Oh. Zhang Sen raised an eyebrow. It seems the people who caught you have quite a background. I don't know exactly who they are, the White Queen's eyes dimmed. This is just a psychic projection I created using a treasure I stumbled upon. My last memory is of my original body being surrounded and captured alive by a group of people wearing specialized gear. They knew very well how to deal with mutants. Zhang Sen had a good idea now. Human supremacists, organizations specifically targeting mutants, this world was never short of them. I looked for Professor X, the White Queen continued. He tried to help me but couldn't find me. He also can't have the X-Men attack every possible suspect for my sake. As for Magneto, she didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. The old grudges were too deep, it was lucky enough that he wasn't kicking her while she was down. So, if you aren't backed by the military or big capital, just forget it. Her tone was near despair. A force that could hide from Professor X's detection was no small player. She stayed in this empty shell of hellfire only to attract capable people, but unfortunately, most who came were either useless or cowards. Military, capital. Zhang Sen smiled. That's not impossible. HYDRA's network was vast enough. The question is, what can you give me? He looked at the White Queen. A glimmer of hope instantly ignited in the White Queen's eyes. She stood up, walked over to Zhang Sen, and with a lift of her leg, sat sideways on his lap, her soft body pressing close. Even though it was just a psychic projection, the realistic touch and temperature were simulated with startling accuracy. She leaned close to Zhang Sen's ear, her breath carrying an illusory heat. All of Hellfire's assets, the legacy left behind by Shaw, are in my hands. That figure is enough to tempt any capitalist. Besides, her voice lowered, full of seduction, I am yours too. Zhang Sen remained silent for a few seconds before reaching out to lift her chin, a delicate sensation transmitting from his fingertips. Very tempting, he smiled. Well then, a pleasure to be working with you. He had mediocre interest in the Hellfire legacy, but he was very interested in the White Queen herself. Top-tier psychic abilities combined with diamond organic transmutation made her a solid surface first-rate combatant. As for the issue of loyalty, no rush. By the time he decided to go rescue her, he would naturally have enough confidence. Gulp, gulp. Frank tilted his head back and downed a few mouthfuls of a canned drink, his face scrunched up as it clearly didn't taste very good. In the corner, the bruised and swollen Rat Man and Pig Man huddled together, trembling. The door opened, and Zhang Sen and the White Queen walked out side by side with a natural posture. My best partner, Frank, Zhang Sen introduced. The Punisher, I've heard much about you, the White Queen smiled gracefully. White Queen, a future companion, Zhang Sen said to Frank. Frank gave a nod, considering it a greeting. Where to next? Frank asked. Back first. Zhang Sen's eyes narrowed slightly. I still need to prepare a few things, then we can set out. Fine, Frank replied crisply. As the three were about to leave, the White Queen looked back at the two mutants in the corner, her expression complex. Speaking of which, why did you take them in? Zhang Sen asked. To maintain the facade of Hellfire. Yes and no. The White Queen nodded then shook her head. Hellfire needs mutants to keep up appearances, but that wasn't the main reason I kept them. You know about the mutant classification, right? Gamma level is the lowest, Omega level is the highest. They are Gamma level, the White Queen sighed. This classification doesn't look at strength, but at the degree of mutation. Gamma levels are the category that differs most from ordinary people, yet their abilities are weak. Their living conditions are predictable. It's probably precisely because they are weak and have obvious defects that I was able to protect them. There was a hint of pity in her tone. Zhang Sen looked at the two figures huddled together. For such weak outcasts, without protection, the best outcome might be prison. More likely, they'd become consumables that silently disappeared in a laboratory. Then bring them along, Zhang Sen said flatly. Weak as they are, they might not be useless. Gratitude appeared on the White Queen's face. Thank you. She turned to the corner and shouted, still dazed. Follow us. The Rat Man and Pig Man glanced at each other, enduring the pain to support one another as they stood up and stumbled after them. For them, having a place to stay and food to eat was already an extravagant hope. Frank drove, and his speed was very fast. Controlling the steering wheel with one hand, he suddenly spoke. Those two guys actually have a bit of a foundation. Zhang Sen looked at him with some surprise. Frank wasn't one to meddle in others' business. The fat one has good strength and endurance, he can be trained if he's willing to work hard. The thin one's ability is suitable for reconnaissance. Frank's voice remained stiff. When I was beating them, they kept getting up trying to stop me, even though they knew they couldn't. It wasn't until I said I was only here to talk cooperation that they collapsed on the floor, laughing like a pair of idiots. Zhang Sen leaned back against the seat. Bottom-tier mutants are like that. Used to being treated with malice by the world, they treat a tiny bit of kindness like a treasure. If you're interested, then train them, Zhang Sen said casually. Mutants have a better foundation than ordinary people, what they lack is proper guidance. Frank nodded. I can do that. In the back seat, the White Queen's gaze was incredibly complex. Whether it was Magneto, Professor X, or the deceased Black King Shaw, they might have empathy for their own kind, but their focus was always on the powerful or those with potential. Those like the Rat Man and Pig Man were never in their sight. Professor X might be benevolent, but his benevolence couldn't cover every corner, resources and energy were ultimately limited. Now, two humans were showing a sliver of consideration for such bottom-tier mutants beyond just being usable. This caused a spot deep in the heart of the White Queen, who had originally only planned to use Zhang Sen's power to escape her predicament, to soften slightly. Zhang Sen caught a glimpse through the rearview mirror, a faint smile flitting across his lips. He was an egoist who would use any means to achieve his goals, but he didn't mind paying a small price to buy something more valuable. Like people's hearts. At the mountain peak, the wind was very strong. Several people were using binoculars to observe the wasteland below. It looked like an ordinary piece of barren land, but Zhang Sen knew an astonishingly large base was hidden beneath. Good camouflage, Frank put down the binoculars. More than just good, Zhang Sen said. It's practically a small underground city down there, about the size of 30 football fields. How do we hit it? Frank asked directly. The base has 4 exits, 2 main passages and 2 emergency passages. If something happens, the core personnel will definitely flee through the emergency passages, Zhang Sen analyzed, looking at the White Queen. White Queen, use telepathy to transmit the profiles of the core personnel to those two. He pointed at the Rat Man and Pig Man. You two, guard the emergency exits. Don't act unless you see someone on the list. Rat Man, you especially, don't fight head on, just use your rats to keep an eye on everyone. He turned to Frank. The remaining 2 main exits, you and I take one each and kill our way in. Any problems? A nearly ferocious, excited smile appeared on Frank's face. Couldn't be better. Then, before Zhang Sen could finish, Frank had already pulled out a vial of white enhancer and jabbed it into his arm. As the drug was pushed in, his muscles bulged slightly, and bloodshot streaks appeared in his eyes. The next moment, both men leapt down from the mountainside simultaneously. Boom, boom. Dust exploded where they landed, and the ground cracked. A piercing alarm instantly rang out across the wasteland. Frank gave a low growl and charged toward the main entrance on the right, his speed so fast he left afterimages. Zhang Sen turned toward a hidden surveillance camera of the base, smiled at it, and silently said something. Then, he twisted his body and smashed a punch into the alloy gate to his front left. Boom. Crash. The heavy metal door exploded like it was made of paper. Facing the tide of armed soldiers surging out, the faint smile on Zhang Sen's lips turned cold and sharp. Like a red-hot knife, he sliced into the congealed butter. Deep within the base, the command room. Baron Strucker stared at the 2 figures wreaking havoc on the screen, his face ashen. Especially when he saw Zhang Sen, his eyes practically spat fire. He had admired Zhang Sen, even considered cultivating him, until he discovered that this, mortal, was difficult to control. When Zhang Sen fell into Shield's hands, he cut off contact without hesitation. A chess piece that cannot be fully controlled, no matter how good, is a discarded piece. But he never expected that Zhang Sen would not only escape but also directly attack his lair. Useless. Nick Fury is useless. Pierce is also useless. He slammed his fist on the control panel. They can't even keep an eye on one person. Everyone, move out. Kill the intruders. Dead or alive. This wasn't enough. He looked at the superhuman combat power displayed by Zhang Sen and Frank, his eyes flickering, and finally gritted his teeth, pressing a prominent red button on the control panel. Release experiment subjects 1 and 2. Sir. A panicked voice came through the comms. Those 2 experiment subjects are unstable, they might lose control. Execute the order. Immediately. Or I'll personally shoot you. Strucker roared. Yes, sir. Deep within the base, a dull thud sounded as heavy metal gates slowly opened, like the breathing of a giant beast. In the corridor, Frank, who was clearing out miscellaneous soldiers, paused, suddenly turning his head to a certain direction. A violent, chaotic, blood-soaked aura was spreading from there. Not only did he not fear, but the fighting spirit in his eyes burned fiercely. He turned and charged towards the source of the aura. Soon, a tall, humanoid creature, with unnaturally grayish-green skin and grotesquely bulging muscles appeared at the end of the corridor. Its eyes were crimson, saliva dripped from its mouth, and it let out a guttural growl. Frank licked his somewhat chapped lips, clenched his fists, and went to meet it. Zhang Sen slowly exhaled the breath he had taken in. Blocking his way wasn't a zombie monster, but a woman. A woman so beautiful it was almost unreasonable. She didn't look old, but her figure was already breathtaking, her curves even more exaggerated than the White Queen's meticulously sculpted virtual image. But Zhang Sen's back muscles instantly tensed, hard as iron. He recognized this face. Or rather, he had been waiting for this face for a while. Scarlet Witch. Wanda. Even worse, this Wanda in front of him had terrifyingly red eyes, and he had seen the things churning within them. He had seen them in the eyes of those completely insane beasts that only wanted to tear everything apart. Besides destruction, there was nothing left, just emptiness. This was a runaway, berserk Wanda. Zhang Sen didn't look back, asking the empty air beside him, "Can you suppress her?" First, a faint light rippled like water in the air, then it rapidly condensed, and the White Queen's figure appeared. She stared at Wanda a few steps away for several seconds before her lips moved, hard to say. "We can try." She paused, then added, "That thing inside her body is very strange. Its level is ridiculously high. Also, if we fight head on, the remaining energy I have will probably bottom out. You know the consequences." The White Queen in front of him was just a psychic projection, sustained by the energy she had reserved earlier. Every bit used was one less, and it couldn't be replenished. "Then forget it," Zhang Sen said curtly. "Keep your strength, there are other uses for it." His words hit the ground, and he twisted his ankle. The concrete floor beneath him let out a crisp crack, and spiderweb-like cracks burst open. He shot forward like a cannonball, without any fancy moves, directly colliding with that berserk red figure. Boom. Bang bang. The muffled thuds deep within the base never stopped, one after another, indistinguishable as to whether they were explosions or load-bearing walls being smashed through by something. The alarm blared, its shriek sharp enough to pierce eardrums. Shockwaves, like invisible shovels, brutally plowed through the corridors, tearing down dangling wires and flashing red cameras, leaving behind a mess. In the control room, Baron Strucker's face was so dark it could drip ink. He couldn't wait any longer. The risk was snowballing, and those two experiment subjects might not be able to stop Zhang Sen, who had been enhanced by who knows what. He spun around, rushed out of the control room, practically running back to his own room. His movements were nimble, unlike someone his age. There weren't many truly important items, and he stuffed them all into a silver briefcase within minutes. Grabbing the case, he pulled open the door and dashed out. After taking 2 steps, his feet abruptly stopped. Then, he retreated step by step, slowly raising his hands above his head. The case in his hand, filled with his life savings, was now forgotten, clattering to the floor beside his feet. The barrel of a gun rested steadily in the center of his forehead. The unique chill of metal seeped through his skin, thread by thread, into his bones, leaving no warmth. "My dear fellow," Baron Strucker forced a smile, the muscles at the corners of his mouth a bit stiff. "A misunderstanding, this is absolutely a huge misunderstanding. You have to listen to me explain, you have to believe me." Bang! A bullet grazed his temple, the hot airflow tightening his skin, and struck the metal wall panel behind him, drilling a deep hole with curled edges. Chill. "I really want to believe you," Zhang Sen's voice came from the side, even sounding a little regretful, but the shadowy smile on his face had no warmth. "But my good fellow, this gun, it doesn't seem to agree." Baron Strucker fell silent, his smile completely collapsing like melting wax. This time, he was truly in trouble. "Sit." Zhang Sen casually pointed the gun barrel at a leather sofa nearby. Baron Strucker's eyes flickered, not killing him immediately. Zhang Sen sat down casually opposite him, the gun still in his hand, resting on his knee. He didn't speak, just waited. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the smooth armrest of the sofa, making a monotonous, regular sound. Time stretched out second by second, and silence fermented in the room, thick enough to be suffocating. Cold sweat began to seep from Baron Strucker's temples. This feeling of being suspended, waiting for something unknown, was even more unbearable than a gun directly to his temple. Knock knock knock. A soft knock sounded on the door, 3 times. "Enter." The door opened. A very beautiful woman walked in, her gait composed, as if entering her own living room. Baron Strucker merely glanced at her, and his face instantly drained of all color, turning ashen white as paper. Because behind the woman, another, Baron Strucker, followed closely. The appearance, clothing, direction of his combed hair, and even the habitual subtle raise of his eyebrow, were all identical. The only difference was that the Baron behind him had empty, unfocused eyes, standing stiffly like a puppet with its strings pulled. Baron Strucker's lips began to tremble, his voice quivering. "You actually know, this is impossible, how could you know? What is there to know or not know?" Zhang Sen glanced at the imposter, leaned back into the sofa, casually grabbed a bottle of wine from the small cabinet beside him. Without looking for a cup, he popped the cork with his thumb, smelled it close to his nose, then took a swig from the bottle opening. The liquid slid down his throat, and he narrowed his eyes before continuing. "How many rats who've been burrowing in a hole for too long aren't suspicious? Setting up a double, preparing a shell, isn't that your standard procedure?" He shook the bottle, the amber liquid clinging to the glass wall before flowing down. "Why do you think I made such a big fuss? If I really wanted to kill you, there are countless ways, guaranteed to make you not even understand how you died. Making such a grand show, wasn't it just to invite out the one behind you, the real master?" The imposter, Baron Strucker, heard this, and his shoulders slumped instead, as if a tightly drawn string had suddenly loosened. The faint panic and anger on his face receded like a tide, leaving behind a near-numb calmness. Do it, he said, his voice dry. If the real one is in your hands, I, the fake one, am useless. Kill you. Zhang Sen laughed as if he had heard something quite amusing, pulling at the corner of his mouth. Why would I kill you? The imposter looked up sharply, stunned. You aren't going to kill me. Make a deal. What deal? You help me sort out and manage this base, inside and out. In exchange, you'll be the second in command here, the real second in command. Not someone's shadow, nor a scapegoat who can be thrown out to take the blame at any moment. The imposter's face was like an overturned paint palette. Shock, doubt, desire, struggle, various emotions flashed rapidly across it. Finally, his breathing became noticeably heavier, his chest rising and falling. To live, to not die, to go from being a shadow hidden from the light to someone who could stand in the light, with a name, a title, and real authority. He would just have a different person above him, but this new boss seemed genuinely willing to grant power. He took a deep breath, the air he inhaled was cool, and what he exhaled wasn't much warmer. When he looked up again, his back was slightly bent in an obedient arc. I agree, boss. Zhang Sen nodded, tilting his chin toward the outside of the door. Then what are you waiting for? It's about to blow up out there. Yes, boss. The imposter responded, hurrying toward the main control room, his steps even carrying a slightly suppressed, light rhythm. Watching his back disappear at the doorway, the White Queen walked over and casually sat in the empty spot next to Zhang Sen, causing the soft leather sofa to sink slightly. She turned her face, her golden hair sliding off her shoulder. You trust him just like that? She asked, her voice devoid of emotion. Trust. Zhang Sen let out a short laugh, the sound devoid of warmth, dry. How much is that thing worth? He wants to live, wants to be a real person, not a shadow. Right now, the only path he can take is the one I lay out. As for whether he'll grow other ideas later. Zhang Sen paused, his gaze turning to the White Queen, his eyes very calm. I remember your ability, you can touch memories, right? The White Queen suddenly understood, a very slight curve appearing at the corner of her mouth. No wonder you kept telling me to use it sparingly. Temporary influence is possible right now. Completely altering it requires some time to prepare. Then do it. Mold him firmly, and this base will truly be in our hands. The White Queen nodded, her gaze shifting to the real Baron next to them, whose eyes were vacant, as if he had lost his soul. What about him? How should we handle him? Scrape clean all the useful things in his mind. Find the list of all confidants who knew about the two barons matter. Zhang Sen put down the wine bottle, the base hitting the glass coffee table with a crisp ding. Then, dispose of him. If everyone who knows the secret is gone, the secret is no longer a secret. The White Queen nodded but didn't act immediately. Her gaze rested on the side of Zhang Sen's face for a few seconds, something complex flickering within it before returning to calm. She understood now. Attacking the base was a smokescreen, forcing the real body out was the true goal, creating chaos was a diversion, cleaning out all the informed parties in the process was also real. Finally, using a more obedient puppet to take over everything. Perhaps, even approaching her in the Hellfire Club was a piece already placed on this board from the very beginning. The plan wasn't overly subtle, even a bit direct. But this man before her, his fist was hard enough, and his mind was clear. He knew exactly what he wanted and showed no hesitation when taking action. Following someone like this might actually bring some hope. At least, the matter of getting her main body out no longer seemed so far out of reach. Having a boss like this doesn't seem too bad, she suppressed the thought deep in her heart, not voicing it. A few days passed, and the surface of the base seemed to have returned to its usual order. Machines ran, personnel moved about, as if the previous chaos had been just a brief nightmare. Deep inside, in a spacious room, Zhang Sen stood before a massive floor-to-ceiling window, watching the ant-like flow of personnel and vehicles in the passageway below. Now, control of this base was truly, solidly, in his grasp. Suddenly, a smooth, cool arm wrapped loosely around his neck from behind. Immediately after, a warm, soft touch pressed against his back, carrying a faint, almost imperceptible fragrance. My boss, the White Queen's voice sounded close to his ear, her breath warm, making his skin tingle slightly. When are you planning to set off to retrieve my main body? Zhang Sen turned around, allowing the woman to hang on him like some kind of supple vine. He raised a hand and tucked a few strands of golden hair that had fallen near her cheek behind her ear. With her psychic illusion ability, the sensation was astonishingly real, almost impossible to distinguish from a virtual image. Emma, I won't fob you off by saying, the base isn't completely sorted out, yet. Zhang Sen began speaking, his fingers unconsciously twirling a strand of her hair, which felt cool and smooth between his fingers. But you must understand, rescuing you is not that simple. The light in the White Queen's eyes dimmed slightly. She understood all the reasoning. But every minute she waited, the danger to her main body trapped in some unknown corner increased. Only she knew the agony of that feeling. A single finger gently pressed against her slightly parted lips, stopping the words that were about to emerge. Don't rush. Listen to me first. The White Queen pursed her lips, suppressing the impatience, and nodded. Emma, you might not fully grasp just how high a position you occupy, Zhang Sen said. The White Queen looked up, her beautiful blue eyes showing confusion. According to your mutant classification system, you are level 4, second only to the legendary Omega class. That level still has no concrete example, it's more like a theoretical ceiling. The White Queen nodded. Omega class was more like a concept, currently, the recognized peak was level 4. The level 4 mutants openly displayed in this world are only 3, you, Magneto, and Professor X. I know some who hide in the shadows and don't show themselves, but even counting all of them, you could count them on 2 hands. Then add all those other troublesome figures who aren't mutants. Mages, demons, ancient relics that have lived for who knows how long. Lay them all out on the table, Emma, and your strength would still firmly rank in the top 20. The White Queen frowned slightly. She felt this ranking was even a bit low, but she didn't argue. That wasn't the main point. So, Zhang Sen's gaze turned toward the window, as if trying to pierce through the thick concrete and look somewhere far away. To capture you, a powerhouse firmly ranked among the world's top 20, so cleanly and decisively. Even if they used special methods targeting mutants, they're definitely not some soft target that can be crushed with a flick of the finger. We took this base easily because we ambushed them, caught them off guard, and didn't give them time to set up their defenses. If that Baron had been prepared, the firepower we'd face could be dozens, even hundreds of times greater than what we saw. And that's just the power beneath the surface. The ones who captured you, I suspect, most likely have military backing. To confront a military-backed force capable of capturing you head-on, we'd need, at the very minimum, 2 combatants of your level, plus sufficient support and coordination. Otherwise, the success rate is minuscule. The White Queen fell silent. Zhang Sen wasn't exaggerating, in fact, he was being quite conservative. 2 combatants at the level of a level 4 mutant. That paranoid fanatic Magneto wouldn't help, and that old softy Professor X certainly wouldn't get involved in something so clearly, over the line. As for other hidden level 4s, forget about finding them, just getting one to agree would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. 2. It's almost an impossible mission. The flicker of hope that had just ignited in her heart felt like it had been doused with a bucket of ice water. With a hiss, the flame sputtered, on the verge of going out. Seeing the growing dimness in the White Queen's eyes, Zhang Sen reached out, gently lifting her chin with his fingertips. Emma, don't look like that. If that path is blocked, it doesn't mean there aren't other roads. The White Queen's eyes snapped up, her gaze locking onto him. Zhang Sen smiled, a hint of something else in that smile. You know, this country beneath our feet is quite interesting. The president himself doesn't always have the final say. But conversely, if you have enough capital, you can buy almost anything here, including a certain degree of doing as you please. The military. So what if it's the military? Once we've accumulated enough capital and built our own network of influence, even the big shots in the military will have to bow their heads when the time comes. The White Queen quickly pondered. So, we start paving the way using the existing connections from this base. No need for that trouble. Zhang Sen shook his head. Then how? Zhang Sen didn't answer immediately. His initial idea was to swallow this branch of Hydra and develop using Hydra's global skeleton, becoming the undisputed ruler of the underworld. He had no particular preference for Hydra or S.H.I.E.L.D. In his eyes, the two weren't much different, both were tools to be used. But now, he'd changed his mind. Hydra could be used, but its reputation was too tarnished, and its foundation wasn't entirely clean. If there was a better option, why cling to it? The better option was Emma. Zhang Sen looked at her and said slowly, let's re-establish Hellfire. That Black King from back then, Sebastian Shaw, I have to admit, he had some ideas, a rare talent. But he failed. The White Queen didn't directly refute, but her tone carried clear doubt. It wasn't a pleasant memory. No, Theshel, of Hellfire isn't the problem. Shaw lost for 2 reasons. Zhang Sen held up 2 fingers. First, his vision was too narrow, focused only on the mutant community. But there are plenty of powerhouses in this world. Mages, demons, old witches, alien visitors, even some scientists whose intellect alone rivals gods. Open the doors, build a true club that accommodates all kinds of non-ordinary beings, and then draw in the real power brokers, the conglomerates, military, and political figures who control money and power. By then, Hellfire will be the uncrowned king of this world, the shadowy rule maker. At that point, rescuing your true self would just require a word from me. The head of the guy who captured your true self would appear wherever we wanted it to, like, say, in the toilet of some bathroom. A sharp light suddenly flared in the White Queen's eyes, bright and filled with long-suppressed desire. But quickly, she reined it in, returning to her usual composure. Darling, the idea sounds beautiful. But why would those arrogant powerhouses join? Those conglomerates and military people are close allies when there's profit, but when the profit's gone. A cold, mocking glint flashed in her eyes. Back then, Hellfire did have allies, but once Shaw died and she was captured, those allies vanished faster than anyone, leaving not a trace. Zhang Sen smiled, a confident certainty in that smile. That's the second point I was getting to. Shaw's direction wasn't wrong, but he lacked one crucial thing. He lacked a sufficiently enticing, unique bait, something that would make powerhouses and the powerful go mad to bite, and once they bit, they'd never want to let go. The White Queen thought for a moment, then looked up and asked, enunciating each word clearly, such as. Zhang Sen looked into her beautiful, almost illusory eyes and slowly uttered two words heavy as 1,000 pounds. Immortality. Outside the observation room, constructed entirely of high-strength transparent material, two people stood side by side, their gazes fixed inside. Wanda was curled up on the only soft mat in the center of the room. Her body occasionally twitched uncontrollably, her brows tightly furrowed. Even under the influence of strong sedatives and deep in sleep, her face still bore traces of pain and unease, her rest far from peaceful. The White Queen stared at Wanda inside, her expression unprecedentedly serious. The power sleeping within this girl is very, very dangerous. Like a volcano that could erupt at any moment, and what erupts won't be mere lava. Zhang Sen nodded. Chaos magic, one of the primordial forces from the universe's birth, was of course dangerous. It doesn't follow logic, it follows emotion. She's one of the top-tier combatants I'm preparing for the future, Hellfire, Zhang Sen said, his tone calm, as if stating an established fact. I can roughly guess what you're planning. Her potential is indeed terrifying, but I must tell you, with my current projections abilities, I'm not capable of entangling such a violent, high-level chaotic flow of power. I don't need you to untangle it. Zhang Sen shook his head, his gaze still on Wanda. And it can't be untangled. The source of that power is on a level too high, so high we might not even fully comprehend it. What you need to do is stabilize her mind, help her own consciousness awaken, and then let her slowly learn to control it herself. Since Wanda on this timeline had awakened chaos magic early, the key likely lay in the mental aspect. In the original storyline, fragments of the Mind Stone could help her, so there's no reason a top-tier psychic like the White Queen couldn't. If Professor X could suppress the Phoenix Force within Jean Grey, then theoretically, the White Queen should have a chance to stabilize the rampage of chaos magic. I can only say, I'll do my best. The White Queen's tone was grave, making no guarantees. Facing power of this level, any rash promise would be foolish. Meanwhile, in another world with a completely different art style. Tom Cat squatted by the greasy threshold of the kitchen, his large furry face filled with inner conflict, his eyebrows practically knitted into knots. He liked Zhang Sen, the human who gave him dried fish, rubbed his head, and didn't always shout like his owner. He really wanted to go with him. But he was also a stubborn cat with a streak of blind loyalty ingrained in his bones, the type whose temperament was, the owner kicks me down the stairs, and I turn around to bring him his slippers. To actively run over and tell his owner, I'm running away with someone else, he really couldn't bring himself to do it. It was too much conflict. He was so conflicted that when his arch-nemesis, Jerry, sneakily dragged away the largest, fattest piece of dried fish from the depths of his hidden treasure cabinet, he only flicked his tail weakly, too listless to even give chase. Just then, his owner's familiar loud voice, accompanied by heavy footsteps, came from the hallway outside. Tom. You lazy cat who does nothing but eat. Watch the house, do you hear me? I'm going out. Tom Cat jolted, his ears snapping upright. Oh no. It was almost time for his scheduled contact with Zhang Sen, he couldn't let his owner go out now. What if they missed each other? He darted out like a streak of gray and white lightning, blocking the owner just as they were about to open the door. He widened his mouth into what he thought was his most honest and pleasing smile, spreading his short arms to firmly block the doorknob. The owner was already in a hurry to leave, and seeing this stupid cat blocking the way, their temper flared. Stupid cat. Get out of the way. Don't block the door. I'm going to be late for work. A palm as large as a cattail leaf fan swung over with a whistle. Tom Cat was slapped aside like a tattered rag. With a dull thud, the entire cat was flattened against the door before slowly sliding down. Tom Cat shook his head, which was a bit dizzy from the blow, skillfully, peeled himself off the door, and wobbled back to stubbornly block the door again. His tail wagged frantically from side to side, trying to express the wish for them not to leave. Are you itching for a beating? The owner cursed. Catching a glimpse of a broom leaning by the door, they snatched it up, the wooden handle whistling through the air. Tom Cat swallowed hard. He couldn't hesitate any longer. Otherwise, this solid beating would definitely be unavoidable. The paw he had been hiding behind his back quickly reached forward, clutching something golden and heavy. It was the gold bar Zhang Sen had left him. That bright, gleaming light looked exceptionally dazzling in the dim, cluttered hallway. The fat, dark-skinned owner froze for a moment, eyes widening. Then, he completely exploded, the flesh on his face trembling. Well, well. You thieving cat. You've grown some nerves. You even learned how to steal gold. You stole my stuff and dare to show it off. See if I don't beat you to death. The broom, replaced this time by a sturdier iron clothes hanging rod, came crashing down, fast and fierce, with enough force to shatter cat bones. Tom Cat was stunned. It wasn't the physical pain he was used to that, but a heavy, stifling feeling in his heart. Without a second thought or a single question, the owner had decided he was a thief, a bad cat. An indescribable sense of grievance suddenly rose from the depths of his heart, sour and bitter. He couldn't help but think of Zhang Sen. If it were Zhang Senator, he probably wouldn't have concluded he was a bad cat without even asking, right? That human always seemed to give him a chance to explain first. In the Marvel universe, in a room deep within the base, Jong Sen was looking through some recently organized data when his heart suddenly gave a heavy, unprovoked thud. A mysterious surge of emotion washed over him. He immediately closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into his senses. The contact coordinate belonging to Tomcat became exceptionally clear and active, even carrying urgent fluctuations. He quickly summoned the shimmering trading interface in his mind that only he could see. He saw that in the column representing Tomcat, the favorability rating, which had been stuck at 99% for a long time, had somehow jumped to a solid 100%. Moreover, seemingly because the favorability had reached its maximum, the entire interface glowed with a soft golden light. In the corner, several uniquely shaped icon options that were previously grayed out and unselectable had appeared. Jong Sen didn't have time to look closely at the new features. His fingers slid and clicked rapidly in the void, choosing the emergency contact descent option without hesitation. The sudden maxing out of favorability meant something must have happened. Although that cat was tough, the owner in that world didn't know when to stop. The Tom and Jerry world. Tom Cat was scurrying away with his head in his paws, pursued by the iron rod fueled by rage. Suddenly, an extremely urgent and sharp notification sound rang in his mind, completely different from the usual gentle ticking. Alert. Your bound trader requests an emergency descent into this world. Do you agree? Countdown. 3. Tom Cat's movements suddenly froze. Before his brain could even process it, his body reacted first. Agree. In that moment of daze, the owner saw an opportunity. They swung the iron rod in a full arc, using all their strength and fury to smash it down toward Tom Cat's head. If it broke, they'd just get a new one. That sturdy-looking iron clothes rod whistled through the air, about to land squarely on Tom Cat's skull. Bang! A dull thud echoed, not the sound of shattering bone, but the hum of metal being forcibly stopped and vibrating from an immense force. A hand appeared out of thin air above Tom Cat's head without warning. With fingers splayed, it steadily and firmly caught the falling iron rod. The fingers were long and powerful, the knuckles turning slightly white from the exertion. Where it gripped the metal rod, 5 clear finger imprints were forced into the surface, and the rod even made an overburdened creak. Who gave you permission? A voice as cold as if it had just been pulled from an ice cellar rang out, each word hitting the ground with tangible weight, to hit my cat like this. The fat, dark-skinned owner's hand holding the rod froze in midair, their arm trembling slightly from the excessive force and the sudden obstruction. They stared dumbfounded at the man who seemed to have materialized out of thin air. A piercing chill rushed from the soles of their feet to the top of their head, and their back was instantly drenched in cold sweat, their clothes sticking clammily to their skin. The way the man looked at them was no different from looking at a stumbling stone on the side of the road or a pile of trash waiting to be disposed of. With a thud, the fat, dark-skinned woman's legs gave way, and she slumped directly onto the ground, the broken half of the rod clattering beside her. Jong Sen casually tossed the deformed iron rod into the corner like trash. The sound of metal hitting the floor was exceptionally piercing in the silent hallway. He turned his head and looked at Tom Cat, who was a bit dazed in the corner, clutching his head. Tom, are you okay? He asked, much of the ice in his voice melting away. Tom Cat shook his head, brushed the dust off himself, and rubbed his head, which didn't actually hurt. With his physique, he had been run over by a head-on train collision and blown away by high explosives. This bit of impact was truly nothing. But while he was fine, the feeling of being treated differently remained firmly in his heart. One beat him to death without asking why, while the other asked if he was okay first. He understood the difference perfectly. As long as you're okay. Seeing his movements were agile, Jong Sen felt relieved. Go pack your things. I'm taking you with me. Tom Cat's eyes immediately lit up. He widened his mouth and nodded heavily and forcefully, the grievance on his face instantly replaced by excitement. He turned and darted into the house. That beating had completely hammered away the last bit of hesitation and inexplicable loyalty in his heart. Watching Tom Cat excitedly run off to pack his belongings, Jong Sen turned back to look at the fat, dark-skinned woman slumped on the ground like a pile of mud, trembling. A very slight, cold curve tugged at the corner of his mouth. He had originally prepared a redemption fee. A small mountain of gold, more than enough to buy this entire rundown street. Tom Cat's value couldn't be measured in money, that bit of gold was just a formality to make the transaction look fair. But now, it seems he can save it. He had a bit of an impression of this fat black woman. In the animation, those red slippers appeared quite often. She was the owner who hit Tom the hardest and most frequently. Moreover, based on some of his personal experiences and observations, he had always lacked any excess goodwill towards certain specific groups. Jong Sen walked over and, as if picking up a worthless piece of junk, grabbed the woman's collar with one hand and lifted her off the ground. Amidst her sudden outburst of pig-slaughtering shrieks, pleas, and incoherent curses, Jong Sen's figure, along with the package in his hand, flashed and completely vanished into the air like a pencil mark erased by an eraser. By the time Tom Cat dragged a mountain-like pile of luggage, truly a mountain, with all sorts of things, its tattered blanket, several balls of yarn of different colors, that toy car that was always missing wheels, half a can of unfinished fish, and even its favorite old sofa with springs nearly popping out, cheerfully and huffing and puffing to the porch, he only saw Jong Sen already sitting composedly on the only intact high-back chair, waiting in a relaxed posture. Tomcat looked left and right, not finding the massive figure of his original owner. Somewhat puzzled, he pulled out the small drawing board and charcoal pencil he carried with him, scribbled a line of crooked words, and held it up to ask, "Where is she?" Jong Sen reached out and rubbed Tomcat's furry head. It felt quite good. "Don't worry, I found a bigger and more spacious place for her to live." She, happily, accepted it and was so moved she cried. The ocean was indeed big and spacious enough. As for whether she was truly happy, with tears and snot flowing and a look of utter terror, it could probably be counted as some kind of performance of being so excited she couldn't contain herself. Tomcat didn't think much of it and nodded happily, then somewhat sheepishly pointed to the literal mountain of luggage behind him, scratching his head with a paw. Jong Sen smiled. "It's fine, bring it all, don't leave a single thing behind." He stood up and brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes. "However, before we leave, I need to say hello to your old friend." Tomcat blinked and nodded readily. He jumped onto the tattered sofa first, accurately fished out a bag of dried small fish from the pile of luggage, happily tore it open, and began munching away. Jong Sen walked to the mouse hole in the corner, its edges chewed unevenly. He crouched down, curled his finger, and knocked 3 times on the wooden board at the entrance with a specific, moderate rhythm. After a moment, a small head peeked out extremely cautiously. First, a pair of dark, alert eyes appeared, then those twitching whiskers, and finally the whole little head. It was Jerry. His small paws gripped the edge of the hole tightly, most of his body still hidden in the safe darkness, his eyes full of suspicion and curiosity. "Little guy," Jong Sen softened his voice a bit to avoid scaring him, "Tom is leaving with me. Going to another place. Do you want to come along?" Jerry froze, his little head tilting to one side, his black eyes filled with the disbelief of, "Are you kidding, a mouse? A human inviting a mouse to go with him? Pure fantasy. He must be trying to trick him out to catch him." Jong Sen extended his index finger and very, very lightly touched the furry little head. The movement carried a peculiar gentleness. "You didn't hear wrong. Come with me, and you won't have to steal food every day in fear, nor will you have to constantly be on guard against being chased around the house by a cat. There will be plenty of good food, cake, cheese, sausage, whatever you choose. Anything you want, as long as I can get it, I'll give it to you." Jerry's little mouth moved involuntarily, and a drop of glistening saliva almost slid from the corner of his mouth. It sounded, really, so tempting for a mouse. Cake, cheese, sausage, and plenty of it. But he immediately shook his head vigorously, shaking away those delicious illusions, and retracted his little head a bit more. "No, no, too suspicious. How could there be such a good deal in the world? This is definitely a trap. It's a new type of mouse catching scheme." Jong Sen didn't force him and smiled. The smile looked quite sincere. "All right, if you're not comfortable with it, then forget it. The place Tom and I are going is very far. If you change your mind later, maybe we'll come back to see you. The original owner of this house won't be coming back. From now on, this place belongs to you." He paused and fished out a small gold brick from his pocket, actually from his storage space. It was only the size of a fingernail but of extremely high purity, and he placed it at the entrance of the hole in front of Jerry. "I'll leave this for you. It should be enough for you to call and order pizza and cheese for a very, very long time." Even in the dim light, that small gold brick still emitted an alluring, heavy glow. To Jerry, this thing was practically a glittering miniature mountain of gold. Jerry's eyes instantly widened like 2 black grapes, staring fixedly at the gold brick. His small paws lifted and lowered, the internal struggle so intense that his whiskers were trembling incessantly. Wealth, freedom, safety, delicious food. These words were fighting frantically in his little head. Seeing that Jong Sen had already stood up and seemed ready to leave, the string in Jerry's heart called, caution, snapped with a pop. He gritted his teeth and suddenly rushed completely out of the hole, using all his strength with his 2 small paws to grip Jong Sen's pant leg tightly. That force actually made Jong Sen's intended step come to a halt. Jong Sen looked back, crouched down again, and rubbed the little head with his finger, something else. Jerry looked up, the longing and fear in his eyes almost overflowing, his whole face contorted with indecision. To go, or not to go, that was the question. Seeing him like this, Jong Sen had a general idea. He could probably persuade the little guy now while the iron was hot. But this time, he hadn't intended to take Jerry away in the first place. This world was, after all, the source world of Tom and Jerry. Tomcat was one of the absolute protagonists. Taking one away might still allow the world's rules to barely maintain balance. If he took Jerry, the other protagonist, as well, and both core characters disappeared simultaneously, heaven knows what would happen. The world line collapsing, this precious coordinate becoming completely invalid. He didn't want to take that risk. Leave a good impression and play the long game. Later, when the time was right and his strength was sufficient, maybe he could pack up Jerry along with his large group of relatives whose abilities were each more heaven-defying than the last, like that incredibly strong cousin, the flying pilot uncle, and so on. That would be truly worthwhile. All right, I won't force you. Jong Sen's tone was gentle but carried an unquestionable sense of finality. We're leaving. Take care of yourself. Remember, this house is yours. He waved his hand and didn't stay any longer, turning to walk toward Tomcat, who had already shouldered that ridiculous mountain of luggage including that tattered sofa and was leaning against the doorframe waiting for him. The void was like a calm water surface into which a stone had been thrown, silently rippling with transparent circles. Immediately after, an irregular rift with shimmering edges appeared out of thin air. Zhang Sen took the lead, stepping out of the rift composedly and back onto the familiar floor of his Marvel Universe base room. Behind him, Tomcat, dragging his bulging mountain of luggage, haphazardly packed in a bedsheet, followed clumsily out. The rift closed silently after he had fully entered, leaving no trace behind. As soon as Tomcat landed, he curiously let go of his luggage, stood upright, and looked around, eyeing this room filled with metal and technology that was completely different from his hometown. His nose even twitched a few times as if sniffing unfamiliar scents. Looking at this familiar room under his control and glancing at Tomcat, who was curiously poking the metal wall with a paw, a completely relaxed, genuine smile finally appeared on Zhang Sen's face. That smile dissipated the hint of cold hardness that had long clouded his brow. Ever since he realized he had fallen into the danger-filled Marvel universe, a heavy stone had been weighing on his heart. It wasn't because of those madmen who wanted to erase half the universe at every turn, nor was it because of those demon gods eyeing him from outside the dimensions, but because of one person. That sorcerer supreme who guarded the nodes of the timeline year-round, maintaining the so-called, correct, course of history, Ancient One. The changes to the timeline were too great, and the butterfly effect was unpredictable. Who knew how that guardian would react? This was the greatest uncertainty, a threat from the level of rules. But now, this stone could be set down. From the moment Tomcat, a cat who ignores the basic laws of physics, stepped into this world, even Ancient One could do nothing about him. In a direct magical duel, Tomcat might not be a match for Ancient One, but Tomcat's ability is the pinnacle of idealism. If he thinks he can do it, he really can. Physical destruction. He can restore himself to his original state instantly. Spacetime exile. He can build a time machine or an anywhere door to stroll back. Want to completely erase him from a conceptual or causal level. Even Majin Buu, who can revive infinitely in the manga, would have to bow down to Tomcat's resilience and immortality, and curse. This is illogical. Having Tomcat by his side was equivalent to having an ultimate insurance policy that ignored most physical laws and could even tweak the laws of causality, a walking bug. Zhang Sen looked up, his gaze seemingly piercing through layers of alloy ceilings and the thick crust of the earth, looking towards that inconspicuous sanctum in New York, and even seeing that ancient temple atop the snow-capped mountains on the other side of the planet. After a long while, he murmured to himself in a tone mixed with certainty and relief, "It seems she doesn't intend to interfere, and she can't interfere anyway." He had brought the biggest rule loophole from another world. It was impossible for Ancient One not to notice the abnormal spacetime disturbance. Now that things were calm and there was no interference from Kamar Taj, it could only mean one thing. She had tried some method and found that she couldn't handle the variable that was Tomcat, or the cost of handling him far exceeded her tolerance. Zhang Sen stroked his chin, lost in thought, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. In that case, maybe in the future, I really can find an opportunity to visit Kamar Taj for study and observation. Regrettably, Kamar Taj is not open to the public recently, nor are there any plans to receive visitors. A peaceful, gentle voice with a certain strange rhythm and tone rang out in the center of the room without warning, as if it had always been there and was only just now allowed to be heard. Zhang Sen didn't show any panic at all. Instead, as if he had expected it, the smile on his face deepened. "Sorcerer Supreme, since you've graced me with your presence, why not reveal yourself and sit down for a cup of tea? I've just acquired some decent tea leaves." The air in front of him, like an oil painting stirred by an invisible hand, began to slowly rotate and ripple, precipitating tiny golden sparks. Immediately after, a woman dressed in simple yellow robes, with a shaved head and a calm, gentle face, stepped out from the circular aperture formed by those sparks, her posture as leisurely as if she were stepping into her own backyard. Ancient One stood still, her calm gaze falling on Zhang Sen. In those eyes, there was pure curiosity as well as deep scrutiny, as if she were observing an unknown variable that had suddenly appeared in an established equation. "You are very special." She spoke, her voice not loud, yet clearly echoing in every corner of the room. "In my long observations of the past, I never noticed your existence." Her tone carried a hint of genuine surprise and the slight, unavoidable sigh that comes when something unplanned appears. By the time she noticed, it was already too late. Out of the corner of her eye, with a speed human eyes couldn't capture, she swept a very fast and deep glance at Tomcat, who was currently squatting obediently to the side, focused on licking the dust off his paws. A trace of extremely faint yet incredibly heavy solemnity flickered deep within her eyes, which were as calm as an ancient well, before vanishing. "It's not surprising," Zhang Sen said as he walked calmly to a small tea table on one side of the room and began to handle the purple clay tea set. His movements weren't exactly fluid, but they were steady, exuding a sense of focus. "I used to be very law-abiding, and never touch the lines I shouldn't have. Just a small fry, naturally I wouldn't catch your eye as you guard the big picture of Earth." Ancient One nodded slightly, accepting this explanation. What she guarded was the stable framework of the entire timeline and the general trend of human civilization's survival. As long as it didn't affect those crucial time nodes or the overall fate of humanity, she indeed would not, and could not, pay too much attention to the life trajectory of a single individual. That was a different set of rules. She sat down on the hardwood chair opposite Zhang Sen, watching with interest as he boiled water, warmed the cups, and took out the tea, his movements carrying a raw earnestness. You seem to know quite a bit more about me and this world than the average person, Ancient One stated, her tone neither questioning nor affirming. Perhaps even a little bit more than you do, Zhang Sen said without looking up, focused on putting the tea leaves into the warmed pot. Oh, that is interesting. Ancient One's tone remained flat, showing no ripples of emotion. What? Is the sorcerer not curious about how I know, or how much I know that I shouldn't? Zhang Sen lifted the freshly boiled kettle, hovering it over the teapot, letting the steam billow. My curiosity has long been worn away by too many knowns and inevitabilities over the long course of time. Ancient One shook her head gently, light and shadow flowing over her smooth head. That's a pity then. Zhang Sen poured the hot water into the teapot, closed the lid, paused for a moment, and then poured the clear, fragrant tea into two small white porcelain cups. I was thinking that perhaps I could make a mutually beneficial deal with you, sorcerer. The sorcerer should be able to see that I harbor no ill will towards Kamar Taj or the order you protect. I am actually quite law-abiding myself, it's just that the rules I follow might be a bit different from the ones you're familiar with. Your rules, your so-called order, their light may not necessarily point towards the bright side that most people recognize. Ancient One pointed out calmly, her gaze falling on the cup of tea Zhang Sen pushed toward her. Is light that isn't blinding not light anymore. Zhang Sen also picked up his own cup, the steam blurring his features. A stable order is always better than a whirlpool of chaos, right? At least, under my order, the people who should live can live a bit better. Ancient One's gaze lingered on the cup of clear tea for a second or two. The tea was clear, the steam rising straight up with a fresh herbal aroma. It was a good cup of tea, and also a cup of welcoming tea. Having lived for centuries and seen all of human civilization, she naturally understood the signal transmitted behind this simple etiquette. Zhang Sen didn't speak further, merely making a please gesture, and then took a sip himself, savoring the sweetness on his tongue. Silence spread through the aroma of the tea. After about 3 or 4 breaths, Ancient One sighed almost inaudibly, a sigh as light as a feather brushing through the air. She reached out her right hand, steadily holding the white porcelain cup with her thumb and index finger, brought it to her lips, and slowly drank all the tea in the cup. Seeing this action, Zhang Sen smiled. It was a truly relaxed, even somewhat joyful smile. Drinking this welcoming tea meant that, at the very least, the two sides were not enemies who had to immediately resort to arms. With this action, Ancient One acknowledged his existence and permitted the, not so honorable, but at least, stable, order he might establish in the world in the future. This was a silent understanding, a compromise on a higher level. If you want to drink tea next time, you can come to Kamar Taj. The view there is better than here. As she spoke, Ancient One set down the empty cup. The air behind her rotated again, bursting with even brighter and more complex golden sparks, forming a stable portal. She stood up, her robes perfectly still. Sorcerer, before you leave, I'm truly curious about one question. May I ask? Zhang Sen also set down his teacup and stood up. Ancient One stopped at the edge of the aperture, not looking back, her figure half in light and half in shadow. I have observed 14,605 possible future branches. Her voice came from the boundary between light and dark, flat and without ripples. The result. Zhang Sen pressed. I killed you 9,250,000 times. You resurrected 9,250,000 times. Then, you killed me 8,013,000 times. Additionally, the flames of the Vishanti, the sanctum, were extinguished 9 times. Zhang Sen's eyebrows rose slightly. The trinity of the Vishanti, the source of white magic, had personally entered the fray. And had fallen 9 times. That was no small commotion. And the rest? He asked. Ancient One's figure had completely vanished into the glow of the portal, leaving only her laughter clearly audible. In that calm, ripple-less laughter, there was a rare trace of an extremely complex, indescribable, strange emotion. Her mouth seemed to twitch almost imperceptibly in the light and shadow. Zhang Sen watched the direction where Ancient One's figure had disappeared, his lips slowly curving into a smile filled with inquiry. The future development of things seemed much more interesting than he had originally anticipated. Otherwise, that Sorcerer Supreme, who held the authority over dimensions, would never have so calmly stated her ultimate end while remaining silent about everything that followed. He casually raised his hand, stroking Tom Cat's furry head every now and then, before stretching his body and standing up. Tom, take a look around here first and get familiar with the place. In a while, I'll have something for you to do. Tom Cat immediately bared his teeth, an excited purr rumbling in his throat. He puffed out his chest and patted himself hard with his paws. That elusive slate appeared out of thin air in his paws once again, the tip of a pen moving rapidly as a line of writing appeared. No need for rest, please give your orders directly, my lord. Tom guarantees the mission will be completed and will never let you down. True, you fellow can't sit still anyway. Zhang Sen led Tom Cat out of the room. Without stopping, they soon arrived outside a door that was kept closed year-round. He used the base's highest clearance to open the access control. The heavy alloy door emitted a low hum and slid open to both sides. Inside the room, rows of pure white reagent tubes were neatly displayed. These were the enhancement potions Tom Cat had created earlier. Tom, you should be quite familiar with these, right? Tom Cat nodded hastily, jumped onto the table, grabbed a reagent, and brought it to his nose to sniff. Indeed, it was the scent of his own concoction. The effects of these drugs you've made are quite remarkable, Zhang Sen's voice rang out calmly. So, is it possible to take it a step further and turn these temporary enhancement effects into permanent abilities? The power of these potions was beyond doubt. Anyone who used a single vial would possess enough strength to run rampant on the surface and rival an elite special forces squad. Unfortunately, no matter how great the power, it was like a fleeting flower, unable to last. Hearing this, Tom Cat tilted his head and scratched his ear. He first nodded vigorously, then shook his head somewhat hesitantly. The mysterious slate flashed again, and new writing quickly surfaced. With Tom's current abilities, permanent improvement is not yet possible, but Tom is willing to do his best to research this problem. Zhang Sen nodded. This answer was enough. As long as it wasn't absolutely impossible in Tom's perception, then given time, he would surely find a way. Since it takes time, then take it slow, no need to rush, Zhang Sen's tone was very composed. I will prepare all the materials needed for the research. Also, during the research process, if you want anything else, you can tell me directly. Tom Cat immediately became happy. He puffed out his chest again and patted it with his paws, making a thumping sound, looking as if he had everything under control. Very well, this matter can be discussed later. I have another thing I need your help with. After saying that, Zhang Sen led Tom Cat to the room next door. As soon as the door opened, Wanda could be seen sleeping in a nutrient tank. The girl's features were peaceful, yet they carried a deep sense of weakness. Tom, help me see if there's any way to wake this little girl up. Tom Cat's face immediately crumpled. He was just a little cat skilled at tinkering with potions, the profound field of curing illnesses and saving lives was truly outside his scope of knowledge. Just as he was looking miserable, a warm palm gently landed on top of his head. Tom, I know you are the smartest cat. Your wisdom far exceeds that of ordinary cats. I believe you won't let me down, right? For a long time, Tom had been used to being chased and beaten by that fat black mistress. When had he ever enjoyed such a gentle touch? A surge of warmth instantly spread from the top of his head to his entire body. The previously dispirited kitten seemed to have been injected with vitality. His fur became a bit fluffy, and a sharp light shot out of his round eyes. Smack! His blood boiling, Tom Cat curled his hind legs into the shape of wheels and slammed violently toward the transparent nutrient tank. With a dull thud, he directly crashed into a thin cat pancake, sliding limply down the tank wall onto the floor. PFF'd. A stifled laugh suddenly came from behind. Zhang Sen turned around. The White Queen, who had appeared at some point, was laughing so hard her shoulders were trembling. She already had a figure that could be called perfect, and laughing like this made her look even more bright and moving. Noticing Zhang Sen's gaze, the White Queen coughed lightly, a faint, almost imperceptible trace of embarrassment flashing across her face. Where did you find such a little clown? He's absolutely hilarious. Zhang Sen shook his head, his tone carrying a certain conviction. Tom's abilities are far more than just interesting. Oh, the White Queen raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. Could it be that he has something special about him? He is the smartest cat in the world, and at the same time, the strongest cat in the world. The strongest cat. A deep confusion surfaced in the White Queen's eyes. Even fierce beasts like lynxes or caracals weren't much of a threat to humans. But seeing Zhang Sen's serious expression, she faintly felt that this silly-looking cat in front of her might truly not be as simple as he appeared on the surface. Come, Tom. This is Emma. Say hello to her. The White Queen wondered to herself, could this be a cat that understands human speech? The next second, she saw the cat pancake stuck to the floor suddenly move, and a head abruptly popped out from the pancake. Under the White Queen's stunned gaze, that head rotated 180 degrees at an angle that completely defied common sense. A silly grin spread across his face as he waved a paw at her. The White Queen's azure eyes widened instantly, filled with disbelief. Slap. Zhang Sen raised his hand and lightly slapped Tom Cat's head. I told you to say hello properly. Who told you to play such scary tricks? Tom Cat immediately put on a wronged expression, twisted his body another 180 degrees to face the White Queen properly, and waved his paw again. White Queen. Something was wrong. This cat was definitely not right, he was simply bizarre beyond imagination. That's more like it. Zhang Sen rubbed Tom Cat's head with satisfaction. Alright, stop playing. Go take a careful look at the condition of the girl inside. Tom Cat nodded hastily and scurried over to the nutrient tank. He stood on tiptoe, curiously sizing up Wanda inside. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Sen was dressed in a sharp black outfit, sitting in a large, luxurious chair, his whole body faintly exuding an unquestionable majesty. Below, Tom Cat held a box that looked very heavy, pushing it in front of Zhang Sen like offering a treasure, his face written all over with an expression waiting for praise. Zhang Sen's brow furrowed slightly as his gaze fell upon the enhancement potions in the box. The appearance of these potions was similar to before, but the contents had undergone 3 major improvements. Yet even with the latest version, the effect only extended the duration to 1 hour. A 1-hour enhancement was already a staggering result. But in Zhang Sen's view, as long as it didn't reach permanency, these efforts would always fall one crucial step short. After all, no matter how long the duration, it could be compensated for by injecting a few more times. Permanency was the core he truly wanted. The current Tomcat had clearly fallen into some kind of cognitive misunderstanding. In his understanding, permanency meant infinitely extending the duration. Even if given several years, he would only keep going down this path and would never touch the essence of permanency. Is this as far as the enhancement potion project can go? Zhang Sen murmured to himself, his voice carrying contemplation. Tomcat, who had been full of anticipation, keenly sensed Zhang Sen's less than satisfied mood. His excited expression instantly faded, and he hung his head, looking very dejected. Sensing the change in Tomcat's mood, Zhang Sen reached out and gently rubbed the top of his head. Tom, you've already done very well. It's just that it's far from enough. Zhang Sen's voice suddenly grew a bit deeper. That Sister Emma you usually like, her true body is still being held captive, waiting for us to save her. Relying on just this is still far from enough. Hearing Zhang Sen's words, Tomcat immediately became anxious, his claws fretfully scratching his hair. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he abruptly reached behind him, as if there really was a 4-dimensional pocket there, and after rummaging for a while, he actually pulled out a reagent that was emerald green all over. Zhang Sen's gaze was instantly drawn to it. The color of this reagent was completely different from the previous enhancement potions, shimmering with a strange luster. Tom, what is this? Zhang Sen's tone carried a hint of inquiry. Tomcat hesitated for a moment, then shook his head at Zhang Sen. You don't even know the effects of something you made yourself. Just then, there was a hurried knock at the door. Come in. As Zhang Sen spoke, the door opened, and the White Queen walked in carrying a thick stack of documents. Don't ask why a projection can hold physical documents, the answer is the clever application of psychic power. The White Queen's gaze swept over Tomcat beside her. Even after spending several days together, her perception had not fully recovered from the initial shock. Looking at Tomcat was like looking at a peculiar existence that defied common sense. That group in the research institute is causing a ruckus again. Hearing this, Zhang Sen couldn't help but chuckle. For a group of researchers who believed in the supremacy of science, facing an existence like Tomcat, who completely defied scientific logic, being driven to madness from time to time was nothing new. Let them cause a ruckus, as long as it doesn't delay important matters. It already has, the White Queen sighed helplessly. Those guys got into a fight, and 2 researchers had their heads smashed in on the spot. Zhang Sen raised an eyebrow, his tone playful. What was it for this time? Because of this. The White Queen pointed to the green potion on the table. Oh, you've already figured out its effects. Yes, the effects could be called incredible. The White Queen's tone was filled with wonder. This potion can greatly activate the user's mental power, manifesting as exceptionally agile thinking. There's even a certain chance it can wake a person from a vegetative state. Those researchers are going crazy trying to snatch the 2 potions Tom has left. Hearing this, Zhang Sen suddenly fell silent. He wasn't shocked by the potion's effects, rather, he suddenly realized that the one stuck in a cognitive trap wasn't Tomcat, but himself. Why did he have to be so obsessed with permanent enhancement serums? It was only because, in his mind, such a potion should be like the super serums in sci-fi settings, one injection for lifelong benefits. But looking at it now, these potions Tomcat developed weren't super serums at all, they were clearly potions, the kind found only in Western fantasy stories. Wasn't the green potion in front of him a wisdom potion that could improve comprehension? Since he could develop potions to increase strength and comprehension, what reason was there that he couldn't develop potions for agility, physical enhancement, life extension, or even youth restoration? This path tinged with magical colors was clearly more suited for Tomcat than obsessing over permanent enhancement serums. Once he realized this, Zhang Sen felt like a new world had opened up before him. Now that potions had appeared, why bother with sci-fi style enhancements? Wouldn't it be more attractive to pivot directly to a fantasy style system? Improving comprehension and cultivating mana, this was much more enticing than a single permanent enhancement serum. Of course, there was no true method for refining mana in this world. Even the apprentices under the Sorcerer Supreme were more like mystic artists than mages, they relied on external or dimensional power rather than refining mana themselves. But just because it didn't exist didn't mean it couldn't be created. While a true mana refinement technique didn't exist, there was a similar substitute, Kunlun's Qigong. Although the Kunlun Qigong in this world was quite underwhelming, even the so-called poster boy, Iron Fist, only had glowing fists and might not even reach surface third-rate combat power. But as long as it existed, it had the value of being modified. At the very least, it was a proper cultivation system. The next moment, Zhang Sen's eyes landed burningly on Tomcat. As long as he got the cultivation methods for Kunlun Qigong and found a bunch of fantasy works with complete cultivation systems, with Tom Cat's miraculous, wish fulfillment, ability, there was a high probability, no, a 100% chance, that he could churn out one or even several extraordinary cultivation methods. This was far more attractive than any enhancement serum. Behind the light, darkness always lurks. In the bustling international metropolis of New York, there is an area known as Hell's Kitchen. It is a breeding ground for chaos and violence, where crime grows wildly like weeds. Matt Murdock lived in this den of iniquity. By day, he was a law-abiding lawyer, using the weapon of the law to fight for the rights of the weak. When night fell, he would change into a suit and transform into a superhero operating in the darkness, Daredevil. As the night deepened, it was time for Matt to take action. But today, he was a bit different from usual. He sat at his desk, carefully wiping the weapon in his hand, his usually steady face now filled with a rare gravity. Tonight's target was the man known as the Underground Emperor of New York, Kingpin. Matt was no stranger to Kingpin. That underworld overlord never bothered to hide his identity, but for various reasons, Matt had never made a move against him. After all, even in the darkness, a certain order was needed. Once Kingpin fell, the already chaotic Hell's Kitchen would only fall into deeper turmoil and bloodshed. But he shouldn't have sent someone to kill the woman he loved. Wiping his weapon until it shone, Matt put on his suit. At this moment, he was no longer the gentle lawyer, but the embodiment of Daredevil, punishing evil and promoting good. The night was as dark as ink. Daredevil's figure was like an agile bat, weaving through the skyscrapers, his movements swift and light. Soon, he reached the top floor of the building where Kingpin was located, silently crouching on the edge of the rooftop. Relying on his hearing, which far exceeded that of ordinary people, he precisely pinpointed the target's location. His figure flitted through the night like a specter, quickly climbing the outer wall. When he reached the window of the target floor, he suddenly threw a punch. The thick glass shattered, and his figure shot into the room like an arrow. Facing this sudden intruder and the shattered glass, the man sitting in the white executive chair remained exceptionally calm. He was a burly man whose physique was comparable to a sumo wrestler. He was Kingpin, the Underground Emperor of New York. Just sitting there, he radiated a suffocating sense of pressure. This pressure stemmed not only from the power in his hands but also from the muscles honed to the extreme beneath his massive frame. It was a strength that could be called the pinnacle of humanity. The extreme strength, combined with the majesty cultivated from years of being in a high position, actually caused Daredevil to be daunted by this aura, his footsteps faltering slightly. But the hatred and obsession in his heart had long since overwhelmed all fear. Daredevil let out a low growl and charged forward without looking back. Daredevil launched an attack. Daredevil crashed down. With just one punch, Daredevil flew backward like a broken kite, hitting the corner of the wall heavily. His arms trembled violently, and the faint sound of bones cracking could be heard. In the face of absolute strength, so-called techniques and super hearing appeared pale and powerless. Kingpin slowly stood up, walked step by step toward the slumped Daredevil, raised his foot, and stomped heavily on his head. Daredevil. Just an overconfident bug. Who gave you the courage to challenge me? To challenge the Underground Emperor of New York? Kingpin leaned down, looking down coldly at the struggling Daredevil, his tone full of disdain. You think I don't know who you are? You think I'm not clear about your abilities? Ridiculous ant, you don't understand the true weight of the word, power, at all. In the face of absolute power, all your struggles are nothing more than a clown's slapstick routine. Ring, 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 ring. A sudden, rapid cell phone ring broke the deathly silence in the room. Kingpin's brow furrowed instantly. No one should dare to disturb him at this time. But out of caution, he still took out his phone and pressed the answer button. An unfamiliar voice came through the receiver, its tone flat yet carrying an undeniable hardness. 1 minute. I'm giving you only 1 minute. Get down here immediately. The master wants to see you. With those words, the call was disconnected. Kingpin's face instantly turned ashen, and fire seemed to burn in his eyes. Never had anyone dared to speak to him in such a tone. Daredevil, pinned underfoot with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, suddenly let out a hearty laugh. Interesting, truly interesting. You just finished lecturing me, and the next moment you're being suppressed by an even greater power. I suddenly understand what you meant, ha 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 ha. This was no understanding, it was blatant mockery. Kingpin's expression became even uglier, veins bulging on his bald head. He gritted his teeth and growled, I'll kill you, you piece of trash, first, then I'll deal with that fool who doesn't know death when he sees it. Just as he was about to make a move, a deadly sense of crisis suddenly swept over his body, making his hair stand on end. Boom. Amidst the deafening roar, the entire wall exploded. Amidst the flying debris, a giant hand suddenly lunged out, grabbing Kingpin's head like an iron pincer and lifting him off the ground. That solid wall was as fragile as foam before this hand. A figure even taller and more massive than Kingpin slowly emerged from behind the broken wall. The newcomer was one of the mutants Zhang Sen had taken in, Pig Man. Since following Zhang Sen and undergoing rigorous training, the combat power of this once timid and honest Pig Man was no longer what it used to be. As the saying goes, first the pig, second the bear, and third the tiger, a pig's combat power is not to be underestimated. Once the ferocity in its bones is triggered, it becomes the most terrifying beast. The sharp pain coming from his neck felt as if his head were about to be crushed, and Kingpin's face instantly turned deathly pale. This once invincible underground emperor felt a bone-deep fear for the first time. Please forgive my insolence. The pig man hesitated for a moment and spoke in a muffled, serious tone. You need to apologize to the mister. I apologize. I'm willing to pay any price as compensation. Kingpin hurriedly begged for mercy, his voice filled with terror. Only then did the pig man's expression soften slightly. In the past, because his mutation was incomplete, he had suffered the cold shoulders and bullying of others, going hungry and cold, and had even been hunted by certain organizations. Later, the White Queen took them in, but she only provided the most basic protection. After all, the White Queen herself was in a difficult situation at that time. It wasn't until he met Zhang Sen that he truly welcomed a new life. Freedom, delicious food, systematic training, and most importantly, dignity. Therefore, his loyalty to Zhang Sen was now bone deep, and he would never allow anyone to show the slightest disrespect to the mister. The pig man did not let go, he simply gripped Kingpin's head and dragged him roughly downstairs like a small chick. A moment later, the two appeared on the ground floor of the building. In the territory that originally belonged to Kingpin, it was now so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. On both sides of the entrance stood two neat rows of guards, each fully armed and exuding an aura of having undergone a baptism of blood and iron. They were all elites picked from 100. In the very center of the hall, on the seat that originally belonged to Kingpin, sat a man. His build was not as exaggeratedly burly as Kingpin's or the pig man's, yet he inexplicably exuded a heart-palpitating pressure. Beside him, a stunningly beautiful woman with a romantic figure leaned in, serving him diligently. Yet Kingpin didn't even dare to lift his head, much less steal a glance. Zhang Sen took the wine glass handed to him by the White Queen and took a shallow sip. As the dark red liquid slid down his throat, his voice was flat yet carried an unquestionable authority. I want to see Madame Gao. Kingpin, pressed to the ground by the pig man, trembled violently upon hearing these words. For Kingpin to sit firmly in the position of underground emperor, he naturally had backers. Madame Gao was one of them, and she was the most mysterious and unpredictable one. Sir, Kingpin tried to refuse, but the words were cut short by Zhang Sen's cold gaze as soon as they left his mouth. Either pass the message for me, Zhang Sen's voice was like tempered ice, or die. Kingpin's face turned shades of blue and white, but in the end, he didn't dare to disobey. Trembling, he pulled out his phone and dialed the number he knew by heart. It's me. Yes, I want to meet with you. Fine. Kingpin nodded repeatedly, his tone full of sycophancy. Finally, the call ended. He cautiously looked up at Zhang Sen on the seat, his voice fawning. Madame Gao has agreed to meet, scheduled for 3 days from now. Zhang Sen didn't even lift an eyelid. He turned his gaze to a hacker nearby who was rapidly tapping on a keyboard and asked indifferently, have you locked onto her location? The hacker who was operating immediately nodded. Successfully locked, mister. Not good. The hacker's expression suddenly changed. Mister, the target is moving at high speed. Hearing this, Zhang Sen chuckled softly. An old fox who has lived for hundreds of years, her vigilance is indeed extraordinary. Let's go. Perhaps this trip will yield some unexpected gains. Mister, how should we handle this fellow? The pig man pointed at Kingpin on the floor and asked in a deep voice. Zhang Sen, who had already started walking out, waved his hand without looking back. Kingpin's face instantly turned as white as paper, and a shrill roar burst from his mouth. No. You can't kill me. Before he could finish his sentence, a crisp crack was heard as his throat was snapped by the pig man's raw strength. This once powerful underground emperor didn't even have a chance to struggle before he slumped limply to the ground, lifeless. Zhang Sen didn't have any particular personal animosity toward Kingpin, but in a certain story he knew, Kingpin had once built a time machine and caused a bloodbath. He wasn't sure if the Kingpin before him would take that path in the future, so he simply pulled him up by the roots to eliminate any future trouble. This guy's territory isn't small. Send someone over to take over. Yes, mister. In the cabin of a private jet, the elderly Madame Gao sat in her seat, her expression shifting and her brows tightly furrowed. Something's wrong, something's very wrong. That fellow Kingpin is arrogant. Since he took that position, he's rarely contacted me proactively. Moreover, he hasn't encountered any unsolvable trouble recently, so why would he suddenly request a meeting? The longer one lives, the more one treasures their life. Even if there were only a shred of risk, Madame Gao was unwilling to take it lightly. Therefore, she chose to relocate immediately, leaving New York at the fastest possible speed. For an entire night, the plane flew across half a continent. It wasn't until the sky began to pale that the elderly Madame Gao ordered a landing and had her subordinates drive her to her private estate as quickly as possible. As an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years, Madame Gao's wealth was already rivaling that of nations, and she had established luxurious properties all over the world. Sitting in the speeding car, a trace of fatigue appeared on Madame Gao's face. She pulled out her phone and dialed a secret number, her voice cold. Go investigate. Find out exactly what happened on Kingpin's end. After saying this, she hung up the phone and leaned against the soft back seat, closing her eyes to rest. Screech. The piercing sound of brakes suddenly rang out, and the car made a sharp 90-degree turn. The immense inertia almost threw Madame Gao out of her seat. Do you want me, an old woman, to snap your neck? Madame Gao's face changed drastically, and she screamed sharply, her aged face twisting with anger. Madam, someone is blocking the road. The driver's voice was filled with terror as he shouted tremulously. Madame Gao's expression instantly darkened, her eyes becoming incredibly sinister. Who is it? It couldn't be those agent organizations. The hand had planted moles in every major intelligence agency. If there were even the slightest movement, she would be the first to know. Kowloon was a possibility. But those old fogies of Kowloon had always disdained using such methods as highway ambushes. Could it be? Madame Gao suddenly thought of Kingpin, and her expression became even uglier. It seems I haven't made a move for too long, and some people have forgotten this old woman's methods. In her eyes, a violence and ferocity surged that was completely inconsistent with her aged appearance. Just then, boom, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted, and terrifying waves of fire instantly engulfed the entire car, the blazing flames lighting up the early morning sky. Fortunately, it was the early hours of the morning and pedestrians were scarce, so this sudden explosion didn't cause too much of a commotion. Several black sedans sped over, quickly surrounding the explosion site and forming a tight security perimeter. One of the stretched Lincolns slowly came to a stop, the door opened, and Zhang Sen stepped out holding Tom Cat. His fingertips gently stroked the cat's soft fur. At this moment, Tom Cat was as limp as a puddle of mud, letting out a comfortable purr. The White Queen, watching this from the side, had a subtle look in her eyes. Until this moment, she felt that this little fellow, who defied all scientific logic, might really just be an ordinary cat in some aspects. Aren't we supposed to get something from that old thing? The White Queen looked at the flames still burning in the distance and spoke softly. With the power of that explosion, even a mutant with a strong constitution would likely find it hard to survive. Zhang Sen chuckled softly upon hearing this. If she couldn't even withstand a small explosion like that, then she wouldn't be fit to be one of the 5 fingers of the hand. As soon as he finished speaking, with a loud boom, the burning flames were forcibly pushed aside by an invisible force, and a figure stepped slowly out of the sea of fire. Flames churned around her, but they were kept at bay by a transparent membrane, unable to harm her in the slightest. With a wave of her hand, the surrounding flames instantly dissipated, revealing a disheveled Madame Gao. Most of her hair was singed, and her expensive clothes had become tattered. Her face was so dark it looked like it could drip ink. This was the first time in her life she had felt the threat of death so clearly. Back then, if she hadn't been afraid of death, she wouldn't have conspired with the other fingers to betray Kowloon and flee to this mundane world. At this moment, the fear in her heart quickly transformed into towering rage. Madame Gao's roar exploded like thunder. You deserve to die. No matter who you are. You, your family, your friends, and everyone around you must be buried with me. Amidst her roar, Madame Gao suddenly struck out with a palm. In the void, a massive, semi-transparent palm condensed, carrying a might that seemed capable of destroying everything as it slammed down toward the Lincoln where Zhang Sen was. Zhang Sen finally moved. He held Tom Cat high up in his arms. Seeing this, Madame Gao let out a cold laugh. Was she scared witless by her own power? What use could a cat possibly be? Tom Cat, held in the air, curiously watched the massive, whistling palm approaching. He blinked his round eyes and extended his small paw. He wanted to shake hands with this big guy. In the next second, that massive palm, capable of splitting mountains and cracking stones, was actually caught firmly by Tom Cat's tiny paw. Man and cat shook hands, just like that. Impossible. Madame Gao's cloudy old eyes instantly bulged, filled with unbelievable horror, as if she had seen the most inconceivable thing in the world. Sorcery. What sorcery did you use? I don't believe it. Madame Gao roared hysterically, the qi inside her body surging wildly as she struck out with another palm. A sharp, air-splitting palm force, accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, blasted toward Zhang Sen. Tom Cat was playing with the illusory giant hand in his grasp. Seeing another toy flying over, he immediately reached out with his other paw and caught this palm force as well. With a toy in each paw, he was having a blast, his mouth grinning from ear to ear, showing a silly smile. He even waved the illusory palms in his hands at Madame Gao, as if thanking her for the fun gifts she sent. Madame Gao instantly understood Tom Cat's meaning. PFF'd. A mouthful of fresh blood suddenly sprayed from her mouth, staining the front of her clothes red. She had emerged unscathed after taking a car explosion head-on. Now, she was driven to spit blood on the spot by this cat's antics. No. This is impossible. Fake. It's all fake. Madame Gao let out a shrill scream, her vision went dark, and she fainted dead away. Stop playing. Zhang Sen reached out, grabbed Tom Cat's little arm, and with a gentle flick, tossed the 2 illusory palms from his hands. Bang! Bang! With 2 dull thuds, the ground was smashed into 2 bottomless pits. Seeing this, Tom Cat was dumbfounded. His fur stood on end, and his round eyes were filled with shock. So, the things he was playing with just now were that scary. Zhang Sen waved to his subordinates behind him. Two burly men in black suits immediately stepped forward and firmly pinned down the unconscious Madame Gao. He turned to look at the White Queen and said in a flat tone, "Read her memories. I want all the valuable information." The White Queen nodded. In her azure eyes, a brilliant light instantly ignited, a sign of her psychic power activating. A moment later, the White Queen slowly withdrew her gaze and nodded to Zhang Sen. "Let's go check her lair here." Zhang Sen's lips curled into a playful arc. "This old thing runs here whenever she's scared. I imagine there should be quite a few good things hidden here." Hearing this, the White Queen couldn't help but smile faintly. According to her memories, there are indeed many treasures here. A short while later, the group arrived outside a luxurious manor covering over 100 acres. Looking at the manor before him, which was comparable to a royal garden, Zhang Sen chuckled softly. An old monster who has lived for hundreds of years really knows how to enjoy life. Unfortunately, from now on, everything here would belong to him. "Emma, lead the way." Zhang Sen spoke indifferently. The White Queen nodded. After merging Madame Gao's memories, she knew every corner of this manor like the back of her hand. She led Zhang Sen straight to an unremarkable small room. Her fingers flew as she pressed 3 complex passwords in different positions on the wall. With a low hum, the door to the small room slowly opened. What met their eyes were rows of a dazzling array of firearms. Sniper rifles, submachine guns, assault rifles, every kind of weapon imaginable was there, almost like a small armory. Looking at these cold metal products, Zhang Sen shook his head. As a trader of Conlan, possessing the profound Conlan Qigong, she could have relied on cultivation to strengthen herself, yet she chose to place her safety in these external objects. From the moment she betrayed Conlan, this old woman had taken the wrong path. Is this all? There was a hint of disappointment in Zhang Sen's tone. Of course not. The White Queen smiled, walked to a wall also filled with firearms, and gently pressed a spot on the wall. With a creak, half of the wall slowly recessed inward, revealing a deep, dark passage. Zhang Sen stepped in without hesitation. The passage was long and winding, filled with various hidden traps along the way. But before the White Queen, who possessed Madame Gao's memories, these traps were as good as non-existent. A moment later, the 3 people and the cat reached the end of the passage and entered an even smaller secret room. "This is the old lady's true treasure vault." The White Queen pointed to the shelves on the left side of the secret room and introduced softly. "On the left are some very old medicinal herbs. I'm not quite sure of their specific effects." Zhang Sen casually picked up a golden ginseng. Its roots were thick and its patterns clear. It was clearly a rare treasure. He looked at it for a moment, then lost interest and put the ginseng back in its place. "These over here are special items she spent decades collecting." The White Queen pointed to the right side of the secret room, her tone filled with wonder. "Each one contains a strange power. However, even the old lady herself didn't understand the specific use of most of these things. Except for this." The White Queen's footsteps stopped before an exquisite brocade box. She carefully opened it, revealing meticulously packaged small bags inside. She gently picked up a bag, her movements as soft as if she were holding a rare treasure, her eyes filled with an intense light. "This is dragon bone." The White Queen's voice carried a hint of imperceptible trembling. According to her memories, the effect of this thing is to grant immortality. Hearing this, Zhang Sen's expression remained calm, without the slightest hint of emotion. He had known for a long time that those old fogies of the hand were scrambling for new dragon bone. It was only natural that Madame Gao would have a little stashed away. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so terrified. The heat in the White Queen's eyes was quickly replaced by disappointment. It's just that the amount of dragon bone is too small. Even if consumed, it would only allow one to linger on for a few more years. It can't achieve true immortality. Zhang Sen smiled, picked up Tom Cat from his arms, and placed him on the table holding the dragon bone, his fingertips gently stroking the cat's fur. "Tom, did you hear that? This thing can grant immortality." Zhang Sen's voice was gentle, but carried a hint of subtle guidance. "Although you are the smartest cat in the world, you should know that a cat's lifespan is, after all, limited." Tom Cat tilted his head, first showing a distressed expression. Then, his gaze fell on the dragon bone and became burning hot. He looked up at Zhang Sen again, his little head affectionately rubbing against his palm, his eyes filled with longing and expectation. Zhang Sen gently rubbed the top of his head, his tone persuasive. "Naturally, there's a share for you. But as you can see, there isn't even enough of this stuff for one person, let alone us. So, Tom, it's up to you now." Zhang Sen's voice was encouraging. "Can you try to manufacture flour with the same effect as this dragon bone? You're the smartest cat, isn't it just some specially prepared flour? You can definitely do it, right?" Hearing this, Tom Cat immediately nodded vigorously, his little face full of solemnity and confidence. Tom is the smartest. What others can do, Tom can surely do too. Beside them, the White Queen looked at Zhang Sen seriously, bamboozling Tom Cat, her expression somewhat strange. She really wanted to speak up and remind him that this was powder made from ground-up dragon bones, not some prepared flour. But thinking about Tom Cat's various outrageous feats before, the White Queen suddenly felt that perhaps this little guy really could create a miracle. Additionally, "Emma, give me the Qi-Gong techniques you transcribed from her memory." Zhang Sen suddenly spoke. The White Queen nodded and opened her handbag. Don't ask why a projection would use a handbag, just consider it a continuation of a certain habit. A thick stack of materials was handed to Zhang Sen, densely recorded with the cultivation methods of Conlan Qigong. Zhang Sen handed the materials to Tom Cat, his tone filled with expectation. Tom, these are the powers that old woman cultivated, they can make one stronger. But this set of techniques isn't suitable for us. Can you try to modify them and come up with a version more suitable for us to cultivate? Tom, you haven't forgotten Jerry, have you? And Jerry's family of terrifying relatives. Zhang Sen's voice suddenly became serious. To defeat them, you must become stronger. This is your chance to get stronger. Hearing the name, Jerry, Tomcat was instantly like a lit firecracker. His fur stood on end, and a raging fighting spirit erupted in his eyes, 100 times more excited than when he heard about the immortality flower. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. Tomcat hung his head and shuffled over to Zhang Sen, a conflicted expression on his small face. Zhang Sen put down the documents in his hand, reached out, and gently rubbed the top of its head, his tone gentle. What's wrong? Did you run into some difficult problem? Zhang Sen hadn't actually expected Tomcat to succeed immediately. After all, creating a cultivation system that truly allows for growth and practice requires rigorous logical support. Tomcat's abilities didn't need to follow logic, but he himself needed a logic that could convince him. Tomcat first shook his head, then followed with a nod. Then, he reached his paw behind his back, fumbled around for a bit, and pulled out several books, slapping them onto the desk with a series of thuds, arranged in 2 columns of exactly 3 books each. Zhang Sen casually picked up the top book. The cover read, Night Breathing Technique, Apprentice Chapter. He flipped through the pages, his gaze scanning the text. It described a method of exercising the body and awakening the life energy within through specific breathing rhythms. Once the life energy accumulated to a certain level, one could condense what was called a life seed. At this stage, one could be called a Knight Apprentice. Not bad, quite interesting. Zhang Sen nodded inwardly. He had gone to a lot of trouble to get those fantasy novels for Tomcat, and it seemed the effort hadn't been in vain. He really had managed to figure something out. As for why such a Western fantasy-sounding breathing technique could be derived from an esoteric book about Qigong, breathing techniques sounded simple and direct. If he had actually come up with some Xuanwan cultivation method involving clearing meridians and cultivating the Dantian, Zhang Sen would have had a headache instead. Without guidance, messing around with that kind of thing could actually kill someone. The other 2 books were Night Breathing Technique, Night Chapter, and Night Breathing Technique, Grand Night Chapter. According to the framework Zhang Sen and Tomcat had previously agreed upon, a Knight Apprentice roughly corresponded to the low-level thugs of this world, a formal Knight was equivalent to a second-tier expert, and a Grand Knight should be able to touch the level of a first-tier master. As for anything higher, that would be for later, these were enough for now. Isn't this already quite decent? Zhang Sen waved the book in his hand. Tomcat, however, shook his furry head again. Zhang Sen turned his gaze to the other side, as the meditation technique side stuck. With a breathing technique to temper the body, a matching meditation technique to train the mind was naturally essential, otherwise, it would feel like half was missing. Tomcat still shook his head. Zhang Sen stopped asking and simply picked up the top book from the other stack, Meditation Technique, Junior Chapter, and quickly flipped through it. He read very fast, finishing in just a few minutes, followed by the Meditation Technique, Intermediate Chapter, and Meditation Technique, Advanced Chapter. None of the 3 books were thick, and he browsed through all of them in less than 10 minutes. Closing the last one, Zhang Sen rubbed the space between his eyebrows. The meditation technique itself seems fine, he looked up at Tomcat. The real problem is that you haven't figured out any magic that can be used with it, right? Tomcat immediately nodded vigorously, his ears twitching along with the movement. Zhang Sen fell silent again. Magic was usually linked to things like runes and incantations. Tomcat lacked a concrete concept of magic runes, so he was stuck here. But that stuff definitely existed in Asgard, though they couldn't go there now. As for the Sorcerer Supreme, those people were more like mystics, and what they used weren't exactly standard magic runes either. Even if they had them, they'd likely be somewhat different. Simply drawing a few symbols on paper to fool Tomcat into thinking they were magic runes wouldn't work. Tomcat's abilities were mind-boggling, but he wasn't stupid. Showing him a few magic-themed movies would be more reliable than drawing random symbols. Unfortunately, limited by the films of this era, there weren't many movies in the Marvel Universe that clearly depicted magic runes. It wasn't that Zhang Sen hadn't found some for Tomcat to watch, since Tomcat still hadn't succeeded, it meant those reference materials were indeed insufficient. Zhang Sen closed his eyes slightly, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the desk. As a transmigrator, perhaps his greatest advantage was that his thinking wasn't restricted by the current framework. After just a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, an idea forming in his mind. Someone, he called out to the door, have Pig Man send a drop of his blood over. Yes, sir. Before long, an attendant entered carrying a tray, upon which sat a crystalline slide with a drop of dark red blood condensed in the center. Zhang Sen pushed the drop of blood in front of Tomcat, while simultaneously pulling up a document on the computer with an excerpt of settings from a certain fantasy novel. Tomcat, the concept of innate spells is mentioned here. You've been in this world for a while now, so you should know about the mutant group. Those strange abilities they're born with, aren't they just a different kind of innate spell? Perhaps, you can try looking at it from this angle. Tomcat's eyes lit up instantly, like two tiny stars. He kicked off with his hind legs, and his whole body shot out with a whoosh, moving so fast he left only an afterimage in the air, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Only half a day later, Tomcat reappeared before Zhang Sen in a flurry, placing 3 noticeably thicker new books on the desk. The titles hadn't changed, they were still the junior, intermediate, and advanced chapters of the meditation technique. This time, Zhang Sen looked much more carefully, and his pace slowed down. It took him nearly half an hour to finish reading the 3 books page by page. This time, the meditation technique was indeed complete, and the effects were somewhat startling. Upon successfully completing each chapter of the meditation technique, one would gain a so-called innate spell slot. By analyzing and merging mutant blood, one could condense a unique innate spell rune and embed it into the spell slot to master the corresponding innate ability. 3 chapters of the meditation technique meant that, theoretically, one could obtain 3 different mutant abilities. This effect could be called heaven-defying. Powerful mutant abilities were everywhere in the Marvel Universe: Professor X's telepathy that could blanket the globe, Magneto's terrifying power to control magnetic fields. However, after just a few seconds of excitement, Zhang Sen's brow furrowed deeply. He reached out and patted Tomcat's head. Tomcat, this version is still no good. It needs to be changed again. It wasn't that it wasn't good enough, but that it was too good, a bit over the top. Since this thing Tomcat had created could transform mutant abilities into innate spells, what if it were chaos magic or the Phoenix Force? People always crave stronger, more incredible power. Once this meditation technique spread, possessors of chaos magic and Phoenix Force would likely appear in endless succession. Just imagining that scenario made Zhang Sen's scalp tingle. Once power of this level became widespread, the entire multiverse would fall into chaos. At that time, those high and mighty cosmic deities would probably be unable to sit still. Perhaps even that supreme existence, who had been silent for countless ages, would be disturbed and come looking for Zhang Sen for a heart-to-heart. Tomcat tilted his head in confusion. He had clearly succeeded. He looked at Zhang Sen, waiting for an explanation. Zhang Sen's palm still rested on Tomcat's furry head, his tone softening. Tomcat, what you did wasn't wrong. But the power in this version is too easy to obtain and far too powerful. If certain powers that shouldn't be popularized become ubiquitous, it will lead to terrifying consequences. Remember Jerry's monster-like uncle. Imagine if that ability to pull your whiskers even through a television set was something everyone could do. Tomcat shuddered, immediately recalling the terrifying old mouse who could snatch him and pull his whiskers through a TV screen. A clear look of fear instantly appeared on the cat's face, and his whiskers trembled a few times. He immediately reached out his paw, intending to tear the 3 meditation technique books to shreds. But Zhang Sen's hand was faster, gently pressing down on the books. Tomcat looked at him, puzzled. Zhang Sen's fingers stroked the rough edges of the pages. Tomcat, these 3 books aren't failures. It's just that because the power they contain is too great, they need to be restricted. You can try to refine a new version, for example, one that cannot directly obtain the abilities of others, but can only guide practitioners to tap into and strengthen their own original talents, condensing their own unique spell runes, thereby achieving the evolution and promotion of their abilities. As for this original version, Zhang Sen paused, it's not entirely without value. It could perhaps serve as a forbidden canon, only allowed for you and me to practice, never to be shared. This way, we can avoid the spread of terrifying power while also having some special trump cards in times of need. What do you think? Tomcat sat on his haunches and thought about it seriously. If only he and Zhang Sen possessed those magical, but terrifying, abilities, it didn't seem like much of a problem. Zhang Sen would never bully him, let alone pull his whiskers. Thinking this way, Tomcat nodded happily, a light of eagerness reigniting in his eyes. After Tomcat trotted off excitedly with the 3 forbidden cannons in his mouth to conceptualize the new version of the meditation technique, Zhang Sen was the only one left in the room. He sat quietly, his fingertips unconsciously tracing patterns on the tabletop, a complex and inscrutable light flickering in his eyes. 3 types of abilities, the most ancient powers in the universe. After nightfall, the long dining table was filled with exquisite dishes. Zhang Sen sat at the head of the table, with the White Queen on his left and Frank on his right, followed by Rat Man, Pig Man, and the fake Baron Strucker. Those present were the core members currently under Zhang Sen's command. As a dinner with a relatively harmonious atmosphere drew to a close, Zhang Sen signaled the attendants to clear the dishes. After the table was cleared, his gaze slowly swept across everyone. Thanks to everyone's efforts, our business has been developing well recently. This is the result of our collective hard work. Now, I have obtained some interesting things, and it is time to share them with everyone. He clapped his hands lightly. Attendants, who had been waiting nearby, stepped forward carrying trays covered with dark velvet and placed the items on them in front of everyone except the White Queen, neatly bound, thin booklets that emitted the fresh scent of ink. Frank was the first to pick one up, curiously flipping through the hard cover. What is this? He was the closest to Zhang Sen, and his speech was less restrained. The night breathing technique, Zhang Sen replied. It originates from a conceptualized ancient and mysterious inheritance. Through specific cultivation methods, it allows one to steadily surpass their own limits. How strong can one become? Frank's eyes lit up. He was a natural warrior, and his thirst for power far exceeded that of ordinary people. What you have is the first volume, the Apprentice chapter. Once mastered, you can become what is known as a Knight Apprentice. And being a Knight Apprentice means. Zhang Sen casually picked up a silver fork from the table and applied slight pressure with his fingers. Under everyone's gaze, the sturdy metal fork became like soft clay, easily twisted into a spiral by him. Strength several times that of an ordinary person, the speed to complete a 100-meter sprint in under 5 seconds, and a considerable ability to withstand blows. He then picked up a steak knife, its blade glinting coldly under the light. Zhang Sen rolled up his sleeve and made a forceful cut against the exposed skin of his forearm. With only a slight sound of friction, only a faint white mark was left on the skin, not even the surface was broken. Seeing this, not only Frank but even Rat Man and Pig Man's breathing quickened. Although Rat Man and Pig Man were mutants, their power levels were not high. Rat Man's ability leaned toward support, and his own strength was no different from an ordinary person's. While Pig Man had prominent strength and defense, his speed was a clear weakness. Not only that, Zhang Sen continued, the hallmark of a Knight Apprentice is the condensation of a life seed. Once successful, one will naturally master a special technique called Life Burst, instantly detonating the energy accumulated in the seed to unleash several times the usual power for a short period. Overall, a qualified Knight Apprentice's strength can firmly place them at the upper level of this world's third-rate echelon. Regarding the strength classifications like surface third rate and a second rate, Zhang Sen had mentioned them briefly before, and everyone present remembered. Even Pig Man, who currently had the strongest combat power on the surface, was only at the middle level of the third rate in Zhang Sen's evaluation system. At this moment, almost everyone's eyes turned fervent as they looked at the booklets in front of them. Rat Man, Pig Man, Baron Strucker, Zhang Sen called out. The three of you may leave first. Practice this breathing technique well. Once you master the Apprentice chapter, higher level chapters are not out of the question. Yes, sir. The three of them almost snatched the booklets, their faces a mix of excitement and near fanatical respect as they quickly withdrew, as if staying a second longer would be a waste. Who didn't long to become stronger? The opportunity was right before them. Only Zhang Sen, the White Queen, and Frank remained in the room. Zhang Sen looked at Frank. Frank, my old friend, aren't you curious why I kept you here alone? Frank shrugged, his face expressionless. My curiosity has always been limited. If there's something to do, just say it, and I'll get it done. Zhang Sen smiled. This Punisher, whom the one-eyed director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was so keen to recruit, was indeed perfect in certain respects. He casually tossed another book over. Frank caught it steadily and glanced at the cover. Night Breathing Technique, Night Chapter. Frank, both you and I have already reached the limits of ordinary human physical fitness, and we are just one step away from condensing a life seed. Becoming a Knight Apprentice won't be difficult for you, so I'm giving you this, Night Chapter, as well. I hope you can cross the apprentice stage in the shortest time possible and truly step into the realm of a knight. You should be aware that what we lack most right now is high-end combat power that can hold the fort. Frank gripped the two books tightly, his knuckles turning white. Even with his usual composure, his mind could not remain completely calm at this moment. He took a deep breath, his voice steady and powerful. Don't worry, I will meet your requirements. Carrying the two breathing techniques, Frank left with firm and swift steps. Only then did Zhang Sen look at the White Queen, the last one remaining, with a faint smile on his lips. Are you a bit disappointed? Everyone else has a path to becoming stronger, except for you. The White Queen lightly pursed her red lips, revealing a charming yet somewhat probing smile. I believe you wouldn't let me leave empty-handed, would you? Zhang Sen chuckled, took out another book from under the table, and pushed it toward her. The White Queen extended her slender fingers and opened the hard cover, Mental Meditation Technique, Elementary Chapter. Is this also the cat's masterpiece? She asked, her tone carrying a sense of understanding. She knew Tom Cat had been tinkering with these things, but she wasn't clear on the specific progress and results. Zhang Sen nodded. What is its use? It can make your innate psychic power stronger and more refined. The fingers flipping the pages paused almost imperceptibly. She suddenly looked up, staring at Zhang Sen with burning eyes, as if her gaze wanted to penetrate his outward appearance. Can it surpass Professor X? Zhang Sen uttered two calm words, by far. There are 3 chapters of the meditation technique in total. Every time you successfully complete one, your psychic power may undergo a qualitative leap. Once you finish this elementary chapter, your mental strength will no longer be much inferior to Professor X's. If you master all 3 chapters. Zhang Sen paused, his gaze becoming deep, that will be a completely different level and realm. Tom Cat's improved new version of the meditation technique was almost like a secret manual tailored for mutants. It prompted the mutation ability to undergo transformation after transformation by continuously guiding the ability user to dig inward, integrate, and sublimate their own power source. Even the most basic ability could become unrecognizable and incredibly powerful after several sublimations. For a mutant like the White Queen, who already had a very high starting point, after 3 promotions, it was highly likely she would break through her original shackles and touch a realm beyond ordinary human understanding, rising above the so-called surface first rate, to the level known as sub-father. A kiss carrying a fragrant scent suddenly pressed against him, blocking Zhang Sen's subsequent words. Then came a deeper, more lingering French kiss. A moment later, the White Queen pulled back slightly, a sly smile in her eyes. Zhang Sen licked his lips and shook his head with a smile. The taste is good, but I'm looking forward even more to the kiss brought by your true body. Then hurry up and rescue me from that fool cage, my dear boss. The White Queen stood up, swaying her charming waist as she walked toward the door, leaving behind a provocative silhouette. Watching her figure disappear outside the door, Zhang Sen whispered to himself. The true body, it's coming soon. He sat back in his chair and took out another book from his bosom. The cover of this book was different from the previous ones, more ancient, and even carried an indescribable sense of weight. This was the most primitive version of the meditation technique created by Tom Cat, which Zhang Sen had privately named, Forbidden Canon, Meditation Technique. Zhang Sen's own physical fitness had reached the human limit, and his mental strength was much tougher than an ordinary person's due to being a transmigrator. He had only taken 3 days to successfully cultivate the night breathing technique, apprentice chapter. And he had mastered the introductory chapter of the Forbidden Canon, Meditation Technique, even faster. That is to say, the current Zhang Sen could, at any time, follow the method recorded in the Forbidden Canon, to transform an external mutant ability into his first, innate spell. But he had been hesitating. Wanda, the wielder of chaos magic, was right by his side and within easy reach. Giving up chaos magic to choose another ability did not fit Zhang Sen's expectations. But if he chose chaos magic, after all, that was power originating from Cthon, the god of black magic. What would happen during the process of transforming it into his own talent, and what kind of backlash or prying eyes he would encounter, Zhang Sen had no idea. Risk and opportunity had reached a delicate balance in his mind. So he was waiting for a perhaps more suitable moment. A few days later, Tom Cat, who had disappeared for a while, reappeared before Zhang Sen with an excited expression, circling around him. Did you succeed? Zhang Sen asked. Tom Cat grinned and nodded vigorously, his whiskers twitching. Zhang Sen took a deep breath, picked up the internal communicator on the desk, and pressed a button. Have the White Queen come to see me. Before long, the White Queen walked in with elegant steps. Boss, what are your orders? I'll be leaving the base for a while. Everything here will be under your full responsibility for the time being. The White Queen's expression turned serious. Don't you need me to accompany you? My abilities should be helpful in many situations. No, quite the opposite. Zhang Sen shook his head. Your ability, in the place I am going, might be a taboo, and could easily lead to unnecessary trouble. The White Queen raised her meticulously shaped eyebrows. Such a place existed. But seeing that Zhang Sen had no intention of explaining further, she tactfully refrained from asking more. Understood. Leave this place to me, you can rest assured. I've always been at ease with how you handle things. After settling the base's affairs, Zhang Sen quietly left with Tom Cat. He didn't use a private jet or alert any Hydra-affiliated forces. Instead, like an ordinary tourist, he set off on his journey with a simple rucksack. A few days later, Zhang Sen, wearing a mask and carrying a travel bag, stood in a desolate and remote wilderness where few people ventured. Low hills and sparse vegetation surrounded him, and the wind kicked up dust, making the scene feel exceptionally lonely. It should be around here. He looked around and confirmed in a low voice. The backpack behind him moved, the zipper was pushed open from the inside, and Tom Cat's furry head popped out, looking around warily. It's up to you now, Tom Cat. Tom Cat nodded and nimbly jumped out of the backpack. He lowered his body, his nose almost touching the ground, and began to sniff carefully, as if searching for some extremely faint scent. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, time slowly passed. Zhang Sen stood there patiently, and Tom Cat searched meticulously. Who knows how much time had passed? It might have been 2 or 3 hours, or even longer. Suddenly, Tom Cat's ears perked up, and his eyes lit up. He stood up and waved his paws repeatedly at Zhang Sen. Zhang Sen immediately stepped forward and crouched down. Found it. Tom Cat nodded excitedly. Then what are we waiting for? Let's begin. Zhang Sen handed over the entire travel bag. Tom Cat immediately went to work. He poured out a pile of seemingly disorganized metal parts and small tools from the bag, and then his 2 paws moved so fast they almost left afterimages. A dense series of clinking and clicking sounds rang out. After only a few seconds, the sound stopped. The pile of parts had disappeared, replaced by a precision device that looked like a miniature microscope and a wafer-thin, nearly transparent chip. Tom Cat carefully picked up a slightly darker pebble from the ground, placed it on the chip holder at the bottom of the device, and began to operate it. His small paws adjusted several tiny knobs, and the chip glowed slightly, projecting an almost invisible, thin beam of light to scan the stone. A moment later, an extremely tiny drop of slightly dark and murky liquid slowly seeped out from the surface of the stone and hovered above the chip. The moment they saw this drop of liquid, both Zhang Sen and Tom Cat showed expressions of relief. This was the most important goal of Zhang Sen's trip, the White Queen's blood. This location was exactly where the battle had occurred when the White Queen was captured years ago. Since there was a battle, there was a high probability that bloodstains had been left behind. Tom Cat, you can start. Tom Cat's expression became exceptionally serious. He sat cross-legged, the posture looked a bit funny, but he was very earnest, carefully guided the hovering drop of blood in front of him, and then, as if having made a decision, swallowed it. The next moment, he closed his eyes. An indescribable, faint yet real invisible ripple began to slowly undulate outward with him as the center. This was the ritual required to obtain a talent spell, after successfully practicing the first chapter of the Forbidden Canon, meditation technique. At this moment, Tom Cat was trying to convert and fix the White Queen's mind control ability as his first talent. Zhang Sen wanted to use the chaos magic for himself, but he was also worried that it might attract Cathan's gaze or backlash. The safest method he could think of was to have Tom Cat first acquire powerful mental abilities. At that time, when Zhang Sen attempted to refine the chaos magic and his consciousness might sink into a deep spiritual realm, Tom Cat could use his mental abilities to dive into the depths of his consciousness and act as insurance. In case Cathan really did something through the chaos magic, Tom Cat would have a chance to pull him back. The reason he came here secretly was that Zhang Sen was determined not to let anyone know of the existence of the Forbidden Canon, meditation technique. Time passed bit by bit. Before long, Tom Cat suddenly opened his eyes. In that instant, a brilliant silver light seemed to flow through his pupils, and a familiar spiritual ripple spread out. It was the characteristic of the White Queen's mental power. Reading surface thoughts, applying mental suggestions, and even limited interference with memory, various abilities were tried one by one under Tom Cat's will. He was having a great time, though it was a pity there were no living creatures in this wilderness for him to practice on, so the fun was somewhat halved. Zhang Sen waited quietly, allowing Tom Cat to become familiar with and master this newly acquired power. This was less like playing and more like necessary adaptive training. Feeling that enough time had passed, Zhang Sen reached out and rubbed Tom Cat's head. Had enough fun, Tom Cat. It's time for business. Tom Cat quickly composed himself, the silver light in his eyes faded, and he returned to his usual appearance. He patted his chest, grinned at Zhang Sen, and gave a thumbs up. Don't worry, leave it to Tom Cat, no problem. Zhang Sen took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. He took out a metal box the size of a fingernail from his inner pocket and gently opened it. The box was lined with soft velvet, and in the center was a drop of blood that was even darker red, with a faint halo flowing within it. This was what he had taken from the unconscious Wanda. Without further hesitation, Zhang Sen tilted his head back and swallowed the drop of blood. Immediately, he discarded all distracting thoughts and, following the secret method recorded in the Forbidden Canon, meditation technique, began to try to guide and refine the trace of origin contained in the blood, the chaos magic. The process of refinement seemed to strip away the perception of time and space. Who knows how long had passed? It could have been just a moment, or perhaps as long as several centuries. In the depths of Zhang Sen's consciousness, the drop of blood seemed to be ignited, rising and changing, eventually condensing into a tiny scarlet ball of light that emitted an aura of boundless chaos and creation. Immediately afterward, the ball of light exploded silently. A terrifying torrent of scarlet energy, seemingly capable of eroding and restructuring everything, erupted from within Zhang Sen's body, swallowing him whole. His consciousness began to sink uncontrollably, down and down, as if falling into a bottomless abyss. Who knows how much time had passed? When Zhang Sen regained perception and opened his eyes, a world of vast, single, and terrifying color unfolded before him. Scarlet. As far as the eye could see, there was only scarlet. The sky, the earth, the outlines of stars faintly visible in the distance, and even the energy flow that seemed to traverse the void were all dyed in this unsettling dark red tone. Pillar after pillar of scarlet light, of varying thicknesses and reaching from heaven to earth, projected up from the unobservable bottom, piercing every corner of this space. The thinnest were only as thick as a bull's mouth, while the thickest were like a surging river of stars, incredibly majestic. Zhang Sen focused his gaze, and his heart couldn't help but contract slightly. Inside every pillar of light, a figure was imprisoned. A sultry figure, a blood-red battle robe, surrounded by a scarlet mist of energy. It was one scarlet witch Wanda after another. Different ages, different expressions, but all were Wanda. The thinner the pillar of light, the younger and more immature the imprisoned Wanda appeared, and the weaker the energy fluctuations she emitted. And within that thickest, star river-like pillar of light was a super scarlet witch with power terrifying beyond imagination. She roared silently, and the energy escaping from her every movement was enough to make the surrounding illusory stars flicker, causing the entire space to tremble. However, even such a powerful existence was completely unable to break free from the shackles of the light pillar. In fact, Zhang Sen could feel that she was being slowly and irresistibly pulled by that light pillar, toward the deep source from which the scarlet light surged, which seemed capable of devouring everything. Zhang Sen took a light breath of non-existent air. Although it was his first time here, he almost immediately understood what this place was and what these pillars of light meant. That source, which made his soul tremble and feel as if it were being sucked in with just a gaze, was 100% related to the legendary god of black magic, the source of chaos magic, Chthon. In the Marvel Multiverse's understanding, beings like the five cosmic entities have their projections or avatars in various branch universes. However, the god of black magic, Chthon, who has long been speculated to be on the same multiversal level, rarely shows signs of having avatars or projections, leading Zhang Sen to speculate that he might have taken a different path. Now he understood. Chthon's chosen method differed from that of the five cosmic entities. He viewed every wielder of chaos magic as cultivated fruits, aura seeds. As the host's use of chaos magic deepened, their power grew, and the bond between the host and chaos magic strengthened until eventually, the power would completely overtake the host, devouring them entirely and becoming nourishment for Chthon's essence. Zhang Sen looked up, gazing above his head. A new, relatively slender crimson light pillar had already formed and was slowly descending to envelop him. The hosts of chaos magic are all crops sown by Chthon. Zhang Sen thought with a chill, this situation is even more troublesome than expected. Fortunately, I prepared a backup plan. Instead of panicking, he directly zonked down in this crimson mental void, then focused all his will and began to call out. Tomcat. Once, twice, thrice. By the third call, a clear, slightly confused meow seemed to pierce through layers of barriers, directly resounding in his consciousness. The next moment, a somewhat bewildered-looking cartoon cat forcefully squeezed out from Zhang Sen's body, landing lightly on the ground beside him. Holding Tomcat, the tightly wound string in Zhang Sen's heart loosened slightly. Tomcat curiously turned its head, surveying this eerie space, and even extended a paw to tentatively scratch the crimson light pillar enveloping Zhang Sen. Ripples formed on the light pillar, but it remained unmoved. Tomcat, stop playing for now, Zhang Sen whispered, the situation is dangerous. If completely enveloped by this light pillar, my consciousness, or rather my soul, will ultimately be completely devoured by whatever is at the other end. Help me, find a way to sever it. Before we're pulled down. Tomcat immediately set aside its playful demeanor, crouched down, rested its chin on its small paws, and fell into deep thought. It had never done something like this before. Zhang Sen didn't rush it. Given the tacit agreement and complete trust between him and Tomcat, in a crisis involving his life and death, Tomcat would undoubtedly give its all. As long as Tomcat truly put its mind to it, it would surely find a way. This was based on absolute trust in Tomcat's unreasonable abilities. After thinking for a while, Tomcat jumped off Zhang Sen's knee and ran to the nearest, thinner light pillar. It looked left, sniffed right, circled the pillar twice, then suddenly stopped, opened its mouth wide, revealing 2 rows of small white teeth, and took a big bite at the edge of the crimson, solid light pillar. Crack! A crisp sound, like biting through an icicle, echoed piercingly in this silent crimson space. In the light pillars closer to Zhang Sen, those immature Wanda phantoms seemed to have no reaction, perhaps because their power was too weak and their perception was blocked by the light pillars. However, the super Scarlet Witch in the thickest, galaxy-like light pillar abruptly paused her frantic struggles. She sharply turned her head, her crimson pupils scanning the surroundings, her face first showing confusion, then turning blank. Zhang Sen gently patted the back of Tomcat's head as it smacked its lips, seemingly savoring the light pillar flavor. Stop savoring it. Hurry up and eat. Make the most of the time. Tomcat let out an ow sound, nodded, and without further delay, began taking big bites at the light pillar above Zhang Sen's head. Crunch, crunch. The crisp chewing sounds echoed incessantly in this eerie space. The super Scarlet Witch in the thickest light pillar finally locked her blank gaze on the man and the cat. When she saw the cat using an absurd method to gnaw at the light pillar, her face first showed disbelief and stupor, followed by extreme shock, and finally she froze as if petrified. Seeing the light pillar around Zhang Sen already gnawed into a noticeable gap, about to be bitten through, the utterly shocked super Scarlet Witch finally snapped back to reality. She began frantically channeling the vast chaos magic within her, stirring up waves of mental storms powerful enough to tear apart stars, crashing and pounding toward Zhang Sen's direction. However, no matter how violent her power was, it couldn't shake the crimson light pillar imprisoning her in the slightest, nor could it interfere with Zhang Sen's sight at all. She could only watch helplessly as the cat took the final bite. Crack! The light pillar snapped in response. The broken crimson fragments didn't dissipate, instead, they instantly transformed into the purest chaos magic, surging like rivers flowing into the sea, violently pouring into Zhang Sen's body. Without time to carefully experience the sudden surge power within him, Zhang Sen now clearly perceived that his connection to this crimson space was weakening, and the passage for breakaway had opened. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Sen scooped up Tomcat, who was still licking its paws, focused his will, and chose to leave immediately. At the last moment before his consciousness completely withdrew, he heard the utterly crazy, silent roar from the super Scarlet Witch behind him, along with the intermittent yet ice-cold and resolute mental message forcibly squeeze in his perception. I will find you, definitely. In a desolate field, the setting sun cast long shadows. Zhang Sen and Tom Cat remained in their sitting cross-legged and squatting postures, eyes closed, as if fall into the deepest sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Tom Cat's eyelids twitched, and it was the first to wake up. It blinked its somewhat confused eyes, immediately looked at Zhang Sen beside it, and discovered he hadn't woken yet. Worried, it leaned forward and gently nudged Zhang Sen's arm with its head. The moment Tom Cat touched Zhang Sen abruptly opened his eyes. Two substantial crimson beams shot from his eyes, it is more than a foot long, lasting several seconds before slowly retracting. Simultaneously, a violent, confusion, reality-twisting fear energy erupted uncontrollably from within him. Boom. Centered on Zhang Sen, the ground beneath him seemed struck by an invisible giant hammer, cracking and sinking inch by inch. The surrounding rocks and sparse vegetation, swept by the crimson energy, were instantly break down, annihilation, turning into the most basic particles dissipate in the air. In just a few breaths, within a radius of hundreds of meters, aside from the rampaging crimson chaotic magic, nothing remained intact. Even the air became distortion, scorching. Tom Cat was startled by this a sudden burst of energy, quickly making several agile leaps to dash to 100 meters away, hiding behind a surviving megaliths, peeking out its head, anxious, meowing. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A full minute passed before the rampage, seemingly crimson energy that destroys everything was slowly gathered as if by an invisible hand, gradually reintegrating Zhang Sen's in vivo. The terrifying red light in his eyes finally completely disappear, returning to their usual dark brown. Feeling the surging, both destructive desire-filled and limitless vitality imbued new power in his limbs and bones, Zhang Sen couldn't help but exhale gently, sighing softly. Truly one of the oldest force in the universe. Chaos magic. Even with my extreme control ability, it took a full minute to barely constrain this initially acquired power. He suddenly somewhat understood why the Scarlet Witch in film and television always seemed so rough and emotional in her control of chaos magic. This power itself is extremely difficult to control. The application methods of chaos magic are diverse: psychological intervention, creating illusions, material recombination. But its most core, the most essential characteristic is modifying reality, or rather, creating from nothing. It can create desired effects, items based on the user's will and cognition, and even distorting local rules to some extent. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Marvel. Wanda leans against the wall, Black Widow claps in support. Part 2. In a certain parallel universe, the Scarlet Witch's single declaration, "No more mutants," nearly eradicated all carriers of the mutant gene, an extreme manifestation of this ability to create, or modify rules. Such an overpowering authority, in the hands of most versions of Wanda, is often reduced to telekinetic blasts or throwing cars, truly, a waste of divine gifts. This is largely because they have never truly mastered this power, instead being driven by it. Zhang Sen thought, spreading open his right hand. A small, walnut-sized sphere of crimson energy appeared in his palm, spinning quietly. In the next moment, the energy suddenly expanded and stretched, transforming in an instant into a massive, 3-meter-long sword with an ancient design, its entire body flowing with dark red light, hovering in midair. Zhang Sen focused his will slightly. The giant sword swept out horizontally without a sound. A crimson thread sliced across the distant ridge. After a brief silence, the mountaintop of that small hill, following the trajectory of that red line, slowly tilted and slid off. With a thunderous roar, half the mountain peak crashed to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. The break was as smooth as a mirror. A giant hand, entirely composed of crimson energy, rose from the collapsed pile of rubble, its 5 fingers closing to firmly grasp the falling half of the mountain peak, then exerted force with a sudden burst. Bang! The boulders were crushed into powder, falling in a shower of dust. This is what chaos magic should truly be like, Zhang Sen said, watching the distant scene, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Even though it was just a newly acquired, not yet deeply developed seed of chaos magic, with Zhang Sen's own top-tier control abilities, the destructive force unleashed at this moment far surpassed that of ordinary, surface first-rate, experts, possibly even exceeding many. At the very least, the Thor, who claims to withstand neutron star energy with his bare body, might not be able to so effortlessly slice off a mountaintop in his normal state. Looking at the distant, now half-missing mountain that appeared quite abrupt, Zhang Sen stroked his chin. Only half left, it looks a bit off. He raised his right index finger, where a point of crimson light began to gather. The light grew brighter and its color deepened, shifting from bright red to dark red, finally becoming a nearly pure black, dark red particle spinning rapidly at his fingertip, emitting a low hum. Energy compression. This is a high-level technique almost impossible for the Scarlet Witch, requiring extremely high control over power. Zhang Sen flicked his finger lightly. That black-red particle shot out silently, striking the remaining half of the mountain. For a moment, the world seemed to fall silent. Then, boom! A dark red, shockingly large mushroom cloud shot into the sky. A violent ring of energy shockwaves spread madly in all directions, tearing up and shredding the ground layer by layer, annihilating and vaporizing everything in its path. The intense tremors could be felt even dozens of kilometers away. After a long while, the dust and crimson energy glow slowly dissipated. Where the half-mountain once stood had completely vanished, replaced by a massive, pitch-black crater over 100 meters in diameter and bottomless. The crater walls were smooth, showing a glassy texture from high-temperature melting followed by rapid cooling, as if struck by a meteorite or precisely bombed by a tactical nuclear weapon. Standing at the edge of the crater, Zhongsen faced the hot wind that lifted his hair and clothes. He reached out, picked up the stunned tomcat, whose whiskers were trembling, and rubbed its little head. All right, Tomcat, it's time for us to head back. Holding the cat with one hand, crimson energy gathered like mist beneath his feet, lifting him as he slowly rose into the air. After reaching several dozen meters above ground, he adjusted his direction. In the next moment, a sonic boom cloud exploded behind him. Zhongsen's figure transformed into a crimson streak of light, tearing through the clouds, racing at several times the speed of sound toward the direction he came from, leaving only a long white contrail in the sky. Flying at high altitude, the strong airflow was easily pushed aside by the crimson energy field automatically generated on his body surface. Trying this flight method for the first time, his directional control was still slightly unfamiliar. Zhongsen simply expanded his newly acquired, not yet fully proficient psychic perception ability, sweeping it like radar over the vast terrain below, using the captured mental activities of people on the ground to assist with positioning. This sweep, however, revealed something interesting to him. Zhongsen suddenly decelerated mid-flight, hovering above the cloud layer, looking down with interest at a crude camp hidden in a valley below. Has the timeline progressed this far already? How interesting, he murmured to himself. Perfect timing, Tomcat. Let's go witness the birth scene of a certain tin can. Meow. Tomcat poked its head out from his arms, curiously gazing downward. The camp in the valley below was a temporary stronghold of the Ten Rings. Zhongsen, holding Tomcat, walked in as casually as strolling through a garden. Inside the camp, fully armed guards patrolled back and forth, and soldiers on watchtowers vigilantly held their guns. Yet, to Zhongsen and Tomcat, who walked in boldly, they seemed collectively blind, ignoring them completely. Consciousness interference, sensory deception. For Zhongsen, who had preliminarily mastered chaos magic, making these ordinary people subconsciously overlook his and Tomcat's presence was not difficult. The Scarlet Witch in movies being witnessed by ordinary people and suffering online harassment seemed laughable to the current Zhongsen. Though, perhaps that couldn't be entirely blamed on Wanda, as the chaos magic within her had always been driving her, not the other way around. Zhongsen walked straight toward the largest-looking command room in the center of the camp, filled with monitoring screens. Arriving at the closed metal door, he casually waved his hand. Creak. A faint sound of metal twisting came from inside the heavy lock, then the door automatically slid open on both sides. Inside, several armed personnel monitoring the equipment heard the noise and immediately jumped up alertly, reaching for the weapons at their waists. However, their movements only half completed. A crimson glow, like ripples of water, spread out from Zhongsen, gently sweeping across the entire room. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. The next second, everyone in the room stood still, maintaining their postures of rising or drawing guns, their eyes empty, like puppets with their souls removed. Zhongsen walked to the main control screen, his gaze falling on the largest screen in the center. It displayed a dimly lit cave interior, where a bearded, haggard-looking man was fixed to a crude metal frame, while before him, a rough but massive metal construct was taking shape. Looks like it'll happen in a day or two, Zhongsen said softly, watching the screen. In that case, waiting a bit won't hurt. Witnessing such a landmark event from the original story was worth spending a little time on. He glanced at the middle-aged man nearby, frozen in a stiff posture, who seemed to be the base's commander, and casually ordered, "Go, fetch some fresh fruit and premium steak. I'm hungry." Yes. The commander, like the most obedient marionette, turned with slightly stiff but unwavering movements and walked out of the command room. The cave was dark and damp, the air filled with a mix of rust and dust. Two filthy, haggard men held their breath, staring intently at the rough, bulky metal thing before them, a large robot pieced together from scrap metal. It was in the startup loading phase, the progress agonizingly slow. Outside the cave, the footsteps of Ten Rings militants and sporadic gunfire could faintly be heard, like a guillotine hanging overhead. With each passing second, death drew closer. They were racing against the Grim Reaper. Thump, thump, thump. The heartbeat sounded heavy in the silence, almost bursting from the chest. Sweat beads slid down the temples, gathering at the chin before dripping onto the sandy ground. Honestly, I'm a bit curious. An unfamiliar voice rang out without warning. Tony Stark, the small glowing reactor on his chest shining faintly, who had been fully focused on the robot, was startled by the voice, his body jolting, eyes rolling back as he nearly fainted. Beside him, the bespectacled man Ethan panicked, rushing over to slap his face and press his chest, struggling for a while before Tony caught his breath again. Both panting heavily, they looked toward the source of the voice, still shaken. Without them noticing, a person had appeared there. A man holding a cat, sitting comfortably in a large, luxurious office chair, was watching them with interest. The chair was exquisitely crafted, its leather surface smooth, utterly out of place in the dirty, dark cave, even larger than the broken iron door at the entrance. Hell, who are you? When did you pop up? Tony asked in a rapid-fire succession while clutching his still aching chest, though his gaze was glued to the chair. And where did that beautiful chair under your butt come from? It's bigger than that crappy door at the entrance. This makes no sense. Ethan didn't speak, he just gently tugged on Tony's sleeve, his fingers trembling slightly. Tony followed his gesture and looked toward the ground, a chill suddenly racing up his spine from his tailbone to the top of his head. They were planning an escape in a terrorist's nest, and this sudden stranger had clearly witnessed everything. Crunch, crunch. The crisp sound of chewing rang out. Tony looked over, his eyelid twitching again. The man had somehow produced a bag of potato chips and was eating them leisurely. What kind of time is this to be eating chips? Tony felt that the man's very existence felt off, completely detached from the tense atmosphere surrounding them. Don't you like a snack when watching a movie? What about popcorn? The man asked casually after swallowing a chip. Me, I never squeeze into cinemas with people. I have my own private screening room, Tony answered subconsciously, then his eyes widened. Wait, you know what I'm thinking. Take a guess. A string of unbroadcastable profanities instantly rolled through Tony's mind, but he forced a stiff, fake smile onto his face. Ethan poked him again, looking uneasy. Tony glanced back at him. Don't worry, Ethan. This guy isn't with those scumbags outside. Tony lowered his voice, his eyes still fixed on the man. Though I can't figure out where he came from, look at him, he's got the same expression we have when we're watching ants move for fun. He's treating us like a show and even brought chips. Quick reflexes, Tony Stark, the man nodded, offering a bit of recognition. I'll take that as a compliment. It was. So, my mysterious friend who seems to have a bit of a soft spot for me, can you answer a question for me? The man rubbed his chin. Sure. You answer one of mine, I answer one of yours. A fair trade. Very fair, Tony nodded. He only said he was curious earlier, he didn't ask anything specific, Ethan whispered a reminder from the side. Tony turned to the man and shrugged. So, mysterious friend, what exactly are you curious about? This big hunk of iron? Or this thing in my chest? No, the man waved his hand. I'm not curious about those. What I'm curious about is, this big guy is powered by that little gadget in your chest, right? He pointed at Tony's glowing arc reactor, then at the specially reserved groove on the robot's chest where the arc reactor could be embedded. Tony nodded. So here's the question, the man's tone took on a hint of playfulness. The hole in the big guy's chest is just right for you to plug the arc reactor in. But that thing is just sitting there, exposed, is it bulletproof? Tony was suddenly choked up. If that thing blows up, it'll make quite a noise, won't it? You, and your friend, would definitely be finished in an instant. You built this iron shell to protect yourself, yet you left the most vital part directly exposed. Can you tell me why? Challenging your own limits. A new type of extreme sport. The Mark armors Tony would build later might have had protective treatments for the arc reactor. After all, he wouldn't be short on materials then. This one in front of him, the man looked it over a few more times, it was just a pure glass cover. Tony's face twitched a few times as he scrutinized his own work, suddenly feeling an urge to smash it. Ahem. Seeing Tony's conflicted look, Ethan couldn't help but speak up to break the tension. He cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. Sir, you can't really blame Mr. Stark. Our materials were truly limited, we could only make it like this. Tony immediately shot Ethan a grateful glance. Whether the explanation was reasonable or not, at least it was an answer. Fair enough. It seemed the man just wanted to tease the genius for a bit of fun. Since our answer satisfied you, then, sir, is it now your turn to answer our question? Ethan asked cautiously. Okay, the man nodded. Only one question. Think carefully before you ask. Ethan looked at Tony. Tony fell into a brief silence. With only one question, it had to be to the point. Origins, chairs, and such were meaningless at this moment. His sharp mind worked at high speed, and after a few seconds, he spoke. I want to ask, can you save us and get us out of here? Your friend with the glasses can go. As for you, the man looked at Tony with a half smile, then glanced at the chest of the Mark I, clearly prepared to watch the show. Tony's face twitched again. No. Ethan became agitated. Sir, please save Tony. If you want to see that big guy move, I'll do it. I can operate it too. Tony also got anxious. No, let's do it like this. You save Ethan, and I'll operate it for everyone to see. No. Ethan forcefully pushed Tony against the rock wall. Tony, listen, it doesn't matter what you think, but that head of yours is the most precious treasure of all mankind. Tony, live. Use your brain, use your wisdom, to help everyone. Tony's expression became incredibly complex. Ethan. Tony. The two men, faces covered in dust, stared at each other with burning gazes. Click. A clear shutter sound rang out. Tony, who had just been overwhelmed with emotion, immediately rolled his eyes. Shit. You're taking a photo, aren't you? Take a guess, Tilda. Tony forced a curse that was almost out of his mouth back down, his face turning purple from the effort. The tragic and stirring atmosphere from a moment ago vanished without a trace, leaving only a pervading awkwardness. Ethan awkwardly let go and unnaturally wiped his forehead. God above, he purely cherished talent and was worried about that brilliant brain being damaged, he didn't mean anything else. Now this situation had become. Alright, you two grown men can save any special feelings to express slowly in a private space. Now, it's time to go. Both men rolled their eyes in unison. Tony, put on your iron shell. Ethan, come help me push the chair. Sir. Ethan wanted to say something more but was stopped by Tony. Ethan, I get what you mean. But for some reason, I have a strange feeling, this iron guy is mine, and only I can drive it. Besides, he pointed to his chest, you don't have this little gadget. You can't exactly take mine out, can you? Then I'd really be going to see God. You won't be seeing God. Tony rolled his eyes again, I get it. For an arms dealer like me, the chances of going to hell are much higher. The number of times he'd rolled his eyes today could match the past several years combined. No, you misunderstand, the man said indifferently. No one in this world sees God after they die. It has nothing to do with whether you're good or evil. Tony and Ethan's eyes widened at the same time. You mean, there is no God? God exists. It's just that you won't be seeing him. Tony wanted to press further, but the man had already lost interest in talking. Left with no choice, Tony quickly climbed into the crude iron armor. Ethan walked behind the man and held onto the back of the large chair. By the way, are the people outside all dead? We've been chatting for so long and no one has noticed yet. Tony couldn't help but complain while adjusting to the iron armor. Ethan carefully glanced at the man, faintly feeling that perhaps this mysterious person had done something. Bang! With a loud bang, the iron door was violently kicked open. Controlling the Mark I, Tony rushed out, wobbly yet full of momentum. Ethan, following behind, was stunned for a moment. Not because of Tony, but just now, the moment we went out the door, did the chair shrink. And then it went back to its original size once we were out. He felt that the scientific worldview he had built over 30 years was suffering some kind of silent impact. Tony, in front, didn't notice any of this. He was in the middle of a killing spree. Even though one hand had to protect the arc reactor in his chest, leaving only the other to attack, he somehow had an invisible confidence, perhaps brought by the mysterious man behind him, and he actually crushed the Ten Rings militants, a completely one-sided massacre. Before long, he had fought his way out of the base in the Mark I. Turning around, he fired a shot at the armory. Instantly, a chain reaction of explosions rose, engulfing the entire camp. The Mark I barely managed to fly out of the explosion's range before it began to disintegrate in midair, throwing Tony heavily onto the sand. A while later, Ethan, pushing the chair, appeared unhurriedly before Tony. Tony, disheveled but exceptionally excited, was first delighted to see them, but then couldn't help but complain, why are you guys so clean? Do the bullets fly around you? You're not exactly small targets. This is unscientific. Jansen Leong's tone was flat, if I don't let them hit, they naturally won't hit. Tony's mouth twitched, that's even more unscientific. Jansen Liang ignored him. Science. What kind of thing was that? He glanced at the wreckage of the Mark I scattered across the ground and lifted Tom Cat from his arms to face him. Good Tom, go study that pile of scrap metal, maybe you'll find something useful. Tom Cat leapt nimbly, landing beside a larger piece of wreckage, and extended a paw, poking at it with great interest. Tony, slumped on the sand, gave a sneer. Buddy, while that iron thing isn't exactly cutting edge, a cat. What could it possibly figure out? Before Zhang Sen could speak, Tom Cat grew displeased. He turned his head and shot Tony a dissatisfied glare. How dare he underestimate Tom Cat? With a flash of his body, he zipped back into the ruins that were still burning and exploding. Tony's mouth hung open. Buddy, am I seeing things? That cat's feet turned into wheels. And besides, it's still exploding over there. Even if you died, he wouldn't, Zhang Sen said flatly. Just as Tony was about to retort, what do you mean, even if I die, the cat won't? Tom Cat reappeared. With a lift of his small paw, he actually pulled out a hammer several times larger than himself. Then, reaching behind his back again, he dragged out a messy pile of metal materials and parts. Tony's eyes widened even further. Where did all this stuff come from? No one paid attention to his shock. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Tom Cat. They watched as Tom Cat swung the sledgehammer, raining down a series of clang, clang, clang strikes on the pile of materials. Under everyone's watchful eyes, those materials were actually hammered into a Mark I skeleton, which was then quickly covered with a shell. Tony looked at the newly born Mark I, then at the pile of fragments nearby. This isn't scientific. Tom Cat sized up his creation and curled his lip, seemingly finding it a bit ugly. He swung his hammer again, giving the freshly formed Mark I another round of pounding. The crude and heavy iron armor actually deformed and tightened rapidly amidst the clanging sounds, its lines becoming sleek, suddenly transforming into a more sophisticated Mark I. Tony. Zhang Sen also looked the new armor up and down. Tom, the color is a bit dull. Give it some paint, make it the same blue as you. Tom Cat nodded, followed by another dazzling flurry of hammering. In the blink of an eye, the entire Mark I had turned a beautiful matte blue. Tony's vision went dark, and he nearly fainted on the spot. Phew, phew. His breathing was as heavy as a broken bellows. I don't believe it. Hallucinations, it's definitely a hallucination. That cat. You, come here. If you're so capable, try hammering out one of these little gadgets in my chest. Tom Cat tilted his head to look at him, then at the glowing reactor in his chest. Then, he turned and swung the hammer at the blue marquee once more. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, the armor was rapidly flattened, melted, and restructured, finally becoming a precision circular device emitting a soft glow, a miniature arc reactor. Motherfooler. This isn't scientific. Tony couldn't catch his breath, his eyes rolled back, and he completely passed out. Go check on that guy, don't let him actually die, Jong-sen said. No response. He looked back. Well, Ethan had also fainted at some point, lying on the ground with even a bit of foam at the corners of his mouth. Jong-sen shook his head. They couldn't even handle this much of a shock. He had no interest in dragging two unconscious grown men back. He took out his phone and dialed a number. It was picked up after just one ring. My dear Natasha, are you interested in earning some credit? As the night deepened, inside a room in a castle, Jong-sen gently swirled the wine glass in his hand, the amber liquid rotating slowly along the walls of the glass. He seemed to be waiting for something. Knock, knock, knock. A steady, unhurried knocking sounded at the door. Come in. The door opened. A figure leaned against the doorframe, her fiery red hair cascading down like a waterfall, her curves outlined thrillingly in the dim light. Sent them back. Of course. Next, is your director going to send you to Undercover by Tony Stark's side? A hint of surprise flashed in Natasha's eyes. Jong-sen, you seem to know a lot of things. I had a feeling before. You're clearly not part of S.H.I.E.L.D., yet your understanding of S.H.I.E.L.D. is deeper than many veterans. Jong-sen sat up straight, looking at the charming agent before him with a playful smile. Are you sure you want to keep standing there questioning me? A seductive curve formed on Natasha's lips as she sashayed over to Jong-sen and sat directly in his lap. She unceremoniously took the wine glass from his hand, leaned down, and gave him a kiss scented with wine. Jong-sen's hands weren't idle either, naturally wrapping around her waist. After a long while, Natasha finally lifted her head, her breath slightly ragged. Now, can you answer my question, darling? Jong-sen gently tilted her chin up with one finger. Of course. You're as charming as ever. Feeling the grip around her waist gradually tighten and his breathing grow hotter, Natasha's smile deepened. Darling, being in such a hurry isn't very gentlemanly. Answer my question first. When you stand at a different height, the scenery you see is naturally different. Natasha, I have no ill will toward your director. On the contrary, as a head of agents, he's quite qualified, extreme paranoia and suspecting everyone are professional hazards, but also his strengths. But he has a fatal flaw, his vision is too narrow. So, when someone looks down from a higher place, his little thoughts, schemes, and the wisdom he's so proud of are as clear as an open blueprint. He crouches too low yet tries to grab too much. So in the eyes of many, he sometimes looks quite like a jumping clown. Watching Natasha's expression shift as she fell into thought because of his words, Jong-sen increased the intensity of his movements. Wait. Natasha's breathing also became rapid. Answer just one last question. Darling, you really do have a lot of questions, Jong-sen chuckled. Unfortunately, I don't feel like answering right now. Want to know more? Go to your director. Have him transfer you to my side. As a senior agent, you have that authority. The next day, it was nearly noon before Natasha woke from her deep exhaustion. The soreness radiating from every part of her body made her curse under her breath. He wasn't much like a human before, and now he's even less of one. She propped herself up, used the wall for support to walk to the wardrobe, and gently pulled it open. It was filled with all kinds of luxurious women's clothing, a dazzling array. How many women has that fool met here to have prepared so many clothes? She grumbled while beginning to choose. Her original outfit was long past being wearable. Finally, she chose a dress that was both expensive and comfortable, closing the wardrobe door with satisfaction. Looking out the window, the sun was already heading west. She cursed again in a low voice, that fool. I knew I wasn't wrong, it was almost dawn when we finished, and he tried to lie and say it was a streetlight. Once she was ready and refreshed, Natasha walked out of the castle. After a few steps, she suddenly remembered her communicator was still inside, thrown somewhere last night by that guy who found it bothersome. She turned around, preparing to go back and find it. The moment she turned, her body suddenly froze, her pupils constricted sharply, and she stared behind her without blinking. The castle she had been inside not long ago was disappearing. It wasn't collapsing or being destroyed, instead, it was like a pencil drawing being erased, or like burning paper, its edges rapidly curling and dissolving into nothingness. Her agent instincts awoke in an instant. Natasha rushed forward at her fastest speed ever, reaching out to grab a vanishing piece of carved wood trim and snapping it off with force. Snap! A small piece of wood was snapped off by her sheer force. In the next moment, the entire castle vanished completely, as if it had never existed. On the empty grass, she was the only one left, along with that small piece of wood in her hand. It was unclear how much time passed before she felt her blood start flowing again. Taking a deep breath, she walked a few steps and saw her communicator lying quietly on the grass. Her gaze was somewhat dazed as she subconsciously looked down at her dress, brand new, with the tags not even cut off. The price tag read, $18,000. An inexplicable chill silently crept up her spine. What was real? What was fake? Is this the height you're at, Jansen Liang? Shield. Headquarters, Director's Office. Natasha's expression was solemn as she recounted her previous experience as objectively as possible. As a senior agent, she could repeat almost word for word every sentence Zhang Sen had said, except, of course, for certain overly private details. After a long while, she finished her report and placed a small sealed bag on the desk, containing the piece of wood she had snapped off at the end. Has it been tested? Director Nick Fury, known as Egghead, asked in a low voice. The routine tests are done. It's just a piece of ordinary wood. If there's anything special, wood experts determined it's fresh material cut from a living tree less than a month ago. Anything else? The dress is brand new. I found the same model in a luxury store, and the price matches. The stomach content test was also done. Red wine, steak, the ingredients match what I remember eating. Nick Fury rubbed his brow hard. Having been the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. for so many years, what strange things hadn't he seen? This was truly a first. Motherfooler. How on earth did he do it? Illusion. Or a space ability? No, director. Natasha shook her head. I don't think either of those guesses is accurate. Tell me. Natasha pursed her lips, her voice carrying a complex emotion. I suspect, no part is real, and no part is fake. Or rather, everything is real, yet everything is fake. Continue. After I walked into that castle, everything inside was real. But from the moment I took my first step out of the castle, perhaps even earlier, everything became fake. Except for these things I brought out. Silence. A long silence. After a long time, Nick Fury's low voice rang out again. Natasha, that's not something a human can do. But this might be the guess closest to the truth, isn't it? The office fell into silence once more. After a while, Nick Fury said, you may leave. About the transfer. I'll think about it some more. Yes, director. Meanwhile, at a certain Hydra base. Zhang Sen sank lazily into the sofa, White Queen Emma Frost snuggled in his arms, letting him play with her long silvery white hair. In front of them, a crimson light screen floated. What was displayed on the screen was exactly what had just happened in Nick Fury's office. Emma looked at the egghead on the screen with interest. I've heard a bit about this guy, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., quite the dark mind. Zhang Sen nodded. He is quite dark. His heart is much like his black skin, suspicious, calculating, and full of dark schemes. It seems you don't like him very much. It's not about liking or disliking. To me, he's more like a vicious dog. For some things that aren't convenient for me to do personally, with just a little guidance, this paranoid patient will pounce and bite with his blind self-confidence and super strong execution. Sounds like a useful tool. On that point, someone has already given a high rating. But what if the vicious dog wants to bite its master? Then just crush him to death. Zhang Sen's tone was nonchalant. It's not hard. Inside Zhang Sen's private room, his expression was a bit more solemn than usual. An invisible screen seemed to unfold before him, with information surfacing on it. Form. Jansen Liang. Talent. Dimensional trading cooldown complete. Abilities. Firearms proficiency, combat master, modification expert. Transcendent abilities. Chaos magic, night breathing technique, apprentice, forbidden meditation method, beginner. Evaluation. Surface first rate. Zhang Sen's eyes narrowed slightly. 1 month, it's finally here. Ever since his favorability with Tomcat reached 100%, the dimensional trading talent had entered cooldown. According to the description, it needed time to explore other world coordinates, with a cooldown period of 1 month. Unlike the initial activation which required a huge amount of energy, this time it just required waiting. So for this month, he had been waiting. Until this moment, the cooldown ended, meaning a tradable world had been locked in. Open connection. As the words fell, the light screen unfolded, and familiar static flickered. A moment later, a young male face appeared on the other end. Calling him a man might not be entirely accurate, he was more like a big boy, looking like a high school student, fairly handsome, but with a lingering gloom shrouded between his brows. Zhang Sen's brow quirked. This face seemed to have a faint, blurry impression, perhaps he had glimpsed it somewhere but hadn't paid much attention. The boy in the image's first reaction was vigilance. His sharp gaze scanned the screen, and his body leaned back slightly. Who are you? What the hell is this? Some kind of monitor. Monitor. And the room's background, it looks like a modern society. Zhang Sen quickly extracted useful information. Your name. Zhang Sen didn't answer his question. Tell me what this is. The boy's emotions were clearly agitated, his tone carrying a suppressed irritability. Bad temper, impatient, with a faint hint of suppressed violent tendencies, this was a powder keg that could explode at any moment. Zhang Sen made a preliminary judgment in his mind. But at the same time, a hint of doubt arose. According to the experience of the first dimensional trade, the trade partner should at least be an important character, like Tomcat, the second protagonist. But this gloomy and irritable youth before him, he really couldn't recall which work he was a protagonist or key supporting character in. There were many irritable characters, but at this age, could he be some random extra mentioned in passing in a plot? Thinking this, Zhang Sen casually snapped his fingers. A cluster of crimson flame with a hint of dark gold ignited silently at his fingertips. Name first. That's the rule of trading. The boy stared fixedly at the flame, but what flashed in his eyes wasn't curiosity or shock, but wariness, suppression, and even a hint of hostility. Are you also a lucky one who received the gift? Good news. The other party is not unfamiliar with transcendent powers, the other side isn't a non-magical world. Bad news. The other party seems to harbor resistance toward transcendent beings, or even jealousy. That feeling, as if his own treasure had been snatched away by someone else. Zhang Sen grew more and more curious about what kind of world was on the other side. The boys. A bit similar, but there's no such character. Gift. You could say that. Zhang Sen intended to follow the other's train of thought to fish for information. Unexpectedly, the boy on the other side suddenly moved. His eyes quickly scanned the room, one hand fumbling beside him as if looking for something. This abnormal behavior made Zhang Sen's eyes narrow. When things are abnormal, there must be something fishy. Dimensional trading is a special bridge that spans time, space, and dimensions. Through it, you can exchange for anything you need, find food, wealth, power, even eternal life. Unexpectedly, these words, which should have been extremely tempting, made the boy on the other side instantly furious. He grabbed the air, and a hammer in the distance actually flew into his hand out of thin air. He grabbed the hammer and smashed it frantically against the trading screen. I don't care what this fool thing is. Get lost. Disappear. I am the only god in this world. A line of prompt appeared on one side of the trading interface. The trader has generated strong repulsion, connection interrupted. The screen instantly went dark. Zhang Sen looked at the blacked out screen with a calm expression, his finger lightly tapping his temple. Modern society, transcendent powers exist. The source of power seems to be some kind of bestowal. High self-regard, considers himself a god. Extremely repulsed by other transcendent beings, craves to be unique. Ability manifestation, similar to telekinesis. Known information was sorted out one by one in his mind. Gradually, a blurry outline of a world emerged. I probably know which world it is. If it really is that world, the world itself has limited value. The only thing special is that crystal that can grant abilities. Thinking of this, greed or eagerness did not appear in Zhang Sen's eyes, instead, a cold light flashed through them. A world of little value, just happens to be usable for an experiment. An experiment he had wanted to try for a long time. What if, the other end of the trade, disappears? What changes would occur in this dimensional trading? An ignorant insect dares to repeatedly provoke. Does he really think I'm some good-tempered pushover? The next day, as soon as the dimensional trading cooldown was up, Zhang Sen opened the interface again. It was still that gloomy youth, but his state was far worse than before. He was wrapped in bandages like a mummy, clearly heavily injured. It seems it really is the world of Chronicle, and the plot has reached the later stages. Zhang Sen understood in his heart. You again. The heavily injured youth's emotions immediately became agitated upon seeing Zhang Sen. Get lost. Get the hell away from me. Zhang Sen said nothing, only waving his hand. In an instant, golden light shone on that side of the screen, almost blinding to the eyes. Gold. Rose in piles, gold stacked into small mountains. Clink, clink. Zhang Sen casually picked up a gold bar and tapped it lightly, making a pleasant metallic sound. The heavily injured youth's eyes bulged, his Adam's apple bobbed violently, and the sound of swallowing was exceptionally clear in the silence. No one dislikes gold, especially a boy raised in a capitalist environment. Looking at you, you've run into some trouble on your side. Zhang Sen spoke slowly, so the question is, why are you still clinging to everything there? With some trinkets, little things no one would care about, you can exchange for these shiny little darlings. They are the most honest companions, aren't they? The boy was clearly moved. A youth who had completely blackened, even personally killing his only friend, why would he care about trading or betrayal? Humans. Just inferior beings. But soon, he shook his head hard again, his eyes struggling. No, I don't need it. I can go rob a bank. Get lost, I don't need your things. Zhang Sen's eyes narrowed slightly. Was it the inexplicable pride of youth? Or was it wariness towards him? He didn't dwell on it. The other party hadn't immediately cut the connection this time, which was an opportunity. He waved his hand again. This time, what appeared in his hand was a row of crystal-clear test tubes, with a pale green liquid swirling inside. You don't want wealth, so what about a healthy body? Potent healing potion. It can instantly heal all your injuries. You don't want to keep dragging around this broken body, do you? This time, the young man's eyes fluctuated violently. Even with all his resistance and wariness, the temptation of healing his body was simply too great. As a self-proclaimed new god, he could not accept lying there like a cripple. This was not the posture a god should have. How do I know you're not lying to me? The young man's tone was still fierce, but his defenses had clearly loosened. Zhang Sen smiled faintly, casually drew a dagger, and without hesitation, slashed it across his open palm. A deep, bone-visible wound instantly split open, and blood gushed out. Throughout the entire process, he didn't even frown. Then, he picked up a test tube and poured half of the pale green liquid onto the wound. Under the young man's suddenly widened eyes, the horrifying wound began to heal at a visible speed. Flesh squirmed, connected, and grew, and in just a few breaths, his palm was restored to its original state, as smooth as if it had never been injured. Zhang Sen flipped his palm over, showing it off. The young man's breathing suddenly quickened. He was silent for a moment before asking warily, "What do you want?" "Technology. Delicacies. Looking at your environment, your technology shouldn't be bad, those are useful to me. As for delicacies, a personal hobby." The young man hesitated, his gaze darting to a cold cardboard box by the bed. It was the takeout his cousin had brought earlier. A nearly imperceptible, malicious smirk crossed his lips. "All right, I'll trade this delicacy for your medicine." "Deal." Zhang Sen nodded. "I want that one in your hand." The young man pointed at the half-used potion in Zhang Sen's hand. "This one is already half-used. I want that one." The young man glared at him fiercely. "All right." Zhang Sen shrugged. "Then let's trade." He made no extra movements, directly placing the half-used potion into the trade window. Under Zhang Sen's simple guidance, the young man clumsily placed the cold takeout box inside as well. The items vanished instantly. A moment later, the half-tube of pale green potion appeared in his hand. The transaction was complete, and the interface closed. The young man gripped the half-tube of potion with effort, a disdainful sneer on his face. "Does he really think I'm an idiot? Only the one he used is real." A cold, broken takeout meal exchanged for the chance to completely heal severe injuries. It was an absolute steal. Even the young man, whose mind was twisted at the moment, couldn't help but feel a strong sense of accomplishment and contempt for the person on the other side of the screen. "You do have a bit of cleverness. Unfortunately, you don't understand one principle. What your eyes see isn't necessarily real." A voice suddenly echoed in his mind, clear as a whisper. "Who? Come out. Still haven't figured it out. Truly a hopeless fool." The moment the voice crashed down, the half-tube of potion clutched in the young man's hand seemed to come alive, suddenly erupting with an ominous blood-red light. The light was so intense it was almost viscous, surging and expanding, forcibly molding a rigid human silhouette in the air. The instant he recognized the silhouette, the young man's breathing hitched violently, his pupils contracted sharply, and the last trace of color drained from his face. It was him, the guy who had just completed the transaction with him. A furious rage at being tricked boomed to his head, his chest aching painfully, almost about to explode. "How dare he lie to me?" The young man didn't think, his arm muscles bulging, ready to unleash all his anger. But his arm, halfway raised, suddenly felt like it was stuck in solidified asphalt, heavy, stiff, frozen in midair, unable to even tremble. He desperately urged his will, veins bulging on his forehead, but the arm was like it belonged to someone else, cold, stubborn, and completely immobile. "Still haven't seen through it." Zhang Sen's voice was even, he casually flicked a finger, and a wisp of crimson light silently drilled into the young man's body. "From the moment I stood here, in this place, even the air you breathe must obey me." The stiff arm suddenly came alive, yet with an entirely unfamiliar force. It sliced through the air, creating a whooshing sound, and then slap. A crisp slap echoed. The arm swung in a full circle, fiercely striking the young man's own cheek. Then came the second, the third. "You foul-mouthed brat, not everyone has the patience to indulge you." The slaps came one after another, each one heavier than the last. The burning pain was no longer just a surface irritation but like red-hot needles, pricking at his nerves in clusters. The arrogant, violent things in the young man's eyes were scraped away bit by this dense pain, revealing their original color underneath, a chilling fear he had never experienced before. Zhang Sen no longer looked at him, as if manipulating a wooden puppet with rusty joints. It was too early to deal with him now. He had to wait until the benefits were secured and he had returned safely. Only then would it be not too late to casually wipe away this speck of dust. He tilted his head slightly, and the crimson aura around him seemed to come alive, transforming into countless threads, too fine to be seen by the naked eye, silently spreading in all directions, penetrating walls, sweeping across streets, covering the entire area like mercury flowing over the ground. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, a hint of realization flashing in their depths. "Interesting. My perception is suppressed to only 1/10, and the power of this projection is only 1/30th of my true body, yet the range of detection has increased threefold. It seems that this world's suppression of anomalies is much gentler than ours. The world hierarchy of Marvel is indeed unfathomable, but speaking of Earth alone, it is not an impregnable fortress. Moreover, it is currently a period of active energy, and the planet's own inhibitory power is almost non-existent. Even so, it is 3 times stronger than here." The conclusion was obvious. This was a shallow pond. A world lacking a foundation of mystery and with simple rules. As for the crystal that could grant people superpowers, it was probably just bad luck, a foreign object, struck by cosmic stray bullets and accidentally fallen here. Having ruled out the possibility of this place being unfathomably deep, Zhang Sen no longer hesitated. He lightly tapped his fingertip, and a more solidified crimson energy shot out like a fine needle, directly piercing the young man's glabella, roughly rummaging through his memory fragments. Found it. The light and shadow suddenly intensified, and Zhang Sen's figure shot up into the sky. The wall in front of him, at the moment the crimson light touched it, rippled and parted softly like a lake into which a stone had been thrown, offering no obstruction. The crimson meteor tore through the low-hanging clouds, leaving a fleeting streak across the sky. About 15 minutes later, in a wilderness area, where the ground had slightly collapsed, Zhang Sen's figure landed silently. Following the coordinates from the young man's memory, he quickly found the entrance to the underground cave. A 2-meter diameter black hole, like a silent wound in the earth, seeped out a cold, damp smell. He leapt in. Traces of an oblique impact. The angle is very steep, not naturally formed. Descending several meters, in the depths of the darkness, a faint blue glow quietly emerged, growing brighter and brighter, dyeing the rough rock walls with a hazy, cold color. Zhang Sen extended a wisp of energy tendril, cautiously probing towards the light source. A moment later, he gently drew a breath, and finally, ripples appeared in his usually calm eyes. This purity. Demigod level, no, it might be even higher. Demigod, or Sub-Father, is one of the benchmarks for measuring top-tier combat power in Marvel. In Zhang Sen's understanding, this level in the Endless Worlds is closer to the concept of half-step divine. And the pure energy emanating from this crystal in front of him had already surpassed that threshold. The title of God is rampant in Marvel, many of them merely powerful alien life forms. The truly qualified ones are few and far between. The energy essence of this deep-sea gem-like blue object before him could actually faintly rival those beings in height. He spread his palm, and a more majestic chaos magic surged out, gently enveloping the blue crystal like a warm tide. Then, with a thought, he lifted it upwards. Zhang Sen's brow slightly raised, and he exerted force again, somewhat surprised. I underestimated its weight. He had only judged the energy purity earlier, but overlooked the total amount. The volume of this crystal and the scale of energy contained within it far exceeded his estimations. He continued to urge chaos magic until most of the power within this projection body was depleted, then he suddenly dropped his shoulder and let out a low shout. Rise. Boom. The ground shook violently, centered on the cavern, causing the surface within hundreds of meters to sink and rebound as if stomped by a giant. Rocks shattered, dust billowed into the sky, and a massive shadowy blue figure burst from the earth, hovering midair like a small mountain forcibly uprooted. Zhang Sen drifted out from the dust, his gaze falling on the perfect crystal before him, over 2 meters in diameter, his breathing involuntarily quickening slightly. In its complete form, the sense of pressure it exuded was entirely different. The sheer volume of energy was nearly boundless. The combined power of dozens of demigod-level beings. Perhaps even more. In terms of energy, magnitude, alone, it likely approached the true realm of gods, infinitely closely. A true god-level energy source. Zhang Sen instinctively looked up at the seemingly ordinary sky. This planet was unremarkable, but this universe might hold something. Inside the crystal, he sensed no residual divinity or will imprints, ruling out the possibility of it being a deity's remains. More likely, it was some kind of universe-level rare mineral, refined under extreme conditions into an ultimate crystal, an invaluable treasure from the sci-fi side. He wrapped it tightly again with chaos magic, isolating all energy leakage and signal transmission. Then, the man in the crystal transformed into a streak of light, vanishing deep into the clouds. Soon, some curious individuals disturbed by the earthquake arrived one after another, pointing and discussing the huge fresh crater as if struck by a meteorite. Zhang Sen returned to that hospital room. Glancing at the electronic clock on the wall, his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Still over 20 hours to wait. The cooldown time for the multiverse trade channel had not yet ended. He looked at the violent boy, completely pinned in place by Scarlet power with vacant eyes, casually sat in the only intact chair, and focused most of his attention on the hovering shadowy blue crystal. He carefully peeled off a grain-sized fragment and immersed his consciousness into it. A moment later, his eyes suddenly snapped open, filled with disbelief. This thing. The energy was incredibly pure, with no impurities, no rejection due to attribute bias, and no attached tool or imprints. This meant it could be directly absorbed and utilized by almost any life form, like the purest universal fuel. No wonder those 3 ordinary people merely by contact could draw a tiny amount and gain superpowers. Of course, it wasn't perfect. Inferring from the chronicle plot, the 3 protagonists' abilities leaned toward telekinesis, belonging to the mental realm. This indicated the crystal's energy was more attuned to the spiritual level, with likely limited direct physical enhancement effects. But for Zhang Sen, this was no issue at all. Chaos magic itself was a high-dimensional force blending spirit and magic, perfectly compatible with this crystal's energy. In other words, this entire massive crystal was, for him, an unparalleled treasure trove that could be quickly extracted and converted to strengthen his own chaos magic. Thinking of this, Zhang Sen felt his fingertips grow slightly warm. Because he severed the direct connection to the chaos dimension, he couldn't passively gain power like Scarlet Witch, his growth relied on accumulation bit by bit. With this crystal, he could break through constraints and rapidly advance his chaos magic to the demigod level. By then, even facing ordinary father-level beings, he would possess genuine capital to contend. Like La Fei, the Frost Giant King relying on divine artifacts, even at his peak, Zhang Sen was confident he could defeat him. 20 hours passed in silent observation and waiting. Zhang Sen sat by the window, a trace of unresolved doubt in his eyes. Because of this crystal's appearance, he scrutinized this seemingly ordinary world more. In the final few hours, he deliberately relaxed the energy shielding on the crystal and even made some small moves, trying to attract any possible attention focused on it. The result was complete silence. No abnormal beings were drawn. A civilization capable of nurturing or possessing such a true god-level energy body could not possibly lack interstellar detection and jump technology, nor could it be indifferent to such an obvious energy source. The Marvel Universe's level was already extremely high. This crystal would be considered a supreme treasure there. This universe's level could not possibly surpass Marvel. Eliminating all possibilities, the remaining explanation became somewhat fantastical. Zhang Sen's gaze returned to the shadowy blue crystal. Could it truly be a naturally born miracle, coincidentally ending up here? Unfortunately, the cooldown time had arrived, leaving him no more leeway to explore here. Snap. A crisp snap of fingers. Everything in the hospital room, along with the standing boy and all subtle traces of Zhang Sen's presence, silently decomposed and vanished under a sweep of scarlet light, as if they never existed. A black hole with dark light flowing at its edges quietly appeared. Zhang Sen picked up the massive crystal and stepped into it. Time and space inverted, all phenomena shifted. In the Marvel Universe, Zhang Sen's true body watched the completely dimmed multiverse trade interface, understanding clearly. As expected, once the trade target perishes, the connection to that world is completely severed. Fortunately, he hadn't brought Jerry along back then. After a moment's wait, a familiar trade channel appeared. A scarlet streak of light shot out first, merging into Zhang Sen's brow, bringing back all the projection's experiences and insights. Immediately after, the massive shadowy blue crystal steadily appeared before him. The moment the crystal appeared, Zhang Sen suddenly looked up, his gaze fixed on an empty corner of the room, his tone calm yet carrying intangible pressure. Since you're here, why not show yourself? Sorcerer Supreme. The air rippled like water, and Ancient One's figure slowly emerged, still in plain robes, her expression serene. Zhang Sen looked at her, a hint of playfulness in his tone. What, do you have to question me retrieving my own belongings, master? Ancient One gently shook her head, her voice mild. Having drunk your tea, I would not act as a host expelling a guest. I came to discuss a trade with you. Oh. Zhang Sen lightly tapped the hovering crystal with his fingertip. With your level, master, you'd still be interested in this thing. Although the crystal's energy was immense, as a peak father-level being, Ancient One should disdain such a level of energy. Ancient One did not answer directly. Her gaze fell on the shadowy blue crystal as she said slowly, Zhang Sen, have you heard the name, Titan? Titan. Zhang Sen's expression shifted slightly. You mean, this is a Titan? Ancient One nodded, then shook her head. In the context of the multiverse, Titan refers to two things. First, the Titan race, a powerful race with innate talent, where adult individuals often possess demigod-level power. Thanos is one of them. Second, she paused, her tone becoming more ethereal, are the true Titans. They are naturally born miracles, deities nurtured by heaven and earth, possessing at least demigod status from birth within stellar cores, with growth potential immeasurable. Zhang Sen frowned tightly. Celestials. Completely different. Ancient One quickly denied. Celestials require only life-bearing planets for birth. While such planets are not common in the universe, they are not unique. Titans require a miracle, a coincidence woven from countless accidents and necessities, a generous gift from the universe's rules. If you find it hard to understand, think of Chthon, originally an Earth-native lifeform, yet ultimately ascending to the multiversal realm. That is a miracle. He can also be considered a type of Titan. Zhang Sen understood. With that explanation, Earth's ability to produce multiple multiversal-level beings, that nearly paradoxical absurd fact, seemed to have an explanation, innate miraculous creations, born as gods. He looked at the crystal, his expression turning complex. So, this is a Titan that failed to be born. A trace of regret flowed in Ancient One's eyes. This is a stellar core that had the chance to nurture a Titan. But due to external force forcibly stripping it, that slim vitality was interrupted, ultimately solidifying into this special, pure energy crystal. Irreversible. Once a miracle is interrupted, it cannot be resumed. Ancient One's tone was firm. Now, it is merely a precious, supreme energy source that can be absorbed without hindrance by any living being. Zhang Sen fell silent for a moment. Then it should be of little use to you, master. Useless to me, but Kamar Taj is not just me alone. Ancient One stated frankly. Zhang Sen understood inwardly, then smiled. Then, we should discuss the price properly. Opportunities where the Sorcerer Supreme actively sought a purchase were rare. However, before he could state his terms, Ancient One had already extended her hand, holding an object in her palm. Seeing the cube emitting a soft blue light, Zhang Sen's eye twitched slightly. The Tesseract, so it's with you. He had searched for Fury extensively without success. It turned out this one had taken it. An Infinity Stone container naturally held far greater value than the crystal. But this approach left Zhang Sen somewhat displeased. Not enough. He said directly, far from enough. Ancient One seemed to have anticipated this, not bargaining, calmly adding, you may personally visit the Kamar Taj treasury and choose any 3 items you desire, be they artifacts, texts, or materials. These terms were undeniably generous. Zhang Sen pondered for a moment, how much do you need? A fist-sized piece will suffice. Without another word, Zhang Sen flicked his finger, a crimson light flashing as he precisely cut a piece roughly the size of an adult's fist from the massive crystal. Thank you. Ancient One accepted the crystal, gave a slight nod, turned, and stepped into a quietly opened portal, her figure fading away. Watching the air return to calm, Zhang Sen's brow remained furrowed. Something's off, he murmured to himself. With knowledge from future visions, he knew that Ancient One and Kamar Taj had no need for such external forces to cultivate combat power. The core of the Sorcerer Supreme's legacy lay in the trials of the Time Stone, while ordinary sorcerers' growth emphasized gradual progression and tempering of character, forcing advancement would only bring disaster. So why would she make this seemingly unequal trade? Exchanging the Tesseract and 3 treasures for just a small piece of energy crystal. This amount could at most elevate someone to surface first-rate level. What significance did it hold for Ancient One? It feels like she came specifically to give me a benefit, Zhang Sen stroked his chin. Through the Time Stone, did she see a future where she must invest in me? Unable to figure it out, he set it aside for now. His attention returned to the remaining massive crystal, his gaze burning with intensity. Now that he knew its value, there was no need to wait. He cut off another fist-sized piece, sat cross-legged, released the chaos magic within his body, wrapping it around the crystal like a spiderweb, and began guiding and assimilating its pure energy. Time quietly passed for a day. Late at night, Zhang Sen, who had been sitting motionless, suddenly opened his eyes. In that instant, a flash of crimson lightning seemed to pass through his pupils. The air around him stirred without wind, forming visible, viscous ripples of energy, as if he were submerged in deep water. Just one piece, and such a leap. It truly is a supreme treasure. With a thought, a pale blue light screen unfolded. Name, Jansen Liang. Talent, Dimensional Trading Cooling Down. Abilities, Firearms Mastery, Kung Fu Master, Modification Master. Supernatural abilities, Chaos Magic, Night Breathing Technique, Apprentice, Forbidden Cannon, Meditation Technique, Primary. Evaluation, Surface First Rate Strong. Looking at the new evaluation, Zhang Sen frowned slightly. In the Marvel Universe, below the sub-father level, there is no rigorous, unified power ranking system. This, Surface First Rate Strong, roughly means that within the broad category of surface level, he belongs to the upper tier. He wasn't dissatisfied with this progress, as he had only absorbed one piece. Estimating, with 20 or 30 more pieces, breaking through to the demigod level should come naturally. What made him frown was this vague classification method, lacking precise measurement. Since there's no standard, perhaps, I can create my own benchmark. Establishing a unified standard for the entire Marvel Universe's complex and chaotic supernatural system was unrealistic, but what if he changed his approach? If I have Tom handle it, creating a detector that comprehensively assesses a target's various attributes and gives an intuitive numerical value, shouldn't be too difficult, right? Thinking of the combat power detector from Dragon Ball, Zhang Sen grew intrigued. In this perilous, bizarre Marvel world, having such an auxiliary tool would undoubtedly be very convenient. No sooner said than done. In a flash of crimson light, Zhang Sen vanished from the room. Moments later, he arrived at Tom's private room. The over 100 square meter space was practically a snack paradise, with piles of various packaging bags like mountains. Tom was sprawled on a soft sofa, clutching a large bag of chips, watching intently, his little feet swaying contentedly. Seeing Zhang Sen enter, Tom immediately tossed aside the chips, cheered, and pounced over, rubbing his furry head affectionately against Zhang Sen's palm. Zhang Sen smiled, picked him up, and stroked his smooth back fur. Tom, take a look at this. Can you make it? He took out the Dragon Ball comic, flipped to the pages where the combat power detector appeared, and pointed at the device worn over the character's eyes in the illustration. Tom took the comic, his big eyes fixed on the image, rolling a few times, then pulled out that familiar drawing board from who knows where and scribbled, seems like I can give it a try. Zhang Sen's eyes lit up. Can you improve it? Don't just measure surface energy. It'd be best to comprehensively calculate the target's physical strength, internal energy level, life magnetic field activity, mental fluctuation intensity, etc., and give a composite value as close to real combat power as possible. Tom tilted his head, claws propping up his chin as he thought for a moment, then nodded vigorously, his face showing a leave it to me expression of pride. Several days passed in a flash. Deep within the Hydra base, Zhang Sen's room. White Queen Emma's warm body nestled in Zhang Sen's embrace. Zhang Sen played with her golden hair with one hand while controlling the floating light screen in front of him with the other. On the screen, a live news conference was playing. So this is the famous Tony Stark. Emma's voice held a hint of curiosity, her red lips close to Zhang Sen's ear. You could say that, Zhang Sen replied, his gaze not leaving the screen. Are you interested in him? Emma looked up, her ice blue eyes probing. Not exactly interested, Zhang Sen said flatly. I'm just a bit curious about something that's about to happen. What thing? Emma pressed. But Zhang Sen didn't answer, just watched quietly. Finally, on screen, Tony Stark, standing under the spotlight, faced countless cameras and uttered the words destined to go down in history. I am Iron Man. The moment the words settled, Zhang Sen's expression changed drastically. He jerked his head up, his gaze sharp as a sword piercing the empty ceiling, as if trying to penetrate the base and stare directly at the sky. I've always heard people say that the birth of Iron Man is the prelude to a new era. I thought it was just talk. Now it seemed it was more than just talk. Like in some ancient legends, when the wheel of destiny begins to turn, it triggers a chain of omens. With Tony's declaration, it felt as if a vast, invisible, switch had been flipped in the unseen. Every world has some form of suppressive force that limits the excessive expansion of the supernatural, maintaining a fragile balance. Strengthening the suppressive force might lead to an age of decline, weakening it could bring about spiritual resurgence or rampant anomalies. The Marvel Earth naturally wouldn't go to such extremes, but just now, Zhang Sen clearly sensed that layer of suppressive force, intangible yet real, that had always enveloped the globe, like thin ice under sunlight, quietly melting away. This meant that from now on, Marvel Earth would enter an unprecedented, great era, of highly active, even erupting, supernatural power. Supernatural projects that previously required a nation's full effort might now be broken through by a single large corporation in the future. The awakening rates and ability strengths of supernatural groups like mutants and inhumans would surge. And deeper still, those ancient beings slumbering in the dust of history or lurking in dimensional crevices would gradually awaken, opening their eyes to this active aura. No wonder, before Iron Man appeared, the world was relatively normal. After him, all sorts of strange beings started making their appearances, Zhang Sen murmured to himself. He raised his hand and gently patted Emma. Go, call the others over. Emma understood. Her powerful telepathy silently spread, instantly covering most of the base. Soon, several figures appeared in the room one after another. The two mutants, Rat-Man and Pig-Man, the Punisher Frank, plus Emma, formed Zhang Sen's current core team. Zhang Sen's gaze swept over them, nodding slightly. He could sense that compared to before, their auras had solidified considerably. You called us. Something up. Frank was always the first to speak, concise and to the point. Zhang Sen held up two fingers. Two things. The first is this little gadget. A crimson light flashed at his fingertip. On the table around which everyone sat, several peculiarly shaped devices resembling monocle lenses appeared out of thin air. What's this? Emma picked one up, examining it with interest. Instead of answering, Zhang Sen asked, has anyone here read the Dragon Ball comic? The thin and small rat man immediately raised his hand, looking somewhat excited. Sir, I've seen it. I've seen it. Wait, the rat man looked at the device in his hand, then at Zhang Sen. A flash of inspiration struck him, and his voice trembled slightly. Sir, could this be the combat power detector from that manga? Quick reaction. Zhang Sen nodded approvingly. Combat power detector. Interest flashed in Frank's eyes. He picked one up, fiddled with it for a bit, and seeing how simple it was to operate, wore it over his right eye. He first looked at the rat man. On the inner side of the lens, clear green text and numbers appeared. Combat power, 9. Evaluation, surface third rate. So low. Frank was somewhat surprised and turned to look at the pig man next to him. Combat power, 10. Evaluation, surface third rate. How are these levels categorized? Frank asked. The detector comprehensively evaluates multiple dimensions of a target, such as physical strength, energy levels, mental fluctuations, and life magnetic fields, Zhang Sen explained. A strictly trained soldier who has reached the theoretical human limit has a standard combat power of about 1. Holding a standard pistol can increase combat power to around 5. Surface third rate is roughly the range from 1 to 10. At this level, the gap between them and ordinary people hasn't formed an absolute chasm. A small knife or a surprise attack could still pose a threat. For instance, with the Rat Man and Pig Man, an ordinary person with a weapon still has the possibility of maneuvering or even countering them. Combat power from 11 to 100 belongs to surface second rate. This is the realm where most extraordinary individuals are active. At this level, conventional small arms fire is no longer a lethal threat, and one has the ability to single-handedly confront or even eliminate an armed squad. Once combat power breaks 100, it is surface first rate. Beings of this level theoretically have the ability to directly shake an organized conventional army. And this will also be my requirement for you all moving forward. The classification was simple and intuitive, and everyone understood immediately. They all picked up detectors and began testing them curiously. Even Emma showed a strong interest. In the Marvel Universe, power systems are messy, and examples of failing in an easy task due to unclear intelligence are everywhere. With this thing, it would undoubtedly be a huge help. Frank valued it especially. He had dealt with too many troubles involving supernatural forces, and his thirst for intelligence far exceeded that of others. He aimed the detector at himself. Combat power, 20. Evaluation, surface second rate. Frank nodded slightly. This value was basically consistent with his self-assessment, making the detector's credibility very high. Suddenly, he looked up, his gaze sharp as he looked at Zhang Sen. He had long been unable to gauge Zhang Sen's strength. The next moment, the lens in front of Frank's eyes suddenly burst with a blinding red light, and a rapid alarm sounded in his ears. Warning, warning, combat power, 999. Evaluation, surface first rate, peak. Threat level, doomsday calamity. Suggestion, evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. Zhang Sen glanced at Frank, whose body had instantly tensed up, and a faint smile played on his lips. I added a small feature. When the target's combat power far exceeds the user's, it triggers an alarm. Consider it a friendly tip. Frank slowly took off the noise-canceling detector. His eyes were like torches as he locked onto Zhang Sen, asking one word at a time. Just how strong are you now? Numbers were just a reference, he wanted to know the substance behind them. Zhang Sen smiled and said in a relaxed tone, in this detector's evaluation system, the central destructive power of a tactical nuclear explosion has a baseline value of approximately 800. Hiss. A clear sound of gasping echoed in the room. The rat man and pig man looked at Zhang Sen with eyes full of awe. Only Frank, instead of fear, had a near-tangible burning battle intent in his eyes. His fists tightened quietly, his knuckles turning slightly white. I will catch up, his voice was low and determined. I will. I never doubted that, Frank. Zhang Sen nodded with satisfaction. The combat power detector is the first thing. As for the second, Zhang Sen turned his gaze to Emma in his arms, his tone becoming solemn. Emma, it's time to rebuild Hellfire. Rebuilding Hellfire meant they could start rescuing Emma's imprisoned original body. Emma's icy blue eyes instantly lit up with an amazing brilliance. She had waited too long for this day. I will reclaim all the assets and networks of connections left by Shaw. Her tone was resolute. No, those aren't important. Zhang Sen shook his head gently and held up one finger. In rebuilding Hellfire, the core has never been money or industries. His gaze swept across everyone present. Next, we need everyone to work together on one thing, recruitment. Find those powerful and suitable extraordinary beings and invite them to join the soon-to-be reborn Hellfire. They can be mutants, or any other race or individual with power. There are only two requirements, they must be strong enough, and they must truly want to join, rather than having ulterior motives. I don't want to have to spend most of my energy cleaning out moles right after Hellfire is rebuilt. Understood. Everyone's expression turned solemn as they responded in unison. This is the primary task at this stage. Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. Zhang Sen flicked his finger, and 3 grain-sized fragments of energy, emitting a soft fluorescence, sank into the foreheads of the rat man, the pig man, and Frank respectively. This is. Frank felt a coolness at his forehead, and then a clear stream of energy spread out. A bit of advance payment, Zhang Sen said calmly. Minuscule energy stripped from that high-purity crystal. Though the amount is small, it's just enough for you right now. As the energy entered their bodies, the 3 of them suddenly felt an unprecedented clarity in their minds. Their thinking speed increased significantly, and even their perception and control of their own power seemed to sharpen slightly. For the next period of time, your mental activity will be at a high level, and your thinking and comprehension will receive a slight boost. I hope that the next time we meet, no one will still be at surface third rate. The rat man's body trembled with excitement. Sir, we definitely won't let you down. Zhang Sen nodded and threw 2 thin booklets to the rat man and the pig man. They were the orthodox version of the improved, basic meditation method. Go on. If you can recruit a few more heavy-hitting members, the subsequent rewards will only be more generous. Yes. The rat man and the pig man exchanged a look and bowed before exiting the room. Frank, stay for a moment. Zhang Sen called out to the Punisher, who was about to turn away. Frank stopped and looked at him calmly. What do you need me to do? He never asked for reasons, only for execution. After Hellfire is rebuilt, it will no longer use the old rank names. I plan to use the suits and ranks of playing cards as member identifiers, Zhang Sen said slowly. 10 and below are for ordinary members. J, Q, and K represent middle-level cadres and elites. And above K, there are 4 A's, they will be the face and core combat power of the new Hellfire. I call them the 4 generals of Hellfire. A so-called general must at least possess the strength to fight an army alone to be qualified for the position. Frank's eyes flickered. You mean? Zhang Sen looked at him with a smile. For the position of the first general, I can't think of a second candidate besides you. Frank was silent for a moment before saying honestly, with my current strength, it's not enough. That's why I called you back. As Zhang Sen spoke, he handed over a thin file. Frank took it and flipped through it quickly, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Ghost Rider. Correct. Zhang Sen's tone became more serious. A spirit of vengeance originating from hell, possessing flames that judge evil and a near-immortal nature. Rumor has it that if a living being can endure the burning of its eye of judgment, head-on without collapsing, it might be possible to seize that power. Frank gripped the file tightly, his knuckles straining. I understand. He didn't ask how strong Ghost Rider was, nor what would happen if he failed. He simply put the file away carefully and strode away. Ghost Rider. I've heard some legends, it's very dangerous. Emma leaned in, her tone carrying a hint of worry. Of course it's dangerous, Zhang Sen said calmly. They were originally fallen angels, possessing immortality granted by hell and the fire of judgment that burns away all evil. That kind of fire is said to be impossible to extinguish by conventional means. Aren't you worried that Frank will fail? Zhang Sen smiled and said with a certain tone, on this planet, if there is one person who can withstand the searing of the Eye of Judgment, that person must be Frank Castle. Moreover, only by seizing the power of the Ghost Rider will he truly be qualified to sit in the position of Hellfire's first general. Emma pressed her soft, charming body closer to Zhang Sen, her red lips curling into an alluring arc. Then what about me? What position are you giving me? Second general. Zhang Sen lifted her smooth chin, his gaze deep. The position of general is not suitable for you. Emma chuckled, her fingertips drawing circles on his chest. Not a general. Could it be a king? A middle-level cadre? Mischievous. Zhang Sen lowered his head, moving closer to her. You've clearly guessed it. Above the generals, there are even higher positions. One king, one queen. Besides you, the White Queen, who else is worthy of the unique queen's throne of the new Hellfire? Emma's smile became increasingly radiant and moving. She proactively tilted her head back and offered a kiss as passionate as fire. Darling, after the kiss, her breath was slightly hurried, and her ice blue eyes were shimmering. Help me rescue my original body. A version of me like this isn't qualified to sit in that position. The smile in Zhang Sen's eyes deepened. At this moment, Emma's devotion was absolute, without the slightest reservation. All right. When? Now. The moment the words fell, the figures of the two quietly faded within a shroud of crimson light, disappearing from the room. In the military base, countless soldiers were intensely conducting various professional training exercises. These elite soldiers exuded an aura of iron and blood, like combat machines forged of flesh and bone, executing orders with meticulous precision. However, in this atmosphere of solemn rigor, two figures appeared completely out of place. They strolled leisurely through the vast military area as if walking in their own backyard, even commenting with great interest as they went. To them, those iron-blooded soldiers seemed like a group of busy and interesting creatures being observed. The White Queen leaned lightly into Zhang Sen's arms, her tone carrying a hint of amazement. Darling, your manipulation of the collective mind is even more exquisite than mine. This isn't entirely mind control, it's more like a deep form of hypnosis. Zhang Sen's voice was calm. Their five senses are currently being distorted by me. Once your original body regains its freedom and merges with your current projection to go a step further, you will be able to do this as well. A strange light flashed in the White Queen's eyes, and she nodded gently. Where are we going now? To find the people worth talking to, of course, the military high command. Zhang Sen wasn't sure exactly who had taken the White Queen's original body. Currently, the biggest suspect was William Stryker, not just because he was a fanatical mutant exterminationist, but also because the Cuckoos, sisters who would escape the organization in the future came exactly from his Purifiers organization. Additionally, the Sentinel organization was also highly suspicious. Too many mutants had fallen victim to their experiments, such as the Red Devil, a former high-ranking member of Hellfire, who had clearly become experimental material for the Sentinel organization. Zhang Sen came this time precisely to probe the military high command for information on these two organizations. Reality, after all, is not a movie, it's impossible for only the tip of the iceberg to be revealed. In the real world, such organizations are often deeply entrenched and far more complex than they appear. As for whether the military high command was willing to cooperate, who would care about their wishes? The two strolled to a heavily guarded conference room. A meeting was in progress inside, attended by prominent figures in the military. When the door was pushed open, a quick-reacting general was about to take action, but Zhang Sen merely cast a casual glance. Chaos magic spread silently, and everyone instantly froze in place like frozen statues. Emma, I'll leave it to you. The White Queen nodded and began to extract the memories of these generals one by one. Zhang Sen, meanwhile, walked leisurely to the sofa and sat down. Suddenly, his gaze paused, falling on one of the men. The Hulk's father-in-law, General Ross, who loved the Hulk so deeply. With a light flick of Zhang Sen's finger, General Ross was drawn to his side as if pulled by an invisible thread. A wisp of chaos magic seeped into the man's mind, browsing through his memories like flipping through the pages of a book. Oh, so the green fat has already appeared. According to General Ross's memories, this father-in-law had been hunting the Hulk for a long time. As for the current Hulk, even Ross didn't know where he was hiding. Zhang Sen stroked his chin. To be honest, he actually had quite a bit of appreciation for the Hulk. What he appreciated was that pure green monster named Hulk, not the Bruce Banner who inhabited that shell. The Hulk possessed top-tier combat instincts and intuition. The angrier he got, the stronger he became. But Banner, who held this power, lacked these traits. He was merely a highly intelligent scholar with simple physical capabilities. This also explained why the Banner who later completely merged with Hulk saw his combat power decline into a somewhat comical role. He simply couldn't bring out the Hulk's staggering potential. It's said that the Hulk is a mutation at the soul level. Theoretically, it should be possible to strip the Hulk away from Banner. The one Zhang Sen appreciated was always the pure warrior, Hulk, rather than the later slightly ridiculous character of Banner. He glanced at General Ross again and casually left something on him. Although interested, Zhang Sen had no desire to search the whole world for the Hulk. It was better to let this pair of enemies continue their entanglement while he waited to pluck the fruit. Suddenly, a staggering burst of mental energy erupted. Bang, bang, bang. All the glass in the conference room shattered at the same instant, shards flying everywhere. Zhang Sen looked up and saw the White Queen's chest heaving violently, her breathing rapid, and her eyes churning like stormy waves. Emma, calm down. A wisp of chaos magic quietly drifted out, soothing her violently fluctuating emotions. The White Queen took a deep breath, forcing a somewhat stiff smile onto her face. Sorry, I lost control a bit. Her gaze turned toward an unknown high-ranking military official, her eyes filled with intense killing intent. Darling, can I kill him? Zhang Sen smiled slightly. Of course he can die, but it shouldn't be done by your own hand. If a mutant were to kill a high-ranking official during a military meeting, those who knew the truth would likely go insane. Although Zhang Sen wasn't afraid, he didn't want to start an all-out war with that group just yet. It would serve no purpose other than forcing him to personally clean up tens or even hundreds of thousands of people. Snap. Zhang Sen lightly snapped his fingers. Chaos magic rippled out, and time in the entire conference room seemed to flow once more. The generals regained their mobility and immediately resumed their previous heated argument, their words fierce, even starting to insult each other. The scene momentarily resembled a street brawl. Zhang Sen and the White Queen sat quietly on the sofa, watching these figures, who were usually so disciplined in their military bearing, lose their composure. The argument reached a certain point where the general the White Queen had been staring at suddenly became agitated. He abruptly drew a ceremonial longsword from a nearby decorative stone statue and, without a word, lunged at the colleague who had been contradicting him. The others were shocked, but before they could intervene, the two old generals were already locked in combat. Poochie. The sound of the blade entering flesh was exceptionally clear. Crimson blood gushed out, splattering everywhere. At the brink of death, this general seemed to suddenly have a moment of clarity. He saw two people whom his other colleagues seemed completely unable to see. A handsome young man, and another, that face was all too familiar to him. The White Queen. He was familiar with her, of course, because he was the one who had ultimately approved the operation to capture the White Queen. He was also William Stryker's direct superior and financial backer. At this moment, the White Queen was looking down at him with a cold, mocking sneer. In that instant, he suddenly understood something. His pupils dilated sharply, and his body began to struggle violently. He wanted to scream, but found his throat as if locked tight, unable to utter a single word. He could only watch helplessly as he clearly felt his life slipping away bit by bit under her icy gaze. When the last breath was extinguished, his eyes remained wide open, filled with resentment. One hand was raised with the last of his strength, reaching futilely into the air as if trying to grasp something. Zhang Sen lightly stroked the White Queen's soft long hair. Emma, isn't this kind of revenge more interesting than killing him directly? Leaning in his arms, the White Queen's eyes were so moist they seemed to ripple with water. Darling, I can't wait to rescue my original body. Deep within a hidden underground base, William Stryker stared gloomily at the test subjects wailing in pain within their glass compartments. His eyes were filled with utter loathing, as if he were looking at a pile of filthy vermin. Mutants are the most disgusting things in this world. Even his own biological son was, in the eyes of this fanatical purger, merely a disgusting and ugly monster he wished he could eliminate immediately. The only reason he hadn't made a move yet was because he felt the boy still had some utility, he could kill more mutants for him. Father. Father. On an experimental table, a figure covered in tubes and wires, indistinguishable from the other test subjects, let out a terrified wail. William Stryker walked over unhurriedly, looking at his own son with cold indifference. What's wrong with him? The researcher nearby had a solemn expression. His psyche is fluctuating violently. It seems, he's come into contact with something terrifying. William Stryker frowned and took 2 steps closer. What do you see? Even at a moment like this, there was not a hint of warmth in his voice, only icy loathing. Father. He's coming. He's coming. What is coming? He's coming. He is doomsday. He is destruction. He's coming. He's coming. After a scream of extreme terror, Jason Stryker's eyes suddenly bulged to their limit, and everything came to an abrupt halt. William Stryker's expression became even uglier. What exactly did he see? Connect to his consciousness. I want to see his final memory fragments. Please wait, we need to recalibrate the equipment. Why go to all that trouble, Tilda? An unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out. The next second, crimson energy burst from Jason Stryker's eyes, condensing in midair into a pair of eerie, crimson eyes. Just being watched by these eyes sent a chill from the bottom of one's heart, as if every part of the body were screaming. William Stryker. I found you. Dash dash dash. A massive dam stood tall over the rushing river. The roar of the water drowned out all other sounds, with white foam churning and mist permeating the air. 2 figures arrived through the air, hovering above the dam. Looking down at the concrete behemoth, Zhang Sen raised an eyebrow. He certainly knows how to pick a spot. A brilliant luster flickered in the White Queen's eyes. It's here, it's right here. I can sense it. Wait, that's not right. Why isn't she responding to me? Zhang Sen's gaze narrowed slightly. The projection could sense the original body, yet the original body gave no reaction. it could be completely imprisoned, or more likely, the original body's energy had weakened to the point of near exhaustion. Let's go, we need to hurry. The two floated down and took a few steps forward, where a heavy alloy door blocked their path. Just from the metallic sheen and heavy texture, one could tell it was no ordinary door. Zhang Sen simply extended a single finger and gave it a light tap. Crack, crack, crack. The door, weighing several hundred tons, shattered inch by inch and collapsed with a boom. Behind the door was not a wide corridor, but rows of fully armed soldiers. Without any hesitation, firepower instantly poured out. Bullets shot toward the two like a rainstorm. However, all the projectiles abruptly stopped about half a meter away from Zhang Sen, suspended in midair as if they had hit an invisible wall. Zhang Sen gave a casual wave of his hand. The bullets flew back at an even greater speed. Blood blossoms bloomed one after another as the elite soldiers fell like paper dolls. The two walked slowly into the corridor, while urgent alarms wailed shrilly overhead. Squads of soldiers poured in from all directions, only to fall in waves. To Zhang Sen, the number of ordinary people had long since lost its meaning. At that moment, the combat power detector he was wearing suddenly emitted a notification sound. Combat power, 45. Evaluation, surface second rate. This combat power is considered average among second raters. He felt a slight flicker of interest, but that was all. The next moment, a vigorous figure appeared at the end of the corridor. It was a woman whose specific age was hard to tell. Her figure was slender but not voluptuous, and her expression was icy. She didn't look like a living person, but more like an unsheathed blade or a precision machine. Deathstrike. Zhang Sen recognized the opponent. The female version of Wolverine, she possessed the same self-healing ability and adamantium claws. Her strength was slightly inferior, but her agility was higher. Overall, she could fight to a draw with Wolverine. A decent combatant. She can be absorbed into Hellfire to bolster our foundation. Thinking this, he lightly snapped his fingers. Deathstrike, who was lunging forward like a leopard, instantly froze in place. A wisp of chaos magic seeped in, easily taking over her mind. Let's keep going and see what other interesting things that fellow can pull out. In the base's central control room, William Stryker watched Deathstrike being easily subdued through the surveillance screen, and shock finally surfaced in his eyes. Deathstrike's configuration was enough to rival Wolverine. Aside from the two peaks of mutants, Professor X and Magneto, she could hold her own against any other mutant. But now, she couldn't even survive a snap of the fingers. Another monster-level mutant, his greatest trump card, Jason Stryker, had already been inexplicably rendered useless, and the Deathstrike card was now lost as well. William Stryker grit his teeth, a look of ruthlessness crossing his face. Someone, detonate the explosives planted in the dam. I'll make this monster disappear along with this base. Is that all you've got? How disappointing. An unfamiliar voice seemed to ring directly in his mind. Who's there? Aren't you watching right now, William Stryker? William Stryker subconsciously looked up at the screen, and then, he saw Zhang Sen on the screen suddenly turn his head and look straight at him. The next second, William Stryker's eyes widened abruptly. On the screen, Zhang Sen was shrouded in crimson light, and then, he actually, walked, out of the screen inch by inch. First his hand, then his body, and finally his entire person stepped out of the screen, standing right before him. Monster. Even William Stryker, who had seen countless mutant abilities, squeezed out a terrified and dazed whisper from his throat. Looking at William Stryker, who was lost in shock, Zhang Sen tapped the air, and the man's body began to burn silently. With another hook of his finger, a sphere of memory light was forcibly extracted from the man's brain. Filtering out the irrelevant noise, what remained was all the information regarding this base. Zhang Sen's eyes suddenly lit up. To think there's such an unexpected harvest. His figure vanished instantly and reappeared beside the White Queen a moment later. Let's go, I know where your original body is. Her condition is a bit better than I imagined. The base was divided into several levels. The upper level was the research institute, the middle level was the living quarters, and the bottom level was where the experimental materials were held. Looking at the mutants locked in cages like livestock, the White Queen's expression grew darker and darker. That fool, he really deserved to be killed a few more times. They came to a room at the deepest part. The room was empty, with 4 pure white walls and no bed, only a white stone platform. On the platform was a humanoid diamond statue. Seeing that statue, the White Queen became instantly agitated. That was her diamond form, her original body. Without any hesitation, her projection lunged toward the original body. However, the moment the projection hit the diamond body, it was actually bounced back by an invisible force. What's going on? The White Queen looked bewildered. The projection was a part of her power, and in a sense, a part of her body. How could they fail to merge? Zhang Sen examined the humanoid diamond on the stone platform, a look of approval in his eyes. As expected of you. Transforming into diamond and then using powerful psychic force to forcibly seal your own consciousness, letting both body and mind fall into slumber. This way, you prevent others from tampering with your body while also resisting psychic intrusion. The only cost is that even your own power cannot return. Then, what should be done? Zhang Sen smiled and said nothing, merely extending a finger. With crimson energy entwined around his fingertip, he lightly tapped the forehead of the diamond body. The next second, the diamondized body began to soften, reverting to flesh and blood. The White Queen's projection encountered no further obstacles and merged into the original body. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. After an unknown amount of time, the curled-up White Queen slowly opened her eyes. In an instant, an invisible psychic force as vast as the sea spread out from her, sweeping through the entire space. Zhang Sen touched the combat power detector, and the numbers on the screen began to jump rapidly. Combat power, 200, 250, 300. It doubled in just a few seconds, finally stopping at 480. Zhang Sen smiled. This value had already surpassed the normal state of Professor X. Of course, only the normal state. There was no telling how strong Professor X would be with Cerebro, as he was a being who could sense every living thing on the planet in an instant. As the surging psychic power gradually stabilized, the light in the White Queen's eyes also slowly receded, the dazed look fading away to be replaced by clarity. Memory fusion complete. Before Zhang Sen could finish his sentence, a figure lunged into his embrace, followed by a kiss so passionate it was almost suffocating. Zhang Sen's hands naturally wrapped around her waist, feeling curves that were even more real and moving than the projection. Indeed, this body was several degrees more perfect than the previous projection. Just as the White Queen's movements grew bolder and her breathing quickened, Zhang Sen gently held her back. Emma, now is not the time. So what? No one can disturb us. The White Queen's gaze was so burning it seemed like it would ignite. Zhang Sen shook his head with a smile. No one can disturb us, but if we delay for a few more hours, your old pal might really go to see God. The White Queen was taken aback. Old pal. She immediately reacted. In this base, there are still people from the old Hellfire. Zhang Sen didn't answer, merely putting his arm around her waist. Their figures flashed and disappeared from the spot. When they reappeared, they were beside an experimental table. The surrounding researchers saw the two suddenly appear, and before they could react, they were all frozen in place, then swallowed by crimson flames, turning into ash. The White Queen didn't look at those people, her gaze fell on the dark red figure on the experimental table. Red Devil, it's actually him. Her expression was somewhat complicated. I didn't expect him to be captured too, and by the same organization that took me. One of the White Queen's hands turned into diamond, neatly destroying all the experimental equipment, and she injected psychic power deep into the Red Devil's consciousness, attempting to wake him. Zhang Sen looked at the Red Devil with his detector. Combat power, 78. Evaluation, surface second rate. A bit higher than expected, he thought. In his memory, this guy seemed to only have the ability of teleportation, but since he could teleport others, it meant the energy reserves in his body were definitely not low. If he learned some close combat techniques, he would be an outstanding assassin. While he was thinking, the Red Devil slowly opened his eyes. His consciousness gradually cleared. White Queen. The White Queen smiled slightly, awake. Red Devil, long time no see. White Queen, was it you who saved me? Weren't you missing? I was indeed captured before, but now I'm free. And all of this is thanks to my darling. The White Queen looked at Zhang Sen, her eyes filled with undisguised admiration. The Red Devil took a deep look at Zhang Sen. Having lived for so long, he naturally understood the meaning of that look. By the way, Red Devil, what happened to you? Weren't you following Magneto? With his personality, he should have saved you. The Red Devil fell silent. Clearly, there were some embarrassing details involved. Seeing this, a knowing smile played on the White Queen's lips. It seems following Magneto wasn't a choice that satisfied you. In that case, do you want to join us? Us. As a long-lived species, the Red Devil naturally understood the subtext. Yes, us. We will rebuild Hellfire. I will still be the White Queen, and he will be the new Black King. The Red Devil didn't answer immediately, but looked at Zhang Sen in silence. Zhang Sen spoke up. Think I can't compare to Shaw. The Red Devil shook his head. I didn't think that. It's just, this era is different from ours. Though the words were tactful, they still carried a hint of doubt. After all, the Black King Shaw of the past was indeed awe-inspiringly strong. Zhang Sen didn't mind. Then see for yourself. As the words fell, he extended a finger and lightly tapped against the void. In an instant, surging chaos magic spread like a burst dam, sweeping through every corner. The Red Devil's eyes widened as he watched everything around him in horror, the experimental tables, the equipment, the room walls, the corridors, and everything further away, silently annihilating in the crimson light, turning into nothingness. In just a few minutes, the entire base had completely disappeared, as if it had never existed. All the soldiers and researchers in the base were annihilated, only those mutants used as test subjects survived, staring blankly at their surroundings. This scene, akin to a miracle, left the Red Devil speechless for a long time. In terms of destructive power, the Black King Shaw at his peak, having absorbed nuclear energy, might have been able to do this too. But the contrast between this effortless, almost casual posture and the way Black King Shaw needed to explode with full force was clear as day. Not to mention, this power could precisely distinguish between friend and foe, eliminating all enemies without harming the innocent. This kind of control was near miraculous. After a moment of silence, the Red Devil slowly knelt on one knee, offering an ancient salute. This mutant, who had lived for 1,000 years, offered his loyalty at this moment. A look of satisfaction appeared on Zhang Sen's face. The Red Devil's background was not simple. 1,000 years of time had made him one of the oldest mutants in the world. Even if his power wasn't top tier, 1,000 years of experience was enough to compensate. More importantly, 1,000 years of tempering had made his spirit far more resilient than that of ordinary mutants. That combat power of 78 was not his limit, but was restricted by the lack of systematic growth paths for mutants. Once he obtained a meditation technique, his rate of progress would far exceed others. He had the potential to step into the first rate. The White Queen looked at this scene with a beaming smile. Red Devil, we can fight side by side again. The Red Devil looked up. White Queen, you seem to have changed. The White Queen nodded, as expected of someone who has lived for 1,000 years. Even without psychic abilities, your 1,000-year tempered spirit makes you more perceptive than ordinary people. I am indeed much stronger than before. Oh. The Red Devil's eyes lit up. How much stronger? How much stronger? The White Queen's tone was calm. The title of World's #1 Psychic Master should be worn by someone other than Professor X now. The Red Devil's pupils shrank. You've surpassed Professor X. Even if many mutants disliked Professor X's way of doing things, no one questioned his power. He was a natural king of the mind. Who would have thought that the White Queen, who had always been suppressed by Professor X, would claim to have surpassed him? How did you do it? The Red Devil's voice trembled slightly. No one did not desire to become stronger, especially mutants. The White Queen didn't answer, merely giving Zhang Sen a look full of tenderness. The Red Devil understood immediately and looked at Zhang Sen excitedly. Leader, can you make me stronger too? Zhang Sen nodded. The new Hellfire indeed has methods for mutants to systematically become stronger. Practiced to the extreme, it's enough to rival the peak of mutants. These, I will not be stingy in sharing with true members. The Red Devil became even more excited. The more a mutant has lived as long as he has, the more they understand the natural barriers brought by mutant abilities. If you can't, you can't, and no amount of effort can break through. After 1,000 years of effort, one might still fall before those newborn mutants with heaven-defying abilities. Thus, he knelt on one knee again. Leader, please give your orders. Your will is where my blade points. Already submitted to Zhang Sen's power, and now learning that he could lead mutants to break through their limits, the Red Devil's loyalty was near maximum. Even if not die hard, it was close. Zhang Sen was satisfied with the Red Devil's attitude and turned to look the other way. Then, what about you two? His gaze fell upon Deathstrike, who had previously followed silently like a puppet, but in fact, Zhang Sen had released his control over her as soon as the base was annihilated. Controlling a puppet was boring. With Zhang Sen's strength, he could create second-rate creations at any time. What he wanted was true loyalty. After only a few seconds of silence, the ice-cold Deathstrike knelt on one knee. Leader, Yuriko Oyama, is willing to become the sharpest blade in your hand. Her life was a tragedy, sold by her father, becoming a test subject, being controlled, even her self-consciousness didn't belong to her. Now, an existence who had rescued her, returned her consciousness, was as powerful as a god, and could even make her stronger was right before her. Her submission was only natural. I don't like the name Yuriko Oyama, Zhang Sen said casually. No particular reason, he just didn't like that country. Then from now on, I will be called Deathstrike. Zhang Sen nodded and finally looked toward an empty corner, where there seemed to be nothing. And you, still unwilling to respond to me. Only the White Queen, with her powerful psychic strength, could perceive that a strange mental fluctuation lingered there. The silence lasted a long time, so long that one almost thought there would be no response. Finally, a voice sounded, filled with confusion. I don't know. I'm very confused. Zhang Sen wasn't surprised. Even as tragic as Deathstrike was, she was only sold by her father. This one, however, was personally sent to the experimental table by his biological father. In terms of the depth of tragedy, he might be the deepest one. Then follow me for now. Watch slowly, think slowly. Okay. The reason Zhang Sen was so tolerant was because this tragic young man was extraordinary, the master of illusion, Jason Stryker, son of William Stryker. This miserable mutant was a genuine surface first rate. Even if he was only at the threshold of first rate, that was still true first rate. He could well be called the third strongest psychic master among mutants. Most importantly, this, third, naturally countered Professor X, because his ability was psychic mutation, 5 senses control. In the Scarlet world, the light of chaos submerged everything and nurtured everything. This was a domain belonging to chaos. In this domain, the young Wanda sat curled up. She already possessed the curves of a mature woman, yet still retained the silhouette of a young girl. She wasn't afraid, she had simply seen sights that made her uncomfortable. In the sky, those figures identical to herself, and their respective paths of destiny. Without exception, she, was destined for tragedy, her brother dying, her husband dying, losing things over and over again until she went completely insane. Wanda felt like she was watching movies, the plots so familiar they made her heart tremble. Suddenly, a faint ripple spread behind her. Wanda didn't turn around, but a nearly invisible smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. You're here. Zhang Sen appeared by her side and naturally sat down next to her. There was a familiar atmosphere between them. In fact, it was true. Ever since he obtained the chaos magic, although he hadn't directly awakened Wanda, Jong-sen often entered her consciousness space to communicate with her. This special chaos domain was also something Wanda could only see because of Jong-sen's presence. Normally, she wouldn't be able to perceive this space. After seeing so many stories of yourself, what are your thoughts? Are those all real? That depends on you. If you believe they are real, then they are. If you don't want to believe, then they are just stories. But they really aren't pleasant stories, Wanda said with a complex tone. Jong-sen looked into the distance and suddenly frowned. Where did that strongest Scarlet Witch go? That strongest Super Scarlet Witch he had seen before had left a significant impression on Jong-sen. Now that his strength had grown, he realized her terror even more clearly. Father-level peak, perhaps even beginning to touch the universal level. If she weren't this powerful, it would have been impossible for her to perceive the secrets of the source of chaos magic through her own strength. Hearing this, a subtle smile appeared on Wanda's face. She went to find someone. She's very determined, she must find a certain person. Jong-sen's brow furrowed slightly. He naturally knew who that Super Scarlet Witch was looking for and what she wanted to do. A beautiful and powerful Scarlet Witch who was at least at the father-level peak being determined to find him might excite others, but Jong-sen only felt a sense of rejection. Unlike himself and the Wanda beside him, that Super Scarlet Witch was close to being ripe. To Chthon, the god of dark magic, she was a feast about to be completed. It didn't matter if he used Tomcat's power to cut his own connection to the source of chaos, and adding Wanda was no problem either. But that Super Scarlet Witch was different, the weight of a seed just beginning to sprout compared to a feast about to be served was worlds apart. The moment Jong-sen and Tomcat made a move, Chthon might personally descend the next second to have a chat. Jong-sen wasn't crazy enough to face a multiversal being head-on for a stranger. He shook his head. I won't think about that for now. Whether that Super Scarlet Witch could find him was still an unknown. The parallel universe numbers in the Marvel Universe had already reached 199,999, over 190,000 universes. And those were just the known ones, there were likely even more unknown ones. So, Wanda, do you plan to walk your own path, or shall I help you cut these threads of fate? Wanda smiled faintly. Then I'll have to trouble you. I thought you would hesitate. After all, cutting fate also means saying a permanent goodbye to certain destined connections. Destined connections? Do you mean that husband of mine? To be honest, a robot husband. I don't have much expectation for that. Besides, Wanda glanced at Jong-sen out of the corner of her eye. Jong-sen caught her subtle movement, and the corners of his mouth curled up. In that case, Tomcat. Meow tilde, Tomcat appeared, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Help out one more time, bite off the connection here. Tomcat nodded, leapt up skillfully, and began to gnaw at the surrounding scarlet pillars of light as if he were munching on carrots. In a few moments, the light pillars broke, and the space began to collapse. Dash dash dash. As if waking from a long slumber, Wanda slowly opened her eyes. The unfamiliar light made her a bit uncomfortable. As her vision gradually cleared, a figure both familiar and strange came into view. In the warm light, a handsome man holding a cat gave her a gentle smile. Wanda, welcome to a new beginning. Dash dash dash. At the top of the massive building complex, Jong-sen looked down. This was the highest point of the Hydra base, now renamed the Hellfire base. Standing beside him wasn't the usual companion, White Queen, but the reborn Wanda. Wanda looked at the scene below, which was completely different from her memory. The coldness had vanished, replaced by human presence and vitality. More importantly, powerful auras were rising one after another throughout the base. Jong-sen was never stingy in rewarding his subordinates. Basic techniques like the night breathing technique, apprentice chapter, were now in the hands of almost everyone in the base. Even if not everyone could master it in a few days like Jong-sen and Frank, the soldiers' strength had generally improved, with many already reaching the surface third-rate level. Suddenly, Wanda's gaze froze as she looked toward a corner of the training field. There was a group of soldiers training, and one of them was very familiar, her brother. Can Pietro join in too? Of course. I never mind my warriors becoming stronger. In fact, I look forward to them getting stronger and stronger. Pietro has good potential. He's one of the few among this batch of warriors who has truly become a knight apprentice. He can be considered exceptionally talented. A soft smile spread across Wanda's face. That's wonderful. She liked the current Hellfire base. The atmosphere was harmonious, everyone was getting stronger, there was no chaos, and everything was in order. But thinking of the fragments she had seen in her memory, her expression darkened again. A hand gently rested on her head, ruffling her blonde hair. Thinking about how Pietro would die in the future. Don't worry. Setting aside the fact that you've already severed the threads of fate, just look at Pietro now, he's already an apprentice and has undergone systematic training. Both his strength and combat proficiency are far beyond what they used to be. He will never die in such an absurd way as what you saw. A speedster dying from a stray bullet, if other speedsters found out, they would probably laugh out loud. Wanda's cheeks flushed slightly, and she didn't pull away from that warm hand. I remember you saying that official members of the new Hellfire would receive badges bestowed by you. You want to ask how you and Pietro will be arranged? Yes. Wanda nodded. Jong Sen thought for a moment. I can set aside a Jack card for Pietro. However, he's still far from it now. Even if he awakens that super speed power within him, it won't be enough. Wanda didn't argue or question him. Instead, she asked curiously, the Jack card. I remember you said those are the middle management of Hellfire, higher than the numbered badges. The requirements must be quite high. What are they specifically? You've seen the combat power detector, right? Wanda nodded. According to the rules of set, the minimum threshold for obtaining a numbered badge is a combat power over 10. The Jack card is the starting point for management, belonging to the second level authority, with a minimum requirement of 60 combat power. A combat power of 60 was already considered a strong surface second rate, it wasn't to be underestimated anywhere. Only at this level would sending them out not tarnish Hellfire's reputation. 60. Pietro really is still far off. Wanda, whose horizons had been broadened, knew very well what 60 meant. The minimum for a Jack card is 60, a Queen card is 70, and a King card is 80. Above that, the true facade of Hellfire, the 4 generals, have a minimum threshold of 100 combat power. Wanda understood. So, your arrangement for me is to be one of the 4 generals. Jong Sen smiled and leaned slightly toward her ear. Generals are the strongest warriors of Hellfire. But my expectation for you has never been as a warrior. Wanda's face instantly turned bright red, not because he was close, but because she understood the deeper meaning behind his words. I'll go see Pietro first. After saying that, she flickered and disappeared into the distance, leaving in a hurry. Watching her somewhat flustered back, the corners of Jong Sen's mouth curled up slightly. Hellfire can only have one king, but a queen doesn't necessarily have to be only one. Then I wonder, do I have the qualifications to become one of the generals? Sir. An unfamiliar voice sounded directly in his ear, yet there was no one around. Jong Sen didn't turn around, nor was he surprised by the voice. It seems you've already adapted to life here, Jason. Please call me Master of Illusion, sir. Jong Sen nodded. Anyone who had been personally sent to an experimental table by their own father would have some stress reactions, it was understandable. Also, yes, sir. Life here is very good. No discrimination, no human experimentation, and a leader like you who doesn't discriminate against mutants. This place is simply a paradise for mutants. I'm glad you changed your mind. This badge should have belonged to you long ago. A flame-shaped badge, the Ace of Clubs, appeared at Jansen Leong's fingertips. With a casual flick, the badge flew toward a corner. A hand reached out from thin air and caught it steadily. An uncontrollable excitement surfaced on the Master of Illusion's face. Ever since his powers were discovered by that madman of a father, he hadn't lived a single day like a human being. Forget fatherly love, he didn't even have basic human rights. Therefore, even though he possessed truly first-class combat strength, inferiority and reclusiveness were always buried deep within his heart. To others, the badge was a symbol of status. To him, it was recognition of his value as a person. That was the real reason for his excitement. Jansen suddenly let out a soft sigh. Did something happen, sir? Jansen gave a faint smile. Something happened, and it's a good thing. One of your future companions is about to appear. Want to go take a look? If it is your wish, of course. Besides, I am also looking forward to it. The moment those words hit the air, the half-vial of medicine clutched in the youth's white-knuckled grip suddenly exploded into a mass of ominous red light. The red light surged, surging upward and condensing as if it were alive, finally outlining the silhouette of a man with a tall, straight posture. The moment he saw that face clearly, the youth's pupils constricted sharply, and the last bit of color on his face drained away completely. It was that person. The person who had just traded with him. A surge of fooled rage rushed to his head, his temples throbbed, and his chest felt so tight it was about to burst. How dare he play me? Without a second thought, the youth's arm muscles bulged, and he swung toward the light and shadow with a whistling sound. But his arm had only reached halfway when it seemed to freeze suddenly, jamming dead in midair. No matter how he gritted his teeth and tried to move it, that arm seemed to no longer belong to him, solidified into a heavy stone. Still don't understand. The Jansen, composed of light and shadow, tilted his head, his tone devoid of emotion. From the moment I appeared, everything here, including your body, has already changed owners. He crooked his finger and gave a light flick. A wisp of crimson thread silently entered the youth's body. The frozen arm suddenly came to life, but it completely defied its owner's will. It swung around with a fierce force, and with a crisp slap, it struck the youth's own face hard. Then came a second time, a third, the slaps were heavy and fast, striking left and right, creating clear and humiliating echoes in the silent room. Foul-mouthed brat, not everyone has the patience to indulge you. The sound of slaps was continuous, each one heavier than the last. The burning pain seeped through the skin and into the crevices of his bones. The violence and arrogance in the youth's eyes had long been slapped to pieces, leaving only the most primitive fear, so thick it almost overflowed from his eye sockets. Jansen didn't spare another ounce of attention to this puppet. Now was not the time for a final settlement, he would wait until the benefits were in hand and he had returned safely before casually crushing him to death. He slowly tilted his face up. The dark red, chaotic power floating around him, as if possessing self-awareness, split into countless threads so thin they were almost invisible. They silently spread and permeated, crawling over the walls, across the ceiling, and into the cracks in the floor, wrapping the entire area inside and out into his sensory network in an instant. After a moment, Jansen opened his eyes, a flash of understanding crossing his gaze. Perception is only 10 to 20% of the main body, and the power of this projection isn't even 1/30th of the main body, yet the perception range has actually expanded threefold. It seems this world's suppression of anomalies is much gentler than ours. While the levels of the Marvel Universe were unfathomable, Earth itself wasn't necessarily that exaggerated. Especially now, in an era where all sorts of monsters and demons were taking the stage, the planet's own inhibitory force was near zero. Even so, the basic suppression there was still 3 times stronger than here. The conclusion was clear: this was a low magic, or perhaps even near no magic, world. As for that crystal that could grant superpowers, it was likely an accidental object that had luckily fallen onto this ordinary planet by chance. After ruling out the possibility of the planet itself hiding secrets, Jansen flicked his finger. A wisp of chaos magic, like a venomous snake leaving its hole, suddenly bored into the violent youth's forehead, piercing into the depths of his consciousness and roughly rummaging through the memory fragments regarding that mysterious crystal. Found it. In the next instant, Jansen's figure soared into the sky. The moment the crimson light touched the thick wall blocking his path, it softened and rippled like the surface of water after a stone is thrown, allowing him to pass through without any obstruction. The red light broke through the clouds, like a backward-moving bloody meteor, drawing a brief trajectory across the gloomy sky. About 10 minutes later, a figure wrapped in air currents landed steadily on the wilderness. Following the location in the memory, Jansen quickly found the entrance to the cave. It was nearly 2 meters in diameter, pitch black, and looked bottomless. A cool breeze mixed with the smell of earth was faintly emerging from the depths. Without the slightest hesitation, he leapt down. These marks don't look naturally formed, they look like something slammed in at an angle, carving out a tunnel by sheer force. After descending a few meters, a wisp of ghostly blue light, flickering as if it had its own breath, shone from further down, coating the rough rock walls with a layer of cold glaze. Jansen sent out a wisp of energy, probing downward like a tentacle, sensing carefully for a moment. Then, he silently took a breath, the blue light reflected in his eyes along with an undisguisable shock. This purity. Sub-Heavenly Father level, no, even higher. In the Marvel system, Sub-Father specifically referred to those powerhouses who touched the threshold of gods but had not truly ascended. On a broader scale, perhaps calling them demigods would be more appropriate. After all, many of Marvel's so-called gods were essentially just powerful alien lifeforms. Those truly qualified were few and far between. And the energy aura emanating from the crystal before him, in terms of its purity, already stood firmly upon that threshold, perhaps even surpassing it. Jansen spread his palm, and dark red chaos magic surged out like a tide, carefully wrapping the blue crystal completely. Then, with a thought, he attempted to lift it. Jansen's movements paused, and his brow twitched slightly. I underestimated its weight, after all. He had previously only estimated the energy purity but ignored the total amount. The volume of this crystal and the total amount it contained were far larger than he had anticipated. He continued to drive his chaos magic until the energy reserves within this projection were more than half consumed. Then, he suddenly clenched his palm and let out a low grunt from his throat. Boom! A dull roar came from the ground, like a burp from deep within the earth. Centered on the cave, the surface for hundreds of meters around trembled violently. Immediately after, a massive object burst out of the ground, kicking up clouds of dust and hovering in midair like a small mountain range that had been forcibly uprooted. Jansen slowly rose from the cave, his gaze falling upon the perfect sphere over 2 meters in diameter, flowing with a restrained blue light. He even unconsciously lightened his breathing. The pressure it brought when whole was entirely different. The total energy contained within, by a rough estimate, would likely not be matched by dozens of ordinary sub-Heavenly Father level beings combined. In terms of energy, magnitude, alone, it was likely infinitely close to a true Father level, or rather, the threshold of a true God. A pure energy crystal of near Godhead level. Jansen couldn't help but look up, his gaze seeming to penetrate the crust and clouds to look at the starry sky. This Earth was ordinary, but this universe might not be simple. Inside this crystal, he could sense no traces related to divinity or authority, ruling out the possibility that it was the remains of some god. More likely, it was some extremely rare mineral in the universe that had been refined to the extreme through unimaginable coincidences, forming a sci-fi treasure. Jansen used chaos magic to wrap the crystal layer after layer once more, ensuring it no longer leaked the slightest energy fluctuation. Then, he soared into the sky with the massive blue gem, vanishing into the clouds. Not long after, some people who had been startled by the earthquake and came to investigate out of curiosity pointed and discussed the inexplicably enlarged, bottomless giant pit on the ground. Returning to that hospital room, Jansen glanced at the clock on the wall, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. Still have to wait over 20 hours. The opening of the Myriad Realms trading channel had a 24-hour cooldown period, and it was still cooling down. He glanced at the violent youth, who was completely imprisoned by crimson power and had hollow eyes. He sat down casually in a nearby chair, focusing most of his attention on the giant crystal floating beside him. He used chaos magic to carefully scrape an insignificant tiny bit from the edge of the crystal and sank his consciousness into it for careful analysis. After a moment, Jansen's eyes snapped open, an unbelievable light flashing within them. This thing. The energy was startlingly pure, devoid of any impurities, exclusive attributes, or any attached additional rules or will. This meant that almost any life form could absorb it directly and safely, as naturally as breathing air. No wonder the three ordinary people in the movie could gain superpowers just by touching the dissipating energy. Of course, it wasn't perfect. Judging from the performance in Chronicle, the abilities obtained were uniformly biased towards telekinesis, belonging to the mental realm. This indicated that the attributes of the crystal energy were also more inclined towards the spiritual level, with a weak direct strengthening effect on the physical body. But for Zhang Sen, this was not a flaw. Chaos magic itself is compatible with both energy and rules, its magic and magical essence are similarly rooted in spirit and will. In other words, he could absorb and transform the energy of this crystal almost perfectly, turning it into nourishment for the growth of his own chaos magic. Thinking of this, Zhang Sen felt his breath carry a sense of heat. Because he had severed his reliance on the source of chaos magic through special means, the power within his body could not grow naturally like certain beings, he could only accumulate it bit by bit on his own. The crystal before him was nothing less than a shortcut to the peak of power. Sub-Heavenly Father level chaos magic. By then, even when facing a true Father level existence, he would have the power to fight. For someone at the level of Lafi, the king of the Frost Giants, even if the opponent held a divine artifact like the Casket of Ancient Winters, Zhang Sen was confident he could crush them head-on. 20 hours passed quietly in the silent waiting. Zhang Sen sat by the window, gazing at the gray sky outside, a trace of doubt hidden in the depths of his eyes. Because of the existence of this ultra-high purity energy crystal, he looked at this seemingly ordinary world with a bit more scrutiny. In the final few hours, he intentionally released most of the seals on the crystal and even made some small moves, attempting to lure any potentially existing beings sensitive to such energy. As a result, nothing happened. It was dead silent. A civilization capable of nurturing such god-level energy bodies could never lack the capacity for interstellar travel and detection, nor could it remain completely unresponsive to such a significant energy source. The level of the Marvel universe was already high enough, and such a crystal would be a rare treasure even there. The level of this universe, theoretically, should not exceed Marvel. Excluding all possibilities, there seemed to be only one explanation left. Zhang Sen's gaze fell back onto the floating blue crystal. Is it truly a miracle of natural gestation? Unfortunately, the cooldown time had ended, and he had no leisure to explore this world further. Snap. A crisp snap of the fingers. Everything in the hospital room, the controlled youth and all the subtle traces Zhang Sen had left over the past day, dissipated soundlessly under the shroud of crimson power, like pencil marks erased by an eraser. At the same time, a pitch-black hole with rippling edges emerged out of thin air. Zhang Sen picked up the massive energy crystal and stepped inside. Time and space twisted, and all things changed. The Marvel Universe. Zhang Sen's main body looked at the completely darkened myriad heavens trading interface displaying, connection disconnected, understanding in his heart. The target is dead, the connection has indeed been completely severed. Fortunately, he hadn't brought Jerry along back then. After a short wait, a new trading channel opened silently. A streak of crimson light shot out from the channel and merged into Zhang Sen's body. Those were the memories and experiences carried by the projection. Following that, the massive blue energy crystal also slowly emerged before him. The moment the crystal fully manifested, Zhang Sen suddenly looked up, his sharp gaze piercing toward an empty corner of the room. His voice was steady but carried a power that could not be ignored. Since you've come, why not show yourself? Sorcerer. The air there rippled like water, and a figure dressed in yellow robes with a tranquil temperament slowly took shape. It was none other than the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. Zhang Sen looked at her calmly, his lips curling into a cold arc. What, I'm retrieving my own things, and the Sorcerer wants to interfere. Ancient One shook her head gently, her voice as gentle as ever. Since I have already drunk your welcoming tea, I naturally would not do something so abrupt. I have come this time to make a deal with you. Oh. Zhang Sen unconsciously tapped the energy crystal beside him. With the Sorcerer's realm, you would still be interested in this thing. While this crystal was good, its energy level barely touched the threshold of a Father level. Ancient One herself was already in existence at the peak of the Father level. Logically speaking, she shouldn't think much of it. Ancient One did not answer directly. Her gaze fell on the crystal as if examining an ancient relic. Mr. Zhang Sen, have you ever heard the name, Titan? Titan. Zhang Sen's brow twitched slightly. You mean, this thing is a Titan? Ancient One nodded, then shook her head again. In the context of the multiverse, Titan refers to two things. First, the Titan race, a race with powerful innate talent, where adult individuals generally possess sub-heavenly father-level combat power. Thanos is one of them. Second, her voice held a hint of inexpressible lament, are the true Titans. They are miracles of natural gestation, born deities who possess at least sub-father power from the moment of their birth. They hold a noble status, born as gods. True Titans are usually born in the cores of planets, requiring countless coincidences to converge for even a slim possibility of existence. Zhang Sen immediately thought of those behemoths in Marvel, the Celestials. No, they are fundamentally different, Ancient One quickly negated. The birth of a Celestial only requires a suitable life-bearing planet, while not common, it is not unheard of on a cosmic scale. But the birth of a Titan requires a miracle, the perfect coupling of countless causal chains at a specific space-time node. If that's hard to understand, think of the god of black magic, Cthon. He was originally a primitive life form on Earth, yet he eventually ascended to the pinnacle of the multiverse. That is a miracle. He, too, is a Titan. Zhang Sen's eyes narrowed. Put this way, many things became clear. Why could Earth birth so many incredible existences? If they were the miracles themselves, innate god-like Titans, everything had a rational source. He then looked at the blue crystal, his tone carrying surprise. You mean, this is a Titan's egg that failed to gestate successfully? A trace of complexity flashed in Ancient One's eyes, appearing like pity or regret. It was once the core of a planet, an egg, that had the chance to hatch a Titan miracle. But due to the greed of intelligent life, it was unearthed too early, severing that final faint spark of life. Eventually, it solidified into what it is now. An extremely special, high-purity energy stellar core. Zhang Sen was silent for a moment. Now, is there any possibility of recovery? None whatsoever, Ancient One replied without hesitation. Once a miracle is interrupted, it can never be reproduced. Now, it is merely a special energy body that any living being can absorb, and nothing more. In that case, Zhang Sen looked back at Ancient One, its value to you, sorcerer, should be limited. I personally indeed have no need for external help, Ancient One admitted frankly, but Kamar Taj does not consist of only me. Zhang Sen understood. But he didn't plan to yield easily, opportunities to squeeze something out of the Sorcerer Supreme were rare. However, before he could open his mouth to negotiate, Ancient One raised her hand. A cube emitting a stable blue light floated quietly above her palm. The moment he saw that object, the corner of Zhang Sen's eye twitched imperceptibly. The Tesseract, he whispered, his tone unreadable, no wonder I couldn't find it no matter what I did before. It turns out it was with the Sorcerer. The Tesseract, which contained the Space Stone, was undoubtedly worth far more than that energy crystal. But Zhang Sen felt little joy, instead, a trace of annoyance at being manipulated by an invisible hand rose within him. He could have found a way to get this thing from S.H.I.E.L.D., but now it was placed on the trading table by Ancient One as a bargaining chip. Naturally, he had to show his displeasure. Not enough, Zhang Sen's voice turned a few degrees colder. Far from enough. Ancient One seemed to have anticipated this. Without haggling, she added directly, you may go to the Kamar Taj treasury in person and choose any 3 items you desire, be they rare materials, ancient artifacts, or forbidden grimoires. Zhang Sen fell into a brief silence. The conditions offered by Ancient One could be described as generous. How much of the crystal do you want? The amount of a fist is sufficient. Zhang Sen said no more. With a flick of his finger, a crimson blade of light flashed, precisely cutting a piece roughly the size of an adult's fist from the massive blue crystal. Thank you. Ancient One took the crystal, nodded slightly, and turned to step into a suddenly glowing golden portal. Her figure faded away along with the portal as if she had never been there. The room fell silent. Zhang Sen stared at the spot where Ancient One had disappeared, his brow gradually furrowing. Something's not right, he muttered to himself. Possessing a near-omniscient perspective, he knew very well that Ancient One and Kamar Taj had no need for such external energy crystals to enhance their strength. The special cultivation the Sorcerers Supreme of past generations performed using the Time Stone was far more efficient than any external object. As for ordinary sorcerers, it was even more unlikely that Ancient One would deliberately use such precious resources to build up a single individual. So, why did she make this deal? Giving up the Tesseract plus 3 treasures from Kamar Taj just for a small piece of energy that could, at most, create a city-level powerhouse. It's like she's intentionally giving me benefits. Zhang Sen rubbed his chin. Did she see some kind of future through the time stone where she had to do this? Unable to figure it out, he set it aside for the moment. His attention returned to the massive energy crystal, his eyes turning burning hot once more. Since he knew its value, there was no need to wait any longer. He cut off another fist-sized piece of the crystal, released the chaos magic within his body, and began to guide, assimilate, and absorb the incredibly pure energy within it. Time flowed silently. Late the next night, Zhang Sen, who had been sitting still with his eyes closed, suddenly snapped them open. In that instant, what looked like crimson lightning flashed deep in his eyes. Immediately after, a majestic and chaotic pressure erupted from his body, forming a visible, ripple-like dark red energy field around him. Even the air in the room warped slightly because of it. Just one piece, and there's such a significant improvement. It really is good stuff. With a thought, a pale blue semi-transparent light screen unfolded before him. Name: Jansen Liang. Talent: Dimensional Trading, on cooldown. Abilities: Firearms Mastery, Combat Master, Mechanical Modification. Extraordinary abilities: Chaos Magic, Night Breathing Technique, Skilled, Forbidden Cannon, Meditation Technique, Beginner. Comprehensive Evaluation, Surface First Rate, Strong. Looking at the new evaluation on the light screen, Zhang Sen's brow furrowed slightly. In the Marvel Universe, before reaching the sub-Heavenly Father level, there was no clear or unified power system barrier. This, surface first rate strong, roughly meant that within the top echelon of Earth's conventional martial force, he was a relatively strong individual. He wasn't dissatisfied with the level. By his estimation, if he absorbed another 20 or 30 crystals of the same size, breaking through to the sub-Heavenly Father level was almost a certainty. What he was dissatisfied with was this vague method of classification. Since there's no recognized standard, I might as well create one myself. Establishing a unified ranking for the incredibly complex extraordinary system of the entire Marvel world was undoubtedly a pipe dream. But what if he changed his approach? If I have Tom make something like a combat power detector, it shouldn't be hard, right? As soon as this thought arose, Zhang Sen immediately became interested. When he watched anime in his previous life, those devices that could display numerical values were quite interesting. If he could actually recreate them in the Marvel Universe, it would be not only practical but also quite fun. No sooner said than done. His body turned into a crimson streaming shadow, vanishing from the room instantly. A moment later, he appeared in an exceptionally spacious room filled with various snacks and toys. Tom Cat was sprawled out on a soft sofa, holding a large bucket of popcorn, staring intently at a huge projection screen in front of him with wide, round eyes. An exaggerated cartoon series was playing on it. The sound of the door opening made its ears twitch. Seeing it was Zhang Sen, Tom Cat immediately tossed aside the popcorn, gave a cheer, and lunged forward. It rubbed its furry head vigorously against Zhang Sen's palm, making a satisfied purring sound in its throat. Zhang Sen reached out to pick it up and rubbed the soft fur behind its neck. Tom, look at this. Can you make it? He took out a manga book, flipped to the pages where the combat power detector appeared, and pointed at the strange device worn on the side of the eye in the illustrations. Tom Cat reached out a paw to take the manga, tilted its head, and its large eyes darted around the image for a few rounds. Then, it pulled out its signature small whiteboard from nowhere and scribbled quickly. I think I can give it a try. Zhang Sen's eyes lit up. Can you improve it a bit? The one in the original work didn't seem very accurate. My requirement is that it can comprehensively detect dimensions like the target's muscle strength, energy reaction, biomagnetic field, and mental fluctuations to calculate a relatively objective, comprehensive combat power value. Tom Cat held its furry chin in thought for a moment, then nodded vigorously, a confident, leave it to me, expression on its face. A few days passed in a flash. Deep within the Hydra base, in Zhang Sen's private suite. White Queen Emma, wearing only a silk nightgown, leaned lazily in Zhang Sen's arms, her long golden hair cascading down like a waterfall. Zhang Sen unconsciously twirled her hair with one hand while operating a floating screen in front of him with the other. A press conference was being broadcast live on the screen. Is this that famous Tony Stark? Emma's voice carried a hint of curiosity as her gaze landed on the man with the cynical smile on the screen. You could say that, Zhang Sen replied, though his gaze didn't move. You're interested in him. Emma looked up, her icy blue eyes meeting Zhang Sen's profile. Interest isn't the right word, Zhang Sen said in a flat tone. I'm just a bit curious about something that's about to happen. What thing? Zhang Sen didn't answer immediately, just quietly watching the screen. Finally, Tony Stark on the screen stood under the spotlights, facing countless cameras, and spoke the words destined to go down in history. I am Iron Man. The moment the words fell, Zhang Sen's expression changed drastically. He snapped his head up, his gaze piercing the ceiling like a physical force, as if trying to see through layers of obstacles to look directly at the heavens. I used to hear people say that Tony admitting he is Iron Man was the beginning of a new era, a signal for the official drawing back of the extraordinary curtain. I only took it as a joke. Now he knew it wasn't just a joke. Just like in certain ancient legends where a single word from a person of destiny could trigger a shift in fortune. At the very instant Tony Stark's declaration left his mouth, some fundamental rules of this world underwent a subtle yet definite shift. Every world has a suppressive force, like an invisible ceiling that limits the expansion and activity of extraordinary powers. If the suppressive force is too strong, it can lead to an age of magic's end. If it weakens, it could usher in a resurgence of spiritual energy or the rampant spread of the supernatural. Marvel's Earth wouldn't go to such an extreme direction, but just now, that film, that had been shrouding the surface of the world and suppressing extraordinary activity quietly, vanished. This meant that from now on, Marvel's Earth would enter an active period, where extraordinary events would occur frequently and supernatural powers would emerge at an accelerated pace. Extraordinary serums that were previously difficult to replicate even with the power of an entire nation might be accidentally synthesized in a large corporation's lab in the future. The probability and intensity of mutant and inhuman awakenings might see a surge. And those ancient beings slumbering in the dust of history and the cracks between dimensions, their awakening process might also be quietly accelerated. No wonder, before Iron Man appeared, the extraordinary was hidden and hard to find, but after him, all kinds of events emerged one after another, like an eruption. Zhang Sen muttered to himself, then patted Emma's smooth arm. Go, call them all here. Emma understood. A powerful telepathic wave spread out silently, instantly covering most of the base. Before long, several figures appeared in the room one by one. The two mutants, Ratman and Pigman, Frank Castle, the Punisher, with his aura of cold slaughter, and the White Queen snuggled next to Zhang Sen. This was Zhang Sen's current core team. Zhang Sen's gaze swept over everyone. He could clearly feel that their auras had grown compared to before, and he nodded. Two things. He held up two fingers. The first is this little gadget. A streak of dark red light flashed, and several oddly shaped devices resembling monocles appeared out of thin air in the center of the table where everyone sat. What is this? Emma curiously picked one up, turning it over in her hands. Zhang Sen answered with a question. Has anyone read the manga, Dragon Ball? The thin, small rat man immediately raised his hand, his voice excited. Sir. I have. I've read it many times. Wait. Rat man looked at the device in his hand, then at Zhang Sen. A bold guess popped into his head, and his voice trembled slightly. This couldn't be, that thing from the manga, the combat power detector. Quick reaction. Zhang Sen nodded in confirmation. Combat power detector. A look of interest flashed in Frank's eyes. He picked one up, fiddled with it twice, and seeing that the operation was simple, he put it directly over his right eye. He first looked at the rat man next to him. Faint fluorescent text appeared on the lens. Combat power. 9. Evaluation. Surface third rate. So low. Frank was a bit surprised. He turned to look at Pigman. Combat power. 10. Evaluation. Surface third rate. How exactly are these levels divided? Frank asked. The detector comprehensively evaluates multiple dimensions such as the target's physical strength, energy level, mental fluctuations, and life field intensity, Jansen explained. A standard adult male who has undergone rigorous training and reached the theoretical human limit is set at a base combat power of 1. Holding a standard pistol, the combat power is about 5. Surface third rate refers to the range from 1 to 10. For superhumans at this level, the gap between them and ordinary people is not insurmountable. A knife or a sneak attack could still pose a threat. In the current state of Ratman and Pigman, an ordinary person with a weapon would have a chance to deal with them. A combat power of 11 to 100 belongs to surface second rate. This is the range where most well-known superhuman individuals are found. At this level, the threat of small firearms is greatly reduced. Relying on personal abilities, one can already resist or even annihilate an elite armed squad. Once combat power breaks 100, one enters surface first rate. Individuals at this level possess the destructive power and survivability to confront or even crush a structured conventional army head-on. And this is also my requirement for you in the next stage. The classification was simple and direct, and everyone present understood. They all picked up detectors to test them curiously, even White Queen Emma played with one with great interest. Superhuman abilities in the Marvel Universe are diverse and strange. It's common to fail unexpectedly when information is unclear. With this device, at least one can have an intuitive preliminary judgment of the target's danger level, which is of great significance. Especially for Frank, who had long been fed up with those strange abilities that couldn't be explained by common sense, which seriously affected the efficiency of his dispensing justice. This detector was practically tailor-made for him. Frank aimed the detector at himself. Combat power, 20. Evaluation, surface second rate. He nodded slightly. This value basically matched his own estimation, so the accuracy of the detector seemed good. Immediately, he jerked his head up and cast his gaze from behind the lens toward Jansen Liang in the center of the room. To be honest, it had been a long time since he could accurately judge the depth of Jansen's strength. In the next second, the lens in front of Frank's eyes suddenly erupted with a piercing red light, and at the same time, a short, sharp alarm sounded in his ear. Warning, warning, extremely high energy reaction detected. Combat power, 999. Evaluation, surface first rate peak. Danger level, doomsday calamity, extremely dangerous. Immediate evasion suggested. Jansen glanced at the frozen Frank and smiled slightly. I added a small feature. When the target's combat power far exceeds the user's, it triggers an alarm as a friendly reminder. Frank slowly took off the detector, his eyes burning as he stared intently at Jansen, asking word by word, just how strong are you now? Numbers are just numbers, after all, and cannot fully represent the true strength they signify. Jansen smiled, his tone relaxed. In the settings of this detector, the minimum yield of a tactical nuclear warhead at its explosion center corresponds to a base combat power value of approximately 800. Hiss. A clear sound of gasping suddenly filled the room. Only Frank had no horror in his eyes, instead, a near-boiling battle intent ignited within them. His hands clenched tightly, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force. I will catch up. His voice was low and firm. I definitely will. Jansen nodded with satisfaction. I never doubted that, Frank. The combat power detector is the first matter. As for the second. Jansen turned his gaze toward White Queen Emma, his tone becoming solemn. Emma, it is time to rebuild the Hellfire Club. The idea of rebuilding Hellfire had existed for a long time, but previously his strength was insufficient, and he worried that a lack of control would lead to a backlash. Now that he stood at the peak of the surface, only a step away from a higher level, he naturally had no more reservations. Emma's beautiful eyes lit up instantly. Rebuilding Hellfire meant that the plan to rescue her imprisoned original body could finally be put on the agenda. She had waited too long for this day. I will clean up and reclaim all the assets and networking left by Shaw. Her tone was resolute. No, those aren't important. Jansen wagged his finger. The core of rebuilding Hellfire has never been money or secular industries. His gaze swept over everyone present. Next, I need all of you to work together on one thing. Find, contact, and invite sufficiently powerful superhuman beings to join the soon-to-be reborn Hellfire. They can be mutants, or other races or individuals with extraordinary powers. There are only two requirements. They must be strong enough, and they must truly be willing to accept the philosophy and rules of Hellfire. I don't want the club to waste most of its energy on cleaning up moles and suppressing traitors after it's rebuilt. Understood. Everyone's expressions turned solemn as they responded in unison. This is currently the highest priority task. Of course, I won't send you out empty-handed. Jansen flicked his fingers, and three tiny energy orbs, no larger than grains of rice but emitting a soft glow, sank into the chests of Rat Man, Pig Man, and Frank respectively. What is this? Frank asked instinctively, feeling a sudden influx of cool air within his body. A little help, Jansen said plainly. A trace of essence stripped from that energy crystal. For you now, the dosage is just right. As the energy entered their bodies, the three immediately felt a wave of clarity in their minds. Their thinking speed seemed to quicken, and their perception and control of their own abilities became sharper. Even some obscure points in their past cultivation now felt faintly understood. For the next period of time, your mental activity will remain at a high level, and your comprehension and learning abilities will be temporarily enhanced. I hope that when the task is over and you return, no one will still be at surface third rate. Ratman's voice trembled with excitement. Sir, we will never let you down. Jansen nodded and tossed two thin booklets made of a special material to Ratman and Pigman. Those were the original copies of the basic meditation technique he had modified to be suitable for the development of mutant mental power. Go now. If you can invite a few truly strong individuals to join, there will be even more generous rewards later. Yes. Ratman and Pigman looked at each other and turned to leave, full of fighting spirit. Frank, stay for a moment. Jansen called out to the Punisher who was about to leave. Frank stopped and looked at Jansen calmly, waiting for instructions. The rebuilt Hellfire will no longer use the old simple titles like Black King or White Queen. I plan to use the suits and ranks of playing cards as member identifiers. Jansen said slowly. Those with a rank below 10 are peripheral members, J, Q, and K are middle-level backbones and managers, and above K, there are 4 aces. His gaze fell on Frank. These 4 aces will be the core combat pillars of the new Hellfire, the facade and the blade of the club. I call them the Hellfire 4 Generals. To be a general, one must possess the qualification and strength to single-handedly confront and crush a modern army. Frank's eyes flickered slightly. You mean? The position of the first great general of the Hellfire, Jansen looked into his eyes, belongs to no one but you, Frank. Frank was silent for a moment. He didn't offer any hypocritical refusal, but simply stated frankly, with my current strength, I'm not enough. That's why I prepared this for you. Jansen handed over a thin file. Frank took it, flipped to the first page, and his gaze narrowed. Ghost Rider. That's right. Jansen's tone was serious. A spirit of vengeance from hell, possessing the flames that judge evil and near immortal characteristics. There's an ancient rumor that if a living being can endure the gaze of the eye of judgment, without collapsing, they will have the chance to seize the power of the spirit of vengeance and make it their own. A scorching light suddenly burst from Frank's eyes. He didn't ask how strong Ghost Rider specifically was, nor did he consider the consequences of failure. He simply gripped the file tightly and said in a deep voice. I understand. With that, he turned and strode out of the room. Ghost Rider. I seem to have heard legends about that. It's a very dangerous existence, directly related to the power of hell. Emma leaned in, her tone carrying a hint of worry. Of course it's dangerous, Jansen said indifferently. The predecessor of Ghost Rider was originally an emissary of heaven. After falling and combining with the power of hell, it possesses a near-conceptual immortality and a fire of judgment that can incinerate souls. Once touched by that flame, it theoretically cannot be extinguished until the evil is completely purified. Aren't you worried that Frank will fail? Jansen smiled, his tone very certain. On this planet, if there is one person who can withstand the searing and interrogation of the soul by the eye of judgment through pure willpower, that person must be Frank Castle. Moreover, only by seizing the power of Ghost Rider can Frank truly possess the strength and status matching the title of First Great General of the Hellfire. Emma pressed her soft body closer to Zhang Sen, the corners of her mouth curving into a smile that could make any man's heart skip a beat. And what about me? What position have you reserved for me? Second Great General. Zhang Sen's fingers intertwined with a strand of her blonde hair, playing with it. The position of great general doesn't suit you. Emma's smile became even more charming as her fingertips traced circles on Zhang Sen's chest. Not a great general. Could it be a king, meant to manage the trivial matters of the middle management? Zhang Sen raised his hand and gently pinched her chin, forcing her to look up at him, a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Mischievous. You've clearly already guessed it in your heart. Above the great generals, there is an even higher position. One king, one queen. His voice lowered, carrying a certain unquestionable weight. Besides you, the White Queen, who else is qualified to sit upon that incomparably noble throne of the Queen? Emma's smile bloomed like a flower. She proactively leaned forward and kissed Zhang Sen's lips, a passionate and long kiss. After they separated, she panted, her ice blue eyes shimmering with moisture and anticipation. Darling, help me rescue my original body. In my current state, I can't quite uphold the majesty of the Queen of Hellfire. Zhang Sen looked at the look of complete submission in her eyes and knew the time was ripe. All right. Emma's eyes lit up. When? Right now. Before his voice could fade, the figures of the two were swallowed by a sudden surge of crimson light, vanishing from the room instantly. The crimson light suddenly condensed at the sofa, and the moment the light dissipated, Zhang Sen's figure was already seated firmly. The White Queen was focused on processing documents. Sensing the familiar energy fluctuations, she snapped her head up. Seeing it was Zhang Sen, a seductive smile instantly blossomed on her exquisite face. She casually tossed aside the work in her hands and walked forward quickly in her high heels, sitting directly astride Zhang Sen's lap. Zhang Sen tightened his arms, firmly embracing her slender and soft waist. How long was I gone? Exactly 3 days, half the time you estimated. Zhang Sen nodded slightly. He had originally thought this breakthrough would take at least a week or so. Has anything special happened in the base these past few days? Nothing major, but there are a few small things worth mentioning. The White Queen's fingertips lightly brushed across Zhang Sen's chest, her tone somewhat lazy. Oh, let's hear it. First is Wanda. Her performance has exceeded expectations, the White Queen added with a bit of praise. She's not only exceptionally intelligent, but she has perfectly implemented all the plans you set. She has now grown into a reliable leader who can hold her own. And then there's the Bruce Banner you brought back, his condition isn't very good. Quote. Zhang Sen raised an eyebrow, his tone questioning. What happened to Bruce Banner? The White Queen suddenly pursed her lips and chuckled, a hint of playfulness flashing in her eyes. That fellow took quite a hit to his confidence. Who dealt with him? Who else could it be but Tom Cat? Zhang Sen's brow twitched slightly. Tom Cat. What did he tinker with this time? Did he come up with some ridiculous invention that overturned his scientific understanding? It wasn't an invention, though it might as well have been. The White Queen suppressed a laugh as she explained. Tom Cat somehow managed to build a body of solid muscle within 3 days, and then without a word, he gave Bruce Banner a severe beating. Zhang Sen was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh out loud. He wasn't surprised that Tom Cat could beat Bruce Banner. Never mind Banner in his normal state, even if it were the Hulk, as long as Tom Cat got serious, he could still beat him into oblivion. Even if it were some 4-armed Hulk or Worldbreaker Hulk, it would be no exception. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Sen's expression returned to calm. It's time to let Bruce Banner leave. Leave? The White Queen was a bit surprised. That man is a top-tier talent with 7 PhDs. You're just letting him go. Zhang Sen shook his head, his tone carrying an undisguised aloofness. With Tom Cat around, we don't lack high IQ assistants at all. Even if we truly needed it, we could find candidates more suitable than him. Zhang Sen had never liked Bruce Banner, and he never intended to hide that fact. A fellow with a developed brain but a weak body, his existence severely limited the growth potential of the Hulk. Among the dozen or so transformation forms of the Hulk, any that were dominated by Bruce Banner's consciousness were not considered top tier. Conversely, the forms dominated by the Hulk's own consciousness were all terrifyingly powerful, with almost no weaklings among them. To completely separate the souls of Hulk and Bruce Banner will take quite some time. Zhang Sen's tone became more solemn. I'll have to trouble you to take more care of the base's affairs in the meantime. Soul separation was delicate work, even a slight mistake could cause irreversible damage to both souls. Zhang Sen didn't care about Bruce Banner's safety, but he didn't want the Hulk's soul to suffer the slightest harm. The White Queen nodded obediently, her red lips parting slightly. Don't worry, I'll be watching over things here. There won't be any problems. Meanwhile, in another hidden room, 3 people who normally had almost no interaction were now sitting around a table. S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury, Iron Man Tony Stark, and the military giant General Ross, the 3 had varying expressions. Tony Stark leaned back in his chair, his face full of impatience. Hey, Spymaster, I told you long ago that I have zero interest in your so-called hero team initiative. Nick Fury's face was cold, his tone solemn. Tony, you haven't realized the severity of the problem yet. The current situation is worlds apart from how things used to be. I don't know when it started, but the number of superhumans is growing exponentially, and superhuman crime is becoming more frequent. Nick Fury's gaze swept over the two. In such a situation, if there isn't a strong enough organization to stand up and deter those superhumans with ill intentions, the subsequent trouble will only increase. Tony Stark's expression gradually darkened. He had always been proud, and he still was, but facing the superhuman community, a deep sense of wariness had indeed grown in his heart. Tony, we need you. The whole world needs you. Seeing Tony's resistance soften, Nick Fury immediately struck while the iron was hot. Tony Stark was silent for a moment before slowly speaking, let me consider this matter further. Fine. Nick Fury nodded, not continuing to press him. General Ross, who was already unable to contain himself, suddenly stood up, his tone impatient. You can talk about your team plan amongst yourselves. I don't have time to waste with you. With that, he turned to leave. General Ross, please stay, Nick Fury's voice rang out at the right moment. Don't you want to know the Hulk's whereabouts? General Ross's steps halted instantly. He turned around abruptly, staring at Nick Fury with burning eyes. You know where the Hulk is. Nick Fury didn't answer directly, only asking in a flat tone, General Ross, can you sit down now and patiently listen to me finish? General Ross sat heavily back in his chair, his tone carrying a blatant threat. Nick Fury, I hate it when people lie to me. If you dare play tricks, the consequences will be more than you can handle. Facing General Ross's threat, Nick Fury's expression remained unchanged as he raised a hand and clapped. The screen in the center of the room suddenly lit up, and a video began to play. Gentlemen, this video shouldn't be unfamiliar to you, right? The faces of General Ross and Tony Stark changed simultaneously. What was playing on the screen was the footage from not long ago when the Hulk lost control and single-handedly crushed several military units. General Ross's face instantly turned cold, and he said in a stiff tone, Nick Fury, are you provoking me? Tony Stark's expression wasn't much better, the impact of that footage was still fresh in his memory. Nick Fury, however, shook his head. I have no intention of provoking you. Look here. He pointed his hand, and the Master of Illusion on the screen was instantly magnified several times. Nick Fury's finger landed on the position of the Master of Illusion's chest. Tony Stark glanced at it and said casually, just a badge, the design is decent. And then, this is definitely not just an ordinary badge, Nick Fury's tone became serious. According to my investigation, this should be the symbol of a hidden organization. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of Tony Stark and General Ross instantly became solemn. An organization. Exactly, an organization composed of superhumans. Nick Fury's voice carried a hint of gravity. What's even more terrifying is that I suspect the Hulk has already been targeted by this organization, they want to recruit him. Additionally, look closely at the pattern on this emblem. This looks like the symbol for the Ace of Clubs. Tony Stark narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. Precisely, Nick Fury nodded. Based on my deductions, this organization likely uses playing cards as markers for member ranks. That Ace of Clubs is clearly a dangerous existence on the same level as the Hulk, and there might be 3 more like him in this organization. Because in a deck of cards, there are 4 aces. As soon as these words were spoken, Tony Stark and General Ross both sucked in a breath of cold air simultaneously. 4 beings comparable to the Hulk, each capable of taking on an entire army single-handedly, such an organization was terrifying to the extreme. No, we can't wait any longer. We must uncover the details of this organization as soon as possible. Tony Stark's tone carried a hint of urgency. Investigate. Even if we find something, what then? Nick Fury's tone held a touch of helplessness. Facing 4 monsters of that caliber, do you think we have a chance? Tony Stark instantly fell silent. General Ross looked at Nick Fury, his tone urgent. Then tell us, what should we do? I need your help. Nick Fury's gaze became firm. We are going to see someone together. Who? Someone who might be able to uncover this mysterious organization's existence single-handedly, one of the mutant duo Pole. Professor X. At the entrance of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Looking at the plaque on the school gate, Tony Stark frowned, his tone laced with a bit of disdain. Agent, is this the place you mentioned where superhumans gather? With all due respect, this looks no different from an ordinary school. Before Nick Fury could respond, a gentle voice suddenly rang out in Tony Stark's ear. Mr. Stark, this school is indeed not ordinary. It is a sanctuary for mutant children, their paradise. Tony Stark whipped his head around to look at his surroundings, finally settling his gaze on a wheelchair slowly approaching from not far away. Sitting in the wheelchair was a middle-aged man, energetic with a refined countenance. Even in a wheelchair, his unique personal charisma was hard to hide. Tony Stark's gaze lingered on the middle-aged man for a few seconds before quickly shifting to the woman pushing the wheelchair, a flash of admiration crossing his eyes. Oh, buddy, the lady by your side is truly charming. Tony Stark's tone was somewhat flippant. If I had known there were such charming ladies here, I should have come sooner. Professor X gave a gentle smile and explained plainly, Mr. Stark, Jean is not my partner, she is a teacher at this school. Furthermore, she already has a boyfriend. That is truly terrible news. Tony Stark shook his head in mock regret. Jean Grey completely ignored his flirting, her expression cold as if she hadn't heard a thing. Professor X's gentle gaze swept over the 3 people before him one by one, his tone knowing. One is the famous CEO of Stark Industries, one is a high-ranking agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and another is General Ross, a military big shot who often appears on the news. A tycoon, a government official, and a military leader visiting at the same time. It seems I'm in for some trouble. Nick Fury took a step forward, looking directly at Professor X. Professor X, there is a matter for which we need your help. For three big figures to come knocking at once, it must be a very thorny issue. Professor X shrugged, his tone somewhat helpless. It seems my peaceful days are coming to an end. Apologies, but this matter is perhaps something only you can do. Nick Fury's tone carried a hint of earnestness. Professor X sighed softly, then tell me about it. I'll state first that I am just an ordinary disabled man. If the matter exceeds my capabilities, please forgive me. How can one of the great mutant duopole be an ordinary disabled man? General Ross snorted coldly, his tone mocking. Professor X smiled and did not argue, simply waiting quietly for Nick Fury to continue. Professor X, we need your help to find a mysterious organization. Nick Fury got straight to the point. An organization. Professor X's brow furrowed slightly. What kind of organization could make titans from the corporate, government, and military sectors seek help at the same time? There was definitely a catch here, and a big one. To be honest, he didn't want to get involved in something so obviously risky. He only wanted to look after his small corner at Xavier's school for gifted youngsters and protect those poor mutant children. Professor X, look at this. Perhaps you will change your mind. As Nick Fury spoke, he handed over the tablet in his hand. Professor X took the tablet and tapped on the video. Initially, his expression was calm, but as the video progressed, his look gradually became grave. When he saw the scene of the Master of Illusion controlling thousands of people in a single second, his face changed abruptly. Such powerful mental manipulation abilities. Professor X's tone carried a hint of shock. Professor X, if it were you, could you achieve this level? Nick Fury's gaze was fixed on Professor X as he pressed for an answer. Before Professor X could respond, Jean Grey, standing behind him, spoke first, her tone full of pride. Of course. The professor is hailed as the natural-born king of minds. Nick Fury ignored Jean Grey's interruption, still looking directly at Professor X, waiting for his answer. Professor X finished the video, took a deep breath, and spoke slowly, I should also be able to do it. Then compared to the person in this video, who is stronger? Nick Fury continued to press. Professor X shook his head. Without a direct confrontation, it's hard to judge. Although he said that, it wasn't hard to see from his composed expression that he was confident he was superior. The three people present were all shrewd and naturally saw through Professor X's thoughts, especially since he hadn't deliberately hidden his emotions. If he wanted to, as the strongest psychic mutant, he could completely prevent anyone from discerning his true thoughts. So, the one you are looking for is the organization this mental powerhouse belongs to. Professor X spoke slowly. An existence with such powerful mental abilities was indeed worth the attention of the three factions. After all, if a mutant of this level went astray, the resulting destruction would be catastrophic. The organization we are looking for doesn't belong to him alone. Nick Fury's tone became heavy. More accurately, this mysterious person is just one of the members of that organization. We suspect that within that organization, there might be more than one existence of this level. Impossible. Professor X's voice suddenly rose, filled with disbelief. Since ancient times, those who could reach the level of a level 4 mutant have always been as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. The mysterious person in the video has clearly reached the standard of a level 4 mutant. Mutants of this level that I have seen to this day number no more than 5. Some have already perished, while others have vanished without a trace. Of the remainder, besides his old rival Magneto, there was only himself and Jean Grey behind him. Of course, Professor X would never say these words out loud. Unfortunately, we have already confirmed this. Nick Fury's tone held a hint of helplessness. Based on the information we have, this organization seems to use playing cards as their symbol. Professor X, you should have seen the emblem on that mysterious person, it was the ace of clubs. This clearly doesn't seem to be the only symbol. As soon as these words were out, Professor X instantly fell into silence. Even someone who doesn't play cards often knows that there are 4 aces in a deck. In other words, that mysterious organization very likely really possesses 4 level 4 mutants. At this moment, even the well-traveled Professor X couldn't help but feel shocked, even if this was merely a speculation. Years ago, a single Black King Shah almost triggered a world war. No one understood the destructive power of a level 4 mutant better than Professor X. And it was precisely because he understood that he now felt an inexplicable dread, even a sliver of fear. If such an organization with 4 level 4 mutants truly existed, once they decided to do something, it was likely no one could stop them. I don't want to hear this nonsense, the White Queen interrupted him. Get to the point. Why did you attack us for no reason? Don't tell me it was accidental. That wave with clear probing intent, I wouldn't mistake it. Professor X fell silent again. The White Queen looked at him coldly, her tone growing even icier. Unwilling to speak. Fine. Wanda, I'll keep him trapped here. You and the Master of Illusion go to Xavier's school for gifted youngsters and eliminate everyone there. White Queen, how dare you? Even the gentle-natured Professor X couldn't help but get angry now. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters was his life's work, a sanctuary for mutant children. He would never allow anyone to harm the children there. You can try me and see if I dare. The White Queen retorted without backing down. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. All right, you win. Professor X felt utterly powerless and ultimately chose to compromise. He didn't want to be a traitor, but the current situation left him no choice. A gentle psychic force surged from Professor X's body, carrying a segment of his memories, and transmitted it toward the White Queen. In the memories, there were video footage he had seen, as well as the entire process of Nick Fury and the other two finding him and persuading him to investigate the mysterious organization. After receiving the information, the White Queen's expression shifted instantly. With Jansen Leong's strength, if he didn't want certain footage to leak, absolutely no images would be exposed. Therefore, these traces were most likely intentionally left by Jansen Liang. The White Queen didn't know Jansen Leong's specific plan, but she could guess that he had his own considerations for doing this. This was troublesome. If they killed Professor X now and it affected Jansen Leong's plan, it wouldn't be worth it. After pondering for a long time, the White Queen still hadn't made a decision. She reached out, grasped the Hellfire emblem on her chest, closed her eyes, and began silently transmitting information. Deep within Hellfire Base, Jansen Liang, who was in the midst of a complex soul separation surgery, suddenly received the information transmitted by the White Queen, and his expression shifted involuntarily. Interesting. I had the Master of Illusion leave those traces to lure a fish, setting the stage for the next step of the plan. I never expected to hook a big fish like Professor X. Jansen Liang paused his actions, gently rubbing his chin with his fingertips as he fell into thought. Professor X, one of the two poles of mutants, he was naturally not unfamiliar with him. The question now was how to deal with this guy. Killing him offered no substantial benefits, and Jansen Liang wasn't a bloodthirsty person. But if he just let him go without punishing someone who had offended him, where would his face be? Suddenly, a glint flashed in Jansen Leong's eyes as he murmured softly, this might also be an opportunity. In the psychic network world, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The White Queen was waiting for Jansen Leong's response, while the Master of Illusion and Wanda stared intently at Professor X, preventing him from pulling any tricks. Professor X frowned, remaining silent with a complex expression. To be honest, he regretted it. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for him. The White Queen, this old friend and longtime rival, knew his personality inside out. Now that they had torn off the facade, he was truly worried that the White Queen, in a fit of anger, would order an attack on Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. With the White Queen's strength, eliminating everyone at the school except Jean Grey wouldn't be difficult. As for whether the White Queen would do it, Professor X never doubted it. Now, he didn't even have a chance to escape. He could only passively wait for the White Queen's response. This feeling of being at someone's mercy made him extremely uncomfortable. Suddenly, ripples stirred again in the psychic network as a new psychic force slowly seeped in. Professor X's expression instantly turned stern. This was the psychic network world he had constructed, he had absolute control. Anyone who could force their way in here definitely wouldn't be weak. But what truly made Professor X change color wasn't the strength of this force, but that he recognized its owner. Jean, why are you here? Indeed, the one who barged in was Jean Grey from Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, currently the strongest hidden mutant. Jean Grey walked to Professor X's side, warily looking at the three people opposite, her tone tinged with concern. Professor, I was worried about you, so I came to check. Nonsense. Go back immediately. Professor X's emotions instantly became agitated. Was Jean strong? Strong, and yet not strong. In terms of psychic power alone, Jean didn't even reach the level of a level 4 mutant. But once she activated that uncontrollable power within her, instantly killing a level 4 mutant wouldn't be an issue. The problem was that power was too violent. Once it went out of control, it would completely consume Jean herself in an instant. Just as Professor X and Jean Grey were arguing incessantly, Professor X's face suddenly changed drastically as he looked in horror toward a certain direction in the psychic network world. What is that? On the faces of the White Queen, Wanda, and the Master of Illusion, expressions of delight appeared simultaneously. They sensed a familiar psychic fluctuation. Tap, tap, tap. Steady footsteps came from the edge of the psychic network, neither fast nor slow, but carrying a strange magic. Each step seemed to land on everyone's hearts, making them tense. Crack, crack. The surrounding psychic network began to crack and continuously collapse. This wasn't due to any attack but simply because it couldn't bear it. It couldn't bear the footsteps, much less the owner of those footsteps, the being about to descend. The next moment, a blurry figure gradually appeared in the psychic network world. His specific appearance couldn't be seen clearly, only a tall and straight outline and a pair of crimson eyes. Those eyes were filled with deadly danger yet also contained an indescribable majesty, making people afraid to look directly. It felt as if looking too long would scorch their souls. The crimson eyes slowly lifted, gazing indifferently at the sky. Scram! A single word exploded like thunder. Instantly, a terrifying, vast willpower beyond Professor X's comprehension swept through like a storm, clearing away all the psychic forces of other psychic experts attracted by the confrontation of multiple psychic powerhouses. At the same time, in corners around the world, many hidden psychic experts simultaneously suffered heavy injuries, their faces pale, bodies weak and powerless, falling into an unprecedented low state. The crimson eyes slowly lowered, landing on Professor X. Instantly, a gaze as cold as solid ice swept over Professor X from head to toe. Professor X felt his scalp tingle and his soul tremble. Under the gaze of those terrifying crimson eyes, all his secrets, all his trump cards, seemed to be seen clearly, leaving no secrets hidden. With a thud, Professor X, unable to bear the terrifying pressure any longer, collapsed to the ground. Jansen Liang's gaze looked down at him indifferently, his tone carrying a hint of disappointment. Professor X, one of the two poles of mutants, you truly disappoint me. He had originally thought that with the Cerebro helmet, Professor X could elevate his psychic power to the sub-father level, since the helmet allowed him to connect to the entire world. But now it seemed that wasn't the case. The helmet only expanded the quantity of his psychic power, not the quality. Such combat power might allow one-sided suppression against non-psychic mutants, but when facing seasoned psychic experts or higher-level life forms, it would fall short. After all, no matter how vast the ocean, a sharp sword could easily pierce through it. Tasteless to eat, a pity to discard, utterly useless. No wonder he was one-sidedly suppressed by the non-psychic apocalypse. This ability had little use beyond slaughtering ordinary people or finding individuals. Go back, Jansen Liang's tone carried an undeniable command. Remember what to say and what not to say. The moment his words fell, a terrifying gaze capable of freezing souls suddenly descended. Professor X's psychic manifestation shattered into countless fragments under this pressure. At Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, a dull sound echoed as Charles Xavier collapsed to the ground without warning. Professor, what's wrong with you? That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.